It all started with the fact that the main character, when he came to his senses, found himself in the novel about the unusual world Taoist and the monster in the body of a tiger. Some time later, two men discovered a dog that had been killed by someone. One man noticed that someone killed this dog without a single bark and left from here without leaving a trace, without even falling into a trap. And then the same man noticed that it was clearly not an ordinary animal. Suddenly two other men ran up to those two men and said that the noose and trap were also in place. The men said that the traps were definitely set correctly, which means the animal must have been injured, but there is not a single trace. Turning to their boss, the very first man said that this was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and they had better leave here as soon as possible. Then their boss exclaimed that everyone should shut up, because they were preventing him from thinking. The man began to think that if his instincts did not deceive him, then they were in a trap, and if they moved now, this beast could attack them. But they could not remain idle. After thinking a little, the man said that they would leave from here and ordered that the others leave traps, which they would pick up tomorrow, and also that they stick together until they reach the valley. The boss wanted to add that the guys should not act rashly, but before he could finish speaking, a man suddenly fell to the ground. Someone's huge red paw pinned the man to the ground, and the claws left deep wounds on his chest. As it turned out, it was a huge tiger, which, a little weather, threw the man to the side with force. The men did not expect this beast to appear at all. Their leader could not load his crossbow, as his hands were shaking violently from fear. Suddenly, with its mouth open, the tiger rushed straight at the man, and then the beast began to swing its paws with sharp claws. A man with a severed arm, but still alive, said that they disturbed someone who should not have been touched. But still, the tiger was not going to leave anyone alive and attack the last survivor. The next day, in some village, someone asked about what they say is that today is that day. A man and a woman were sitting at the table and having dinner. One of them asked again. The other answered that today was the day of offering for the owner of the mountain. The man, taking a bite of food, replied that it was so, and it would be tonight. The woman asked who it would be this time, to which the man asked if she knew the local nobleman, and then said that it would be one of his slaves. And then he added that this slave seems to be still small, but her hair is white and her eyes are blue, just like a ghost. Night fell. The nobleman stood on the street, waiting for something, when suddenly someone called out to him. As it turned out, this was an old woman, and next to her stood a little girl covered with clothes. The gentleman answered the old woman that she was doing well for bringing the girl, and now she could go, and then added, already turning to the girl, that she should follow him. The girl, clutching the clothes that covered her in her hands, did not move from her place. Then the man shouted at her, and said that he told her to follow him, and only then did the girl come to her senses. The nobleman led the girl to the palanquin, where several men were already standing, who greeted the nobleman. When the girl sat down in the palanquin, the men picked it up and carried it somewhere, and the nobleman stood and watched, seeing them off. Meanwhile, the girl's hands were shaking very badly. The men carried this palanquin somewhere further into the mountains. Having left him at some point, I realized that they instantly, as if afraid of something, ran back. For some time nothing happened. The palanquin just stood on the ground. Then the girl decided to get out of it. When she got out of it, the girl immediately ran in some direction. Having reached the cave, the girl stopped, and exclaimed about what a big cave it was. But then, remembering something, she immediately fell silent and covered her mouth with her hand. The girl thought to herself that she would soon meet the master of the mountain, and therefore she should behave with dignity so that he would not get angry. She thought that she was the one who would become the bride of the lord of the mountain. Making her way deeper into the cave, the girl was shaking with fear and thinking about how dark it was here. Suddenly someone asked her who she was, which made the girl freeze with tears in her eyes. Trying to walk further, the girl's legs gave way and she fell to the ground, and her cape flew off. Suddenly, someone asked the girl even louder about who she was, while the girl was shaking with fear. Stammering, the girl wanted to answer, but could not say it properly. But after a little while and gathering her courage, she clearly answered that she was the one who would henceforth honor him as her husband, and said that her name was Chelsea. This time the tiger did not answer. Blushing a little, the girl covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that she probably said too much. Suddenly, a huge tiger came out from the depths of the cave. Standing up sharply, the girl screamed that she was told that the first time always hurts, but they told her to endure it if she wanted to become a bride. And then, placing her hand on her chest, she said that she completely belonged to him, her husband. Then the tiger shouted for Chelsea to get out of here, and the girl's hair and dress began to develop from the scream. The tiger said that he was not interested in all the nonsense that the girl had just said, causing the girl to freeze with a blank expression on her face. And suddenly she burst into tears loudly. The beast asked loudly why she suddenly started crying, but the girl was too busy sobbing to answer. The tiger tried again to tell the girl to get out, but she immediately burst into tears more than ever. This caused the animal to fall to the ground, covering its head with its paw and thinking about how much it hated crying. Then, more calmly, the tiger again tried to ask what happened and why she was crying, but the girl still sobbed loudly and did not answer. Suddenly she, having calmed down a little, answered intermittently that she was his fiancée, and he was throwing her out. Wiping away the girl's tears with his claw, the tiger sighed and replied that since it was dark outside, he would allow her to spend the night here for one night. Then the girl burst into tears again and burst into screams, which jarred the beast. Snuggling up to the tiger's paw, Chelsea looked up at the beast with a smile on her face, leaving snot on its fur. The next morning, the girl lay on the tiger's fur and snorted quietly. Meanwhile, the beast was no longer sleeping, and was thinking about how long this girl had been sleeping. And then, remembering the appearance of this girl, white hair, blue eyes, he noted that there were very few people in the world with such an appearance, and noticed that she had leukemia. The tiger thought that the girl had been cursed by unknown creatures, and she was also the power of one of them, and now this little child would become a terrible creature, over which everyone would shake with fear. And then he also thought that the blood of these white-blooded animals is an elixir that has no equal, and he added that now everyone will come for her, and that she is more dangerous than he thought, which means he cannot leave her. Suddenly the girl woke up. Still half asleep, she stroked the tiger, and asked him if he had woken up. Suddenly blushing a little and perking up, Chelsea said that they spent the night together, which means she is now officially his fiancée. Suddenly the tiger suddenly stood up, causing the girl to fall to the ground, and said that since the sun had already risen, she should go back to her home. The girl replied that she could not, because she was told that if she did not become his bride, she would be punished. With surprise, the tiger asked the girl who would punish her and who dared to do it, to which the girl replied that it was a nobleman and his son. The beast, hearing this, thought that those bandits were sent by the same people, and it turns out that this little girl is their sacrifice for him. Pleadingly, Chelsea asked the tiger not to leave her, and said that she does laundry very well and eats absolutely everything and that she generally copes well with everything, and therefore let him not leave her. The beast thought that if he sent the girl back to the village, she would immediately be kicked out and die. Not wanting this to happen, the tiger thought about what to do. Having come up with an idea, he thought about sending her to another village, and if he also gave her some useful herbs, then perhaps she would also survive. The tiger led Chelsea to the exit of the cave, holding some things in his teeth. Opening his mouth, he threw some roots and a piece of cloth onto the ground. Looking at these things, the girl immediately asked what they were. The beast replied that he gives her ginseng, and she takes it and goes, without returning to her own, to another village. The girl tries to object, saying that she is his fiancée. Frightened, the tiger tells the girl to stop talking like that, because how can he be her husband, and then adds that she should not say too much and do as he ordered. And then he collects ginseng and a blanket with his tail, and says that if she sells this root, she will be able to buy a small house, and even stay. The tiger then gives these things into Chelsea's hands, to which she says that she doesn't need anything and just needs him. But then the beast turns around threateningly, and tells the girl to stop making him angry, and then he goes into the cave, thinking that he is the one who is the master of the mountain, and therefore is doomed to be alone forever. But then the girl calls out to the beast, to which he tells her to get out of here. But Chelsea says she can't go down, and doesn't know where the other village is. The beast sighs, thinking that he can help, because in principle he is not busy, and then he presses his head to the ground and tells the girl to sit on him. Chelsea resolutely ties the blanket containing the ginseng to her chest, and then she begins to climb up the tiger's face, which makes him a little perplexed and asks if she can be easier, but he himself thinks that she could climb up from the side. Having climbed onto the tiger's head, the girl turns her head, and suddenly her eyes widen. As it turned out, she saw the incredibly beautiful mountains and forests from above. Slapping the tiger on the head, Chelsea says that she must be the first person to sit on a ferocious tiger's neck like that, causing it to get angry. And then she closes her eyes joyfully, pointing her finger forward, and shouts for the beast to rush as quickly as possible, calling him her hubby. And then the tiger pushed off and jumped forward, telling the girl to stop calling him hubby. Having gone a little lower, the tiger said that there was already a village over there. Chelsea, meanwhile, pulled the tiger's ears, and he asked her to stop doing this, because it hurt him. The girl immediately let go of his ears and apologized, and then she sharply hugged the beast by the neck. In response, the tiger told her not to stick to him, and to go down faster. In response, the girl immediately agreed, let go of the tiger and slid down his paw. Going back to the cave, the tiger said out loud that, although he was a little interested, he had already become tired of her, and therefore they should never see each other again. Then Chelsea quickly grabbed the beast's tail and asked him where he was going. In response, the tiger asked if the girl really didn't know what a sin it was to hold animals by their tails. The girl replied that she knew about this, but he was leaving his bride, to which the beast replied that she was not his bride at all. Continuing to pull the tiger by the tail, Chelsea reminded that they spent the night together, and therefore she is his bride. In response, the tiger said that the girl was completely crazy, and asked how a tiger and a person could get married and whether she understood what it meant to spend the night. Otherwise all sorts of things are chattering here. The girl shouted that no matter what, she married him, so he should be responsible for her. Wondering where the little girl got such strength, the tiger said that he even got her ginseng, which she could sell and live without denying herself anything. Sharply throwing the bag of ginseng to the ground, Chelsea shouted that she didn't want it that way and that if the tiger wasn't around, then she didn't need this useless herb. The beast asked himself whether the girl had any idea how expensive this useless grass was, and then thought that it wouldn't end like this, which means that although he didn't want to do it, he would have to. Worried that his tail would fall off, the tiger suggested that the girl go to the village to sell this ginseng, and then return back, thereby paying the dowry. The girl's mind caught hold of the word dowry, and her eyes sparkled, and she herself blushed. Joyfully picking up the ginseng wrapped in cloth from the ground, she told the animal not to go anywhere, because she would return quickly. The tiger agreed with this and began to warn the girl. He told her not to hurry too much, but the girl ran as fast as she could along the road. Then he added that she should be careful, and Chelsea immediately fell to the ground. But a second later she got up and moved on, disappearing into the distance. Near one of the houses in the village, near a fire on which there was a kettle, an old man sat and fanned the fire with a fan. Chelsea approached him and told him that she had come to sell him something. When the old man looked at the girl, he immediately caught the gaze of blue eyes. And then the old man jumped away from the girl screaming. But as he moved away and his scream became quieter, the man said to himself that he thought it was a ghost, and then, clearing his throat, asked what the girl brought him. The girl took the ginseng out of the cloth and gave it to the old man, and he began to look at it closely. Realizing that it was ginseng, the old man loudly asked Chelsea where she found it, to which the girl replied that her husband gave it to her, and the man repeated the answer, and the girl replied that she had to sell it to pay for the dowry. Suddenly something awakened in the old man, and he thought that these roots looked about 300 years old, and this child clearly did not know their value and looked very stupid, which means he could easily deceive her and get this root for a couple of coins. But suddenly he came to his senses and sighed, thinking how lowly he had thought about deceiving the child. And then the old man said that he could not buy such an expensive product, and advised her to go to the house of a local rich man, and told her to be sure to say that he said that this was real ginseng. In response, Chelsea bowed low to the old man, thanking his. Meanwhile, eating meat in his cave, the tiger thought aloud that nothing could compare with the emotions when he alone rips meat from a bone. The beast said that the world is always like this, namely, that the blame lies with the one who was deceived, because you cannot be stupid, because this is already unforgivable for this world, and in general, if you think like that, then he is the one who suffered, because he lived for himself good, and then some child came and almost took away his quiet life. But then he thought, what would happen if a girl suddenly came here with a dowry and might move? But after a second he dismissed this thought and said that he is the master of the mountain, and therefore how can he move because of some girl? Suddenly, a woman's voice asked him if he was worried, to which the beast asked again that he was worried about some girl. But then the voice replied that nothing had been said about the girl. Then, feeling a little awkward, The tiger replied that he was worried about his ginseng. In response, the voice said that it was understandable that he was worried about him, because these disgusting people would definitely use dirty methods to get ginseng. The voice continued and said that perhaps they would beat this girl and take him away, or maybe, so that she would not spread rumors, I would kill her altogether. From these words the tiger became a little agitated. Meanwhile, in the village, a nobleman was sitting and eating meat and rice while someone was actively calling him. Hitting the table, the man shouted that he had warned him not to be disturbed while he was eating, and then added that because of them he had lost all his appetite, and then asked what happened there. The servant replied that the uncle, the doctor, had sent someone to sell ginseng. The nobleman went out to look at this ginseng, and when he saw it, he thought that it was the first time he had seen a root of such size, and wondered how this value had ended up in the hands of a child. But then he noticed that the girl was white-haired and blue-eyed, and suspicions crept into his head. Then, grabbing himself and his chin, the man asked if she was a slave of one house, naming the name of the master for whom the girl served in the previous village. Chelsea asked how the man guessed. Then, pointing his finger at the girl, the man, shouting, asked why the offering to the Lord of the Mountain was still alive, and stated that she had definitely escaped. And then he said that she definitely stole this ginseng, to which the girl replied that her husband gave her this ginseng so that she could sell it. But the man did not believe her and, without ceasing to scream, said that the girl was not yet old enough to get married, which means she was definitely lying, and declared that she was a thief and a runaway, and ordered the servants to take the ginseng from her and drive her away. The servants obeyed their master, and one of them extended his hand to the girl, telling her to give him her ginseng, while the man, holding the girl by the hand, tried to take the root. Chelsea screamed that she couldn't take it, because her husband had given it to her. The servant noted that despite his best efforts, the girl was not moving and wondered how this little girl could be so strong. Losing his temper, the man forcefully pushed the girl, and she fell to the ground. Noticing this, the nobleman said that he wanted to let the girl go as she gave the ginseng in an amicable way. But now it wouldn't work, and ordered straw to be brought. Still clutching the root in her arms, Chelsea, bursting into tears, tried to justify herself while a servant approached her with a stick in his hand. The man, with a sharp movement of his hand, raised the stick above his head, intending to hit the girl, and said that now they would see how her pain receptors work. Evening had already come, and Chelsea, barefoot, walked on the ground, never ceasing to cry and say how much she was in pain and what should she do, because her ginseng had been taken away from her. But returning to the place where she parted with the tiger, she found no one there. The girl froze and called her husband, and then she started running around, calling out to her husband and saying that Chelsea had already returned. Suddenly she stopped in front of the forest, from where voices were heard saying how delicious it smells like girls. Some black monsters crawled out from behind the trees, saying how sad it was that the girl was alone, and how poor she was. They got closer and closer to her, and asked that she was probably sad and in pain, and then they told her to come to them, because they would be with her, and would never leave her. Chelsea gave in to persuasion and slowly approached the monsters. Suddenly one of them opened his mouth and shouted that he would rip the meat off the girl. But suddenly something was cut by this monster. As it turned out, it was a tiger who said that how dare an empty soul like this covet what belongs to him. Standing behind Chelsea, the beast raised its head and opened its mouth, in which some kind of blue energy was collected. The girl turned to the tiger, and then he asked who dared to do this to her, but the girl said nothing, but only grabbed the fur of the beast. And a little later she burst into tears again, screaming loudly. Meanwhile, in the village, the nobleman threw a bag of coins on the floor in front of the servant, and said that it worked well, and wanted to ask something. But the servant, as if guessing the owner's thoughts, said, taking the bag in his hands so that the owner would not worry, because he had already put the guys on guard, which means that if something suddenly comes, he will not be able to come in. Praising the servant again, the man sent him away and stared at the ginseng, thinking about how beautiful it was. Coming out of the nobleman's chambers, the man thought that with this money he could rest for several months, and then he thought why not go to the girl's restaurant. Suddenly he saw that the gate began to crack, and some kind of light was visible from these cracks. Suddenly the gate broke completely and light filled the entire yard. At that same second, other servants gathered in the courtyard, asking who dared to break into their master's house. Suddenly they were surprised to notice that it was their recent guest. The servant who had previously beaten the girl asked how she dared to come back here, and then said that apparently she had received few blows then and now she wanted to die. Suddenly a tiger came out from behind her, and said that they would see who would die today. The nobleman, hearing a noise in the courtyard, came out of his chambers and, shouting, asked who was making noise under his house at night. But suddenly a man flew towards him and broke the doors. The tiger, entering further into the yard, asked, calling them bastards, whether they dared to touch the girl. He asked if they gathered together and beat the little girl, and that's all they could do, while all the men were shaking with fear. Declaring that these people were worse than trash, the tiger opened its mouth and began to collect holy energy there. Having said that he would nobly return to them everything that they had done to the girl, the beast raised its paw, releasing its claws. But then Chelsea shouted for him to wait, and stretched out her little hand to him. Suddenly the girl stood in front of one of the men, protecting him, causing the tiger's paw to stop halfway. Chelsea said she didn't want the tiger to kill anyone and suggested they take the ginseng and go home. Hearing this, the beast stopped and scratched its head, looking away. Then he called one of the servants, which made him very scared, and then the beast with the threatening muzzle ordered him to bring ginseng. But then a nobleman showed up with ginseng on a tray. Quickly bowing before the tiger, the man said that he protected the root and served behind it so that nothing would happen, waiting for the master of the mountain to come. In response to this, the beast barked that the man would not lie to him. Continuing to bow, the nobleman closed his eyes and prayed that the tiger would not kill him. Suddenly the beast said that, if it were his will, he would devour the sturdy face from him, but he won't do it, and the girl is worth thanking for this. These words greatly surprised the man that he opened his eyes wide. And then the tiger said that the man should give him all his wealth in return, and if he left even one grain of rice for himself, it would end badly for him. Shaking with fear, the nobleman ordered that all his wealth be delivered to the mountain as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the tiger and Chelsea disappeared, leaving behind a blue haze. After this, the man turned gray with fear, thinking that the husband the girl was talking about turned out to be Spencer, the owner of the mountain, which means she is the bride of the keeper of the mountain. Waking up the next day in his cave, Spencer wondered how everything had turned out this way. He looked at the riches that were delivered to his cave, and mentally mourned his calm, cozy nest, his calm, routine life. Chelsea, meanwhile, said she found wild raspberries, and then she tried to put the berries into the tiger's mouth while he was still in prostration. Having put in the berries, the girl with a smile on her face asked if it was true that these berries were delicious. Thinking that he had brought her back, but nothing had changed, the beast finally stood up. In response, Chelsea asked where it was going. Heading towards the exit of the cave, Spencer replied that he was going to drink water, to which the girl replied that she wanted it too, and ran after him. A tiger and a girl walked together through the forest to a pond. Then Chelsea, tugging at the tiger's fur, says that she is tired and asks how long they have to go, to which the beast replies that they have come, and a pond opens before their eyes, over which fireflies fly. Suddenly a catfish flies out of the reservoir, and he says, turning to the owner of the mountain, that they have not seen each other for a long time. In response, Spencer says that he really does, and asks how he is doing, to which the catfish replies that as soon as the tiger came, his life got better, and Chelsea, meanwhile, laughs quietly, thinking about what this fish is saying. Why should she so funny? Spencer tells the catfish to give him what he was leaving with him, to which the fish, mockingly, asks if he wants to give it to his bride. In response, the tiger only irritably replies that he should stop talking. Here the catfish takes out a small oblong box from its mouth, and after he solemnly presents it, the beast tells the girl to try to open this box. Chelsea gets to open the box, from which light immediately bursts out. Taking out what was in the box, the girl exclaims, talking about what a beautiful hairpin this is. Spencer explains that this hairpin was carved from a peach tree that is over 1,000 years old, and this hairpin has the ability to ward off evil spirits, and therefore the girl should always keep it with her. A little taken aback, Chelsea asks if he really wants to give this hairpin to her, to which the tiger sarcastically asks if he should put it on himself. Suddenly tears appear in the girl's eyes. In a panic, the beast asks what happened to her again. Chelsea says this is the first gift she's ever been given for no reason. Thinking that this is her first gift, the girl presses it to her chest and mentally vows to take care of it. The next morning, the girl again sleeps on the tiger's fur, not letting go of her new hairpin. Spencer turns to the girl, who is muttering something in her sleep, and then he stands up abruptly. Wondering when Chelsea managed to lie down next to him, the girl gasped and fell to the ground. Not yet fully awake, Chelsea asks her husband if he's awake yet while her mouth is drooling. The tiger tells the girl to get ready because they are going on a long journey. In response, the girl asks where they are going, to which the beast replies that even if he tells her, she still doesn't know, and then tells her to take so many valuables, as much as he can. Chelsea walks over to the chests of floor and jewelry and begins to pick them up, putting them in a bag. Suddenly a female voice asks the tiger if it is necessary for him to do this, to which he mentally replies that he will not get involved in her fate. In response, the voice asks if he doesn't think that becoming a bride was her destiny, or is he just still afraid to create connections with other people. The beast replies that everything is completely different and that a person must have a human destiny, and it is very different from him, an animal, and besides, it is enough for him that this voice bothers him. The voice notes that the tiger used to hate the word fate, but now he began to use this word often. In response to Spencer, he says that she remained as grumpy as she was, despite the passing years. In response, the voice mockingly says that they say that the older you get, the wiser you become. But apparently this is all nonsense, because age can also make you stupid, to which the tiger, starting to get angry, asks her again what she just said. In response, the voice innocently says she wasn't talking about him specifically and asks why he was so angry. Then Chelsea speaks up and says that she has finished getting ready, and stands in front of the beast with a bag in her hands. Some time later, a woman and a black tiger appear in the cave. Entering the cave, the tiger notices that there is no one here and asks the woman if this is not where they need to be. The woman replies that it is, this is where they need to be, in response to which the tiger asks why Spencer is not here then. The woman replies that perhaps it is because he is afraid of him, in response to which the black beast asks if she really thinks so. The woman says if it's not Tao, then why isn't Spencer in his own house? Hearing this, the tiger bursts into malicious laughter and says that it is so, that he ran away, to the one who is afraid of him. In response, the woman sighs and asks if he wants to return. Lying down on a stone, the beast replies that it doesn't want to, and tells them to stay here, because sooner or later Spencer will come back. And then he bursts into malicious laughter again, saying that he wants to look at that face when Spencer sees him. In response, the woman sighs again and says that the tiger should not laugh like that. Meanwhile, an old man and a little boy are walking along the road with a bag on their backs. Suddenly, having climbed the slope, they notice a tiger in front of them. The boy exclaims in fear, and the old man, standing in front of him and covering him with his hand, tells him to move away from here. Spencer and the man make eye contact, but then the old man notices that a little girl is sitting on the tiger's head. The boy and the man look at this girl in surprise. Noticing these people, Chelsea greets them with a smile on her face and waves her little hand. Blushing, the boy also greets her and hesitantly waves his hand in response. As the tiger leaves, the boy tells his teacher that there is a girl sitting on the tiger's neck, to which the old man replies that they will watch them. Night has fallen. A deer is running through the forest and chewing grass. Suddenly this deer is attacked by a tiger. He successfully grabs the side of this deer with his teeth, while the other deer, seeing this, runs away in fear. Holding the deer in his mouth, Spencer thinks about why he constantly has to share his prey, but then calms himself down, thinking that they will soon reach the village. Having carried the deer, the beast says that this is dinner, in response to which Chelsea runs up to the tiger, and is surprised at how quickly the beast caught this deer. And then she says that you think that among the tigers, Spencer has the most excellent hunting skills. The slightly stunned tiger replies that it was very easy, and then, scratching his nose, he says that he can get anything if he just tells the girl. Then he tears off the deer's leg and gives it to the girl, telling her to eat it. Chelsea responds by saying that she doesn't eat raw meat. Spencer is surprised by this and asks if she doesn't even know how to start a fire, to which the girl says she doesn't know. Suddenly the old man, whom they had previously met, notices that the tiger and the girl are having a little trouble, and says that they can share fire with them. Chelsea thanks the old man and says that they can share the meat with them in return, to which the man replies that they will be grateful. Spencer is there alone, chewing on the body of a deer. The tiger thinks that the girl just had to bring fire here, and wonders what she has been doing for so long. Looking towards the people, the animal notices that Chelsea is talking to the boy, and notices what a wide smile he has. A deer leg is roasted over a small fire. Chelsea looks at this and drool runs down her face. Scratching his cheek, Spencer asks the girl, looking away, what they discussed for so long. Wiping her drool with her sleeve, Chelsea replies that the boy is the same age as her, which is why they decided to be friends, and said that this boy's name is Ben. Suddenly, the girl's stomach begins to growl loudly, and the tiger remarks out loud that the girl seems to be very hungry. Worried, Chelsea with red cheeks replies that if the beast is also hungry, then she can share with him. Spencer asks what she's talking about since she's really hungry herself because he can hear the whale howling in her belly. In response, the girl replies, a little offendedly, that it's a whale in the tiger's belly. Licking his paw, the tiger says that it seems that hunger has hit the girl hard on the head, and then wonders why she is so ashamed. In response, the girl jumps up and says that everything is wrong. Spencer replies that he is not deaf and that it is just him and her, and then asks if he can really distinguish the sound from his stomach. Out of anger, the girl begins to frown and puff. Suddenly she grabs the deer's leg, and screaming that the tiger is a fool, Chelsea runs away with her leg in her hands, while the animal wonders what is happening to her. While the girl runs deep into the forest, a woman's voice sighs and asks if the tiger really cannot understand the girl's feelings. And then the voice asks if Spencer will follow her, because it's dangerous there. Wondering what he did wrong, the tiger says that the hairpin will protect her. The voice says that maybe the hairpin will protect her from evil spirits, but there are worse creatures in the forest. Or maybe she would get lost altogether. In response, licking her paw, Spencer replies that then this is her fate. Then the voice asks what fate did to her then, too, to which the tiger does not answer. And then he asks why the woman cares so much about her. In response, the voice says that the tiger cannot be honest with itself, to which Spencer replies that she should not say nonsense. Suddenly the old man appears right in front of the tiger, and says that the beast is not a sacred animal, but only a creature that kills people. Rising from the ground, Spencer asks again. The old man says that he is from Mount Conger, and then asks the tiger that he didn't think that he didn't know about the ghost who is always next to him. As it turns out, the ghost, who was previously a man, but was killed by a tiger, does not leave him, but bewitches other people and leads them to the tiger. Meanwhile, Spencer remembers that the warriors from Mount Conger are keenly aware of the theme of ghosts. And then he orders his ghost to come out, and a woman appears next to him. Pointing a sword at the tiger, the old man shouts that he puts the honor of the Conger warrior and promises to cut out the beast's throat. Spencer sighs and, turning to Hannah, says that it was all his fault, and therefore she must figure it out herself. The man asks the beast where he went while the ghost comes closer to him, and then Hannah says that she will be his opponent, and her pendant begins to glow. Next, a sword begins to appear from the pendant. Raising her hand, the ghost took out a sword from her pendant. Seeing this, the old man realized that this was a necklace where you could put absolutely everything, regardless of size. The man was surprised to think that this ghost could control him. After a short silence, he asked if he could ask a question. In response, Hannah said that they say that people who learn martial arts become too self-confident, and that once the old man pulled out the sword, then talking is over. The man frowned and said, since she says so, then so be it. And then, using the dragon art technique, which created several clones of the man, he rushed to attack, thinking that this woman had lost her human essence anyway. And now the blades almost reached the ghost's head. Suddenly, the ghost blocked the blow of a real sword behind her back. The old man was surprised and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Hannah said that since he treats the girls so rudely, then she should repay him with a worthy blow. Then she swung her sword, and the man was thrown back. The hand of the old man holding the sword began to shake, but the ghost did not retreat, and now her sword almost reached the man's face. But the man managed to block this blow, and their swords touched, creating a flash of light. The old man had difficulty holding back this attack while the swords created sparks. Using the art of the dragon again, the man exposed his pendant to the blow, and he himself moved to the side. But the ghost, asking where the old man was running away from her, and without looking, immediately pointed the tip of her sword to the side, and then she struck again, which pushed the enemy back. Ben called out to his teacher in fear. Meanwhile, his teacher stood leaning on his sword while his entire body shook. The man wondered in surprise how it was possible that he was losing to some ghost. Hannah, meanwhile, moved closer to the old man, and he immediately raised his head. The woman again prepared to strike, and the old man thought about whether she was a ghost at all. While Hannah fought the man, Chelsea sat on a rock near a field of wild wheat and ate her meat. Suddenly someone asked if it tasted good to her, causing the girl to shudder, and then she turned with her cheeks stuffed, and looked angrily at the speaker. Spencer told her to go to the fire, since it was cold here, and noted to himself that the girl had an appetite as good as his. Grunting offendedly, Chelsea said nothing and turned away from the tiger. Not wanting to fall for such manipulations, the tiger said that if so, then he would leave from here, and said goodbye, and then added that he was not very pleased, so he would quickly forget about her. The girl did not expect such a reaction at all and turned around in surprise, and then she ran after the tiger. The beast thought that it couldn't be otherwise, because she was just a child. Suddenly Spencer noticed something and his eyes opened wide. Not expecting the tiger to stop, Chelsea gasped and cut herself on his leg. Raising her hand to her bruised nose, she asked why the tiger stopped. Coming forward, he told the girl to be quiet, and then he ordered whoever was hiding here to come out. Chelsea hid behind the tiger in fear. Suddenly someone said that he would not say unnecessary words, and then he ordered to leave the girl and leave, and then said that if he did this, he would spare the tiger. Spencer noted that it looked like they had entered Black Soul territory. He looked at the girl and thought that he expected this to happen, but did not expect it to happen so quickly, and began to think about what to do. And then the tiger suddenly asked what the speaker promised, that he would not touch him if he gave him the girl, and thought that first he needed to survive. The girl, meanwhile, looked at the tiger in surprise. The Black Soul noted with mockery that the beast knew its place, and then replied that he was keeping his promises, and then once again ordered him to leave the girl and disappear. The girl called Spencer hesitantly. Looking at Chelsea, the tiger ordered her to let him go. In a panic, the girl asked why he was doing this. Was it because she was angry? And then said that she would not do this again and asked him not to do this to her. Giving Chelsea a stern look, Spencer said he didn't want to die here with her, and then he said that, of course, he became attached to her, but not so much as to die with her. And then, jerking his foot, the tiger told the girl to accept her fate, and then the beast began to leave. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared behind the girl, who laughed and said that the white-blooded one would soon die. Meanwhile, Jean asked the old man, pointing the sword at his face, if everything was clear to him now, and then she said that she would not ask him to believe her, but she wanted him to know that they did not want to harm this girl. And then she removed the sword from the man's face while he remained silent. Sighing, the old man replied, "What else can he do? Even if he doesn't believe, he must believe." With a smile on her face, the ghost said that it was good that he understood everything, because there was nothing more stupid than not knowing his place. And then she asked what the man was doing here with his student, to which the old man replied that they were spiritually training here. Hearing this, the woman said that here you can find something that you cannot find anywhere else. Standing up with a broken sword in his hands, the man said that she was right, and that is why they came here, believing the rumors. In response, the woman asked what kind of rumors. The old man said that since ancient times many people have been dying in these places. Hearing this, Hannah asked the man to continue his story. The old man said that all the corpses were without limbs, and they cut the skin of their stomachs, as if they wanted to find something there. The woman's thoughts caught on the phrase "wanted to find." Suddenly the ghost and the old man felt something. They looked around and noticed some green smoke rising from behind the trees. Hannah suggested that something must have happened. Waving his sword, the Black Soul repeated the word "white blood" as if he was savoring it. And then he said that for more than 200 years they have been saying about white bloods that there are no more of them left. Smiling, he said that in this world there is no peaceful person more fortunate than him. He extended his hand towards her. The girl looked at him with an empty gaze, and the Black Soul told her to go with him. Throwing Chelsea over his shoulder, the Black Soul went somewhere. The girl, meanwhile, recalled how, when they saw her, all the boys began to shout insults and throw stones at her, and told her to leave their village. She recalled how after she looked back at them, they would run away in fear. She recalled how one day she held out her hands with a broken bowl and asked for food, but instead of helping, they poured slop on the girl. And then they asked her how she dared to come here, and they said that she was bringing bad luck to their village. She recalled how she had to sit outside in winter without warm clothes. But suddenly one day someone approached her. As it turned out, a nobleman approached her. This nobleman took her with him, and he gave her clothes that were not torn. He also gave her a warm blanket. But suddenly the woman who was in the room with her threw a pillow at her and shouted at her to get out and not dare to approach her. So the girl began to work as a servant in this gentleman's house, where she was constantly shouted at. She recalled how one day, when she was unloading a cart, one of the servants said that if she did not finish it in a given time, then she would not see food today. Then the girl thought that she needed to work harder so that she would not get kicked out, and that she needed to be harder because she didn't look like them. Suddenly she heard some girls congratulating one of them on the fact that she had been proposed to, and that she would no longer have a family. Chelsea decided to watch them through the fence, while the girl boasted that her future husband gave her an engagement ring. Suddenly someone called out to the girl and asked what she was doing there, and then she was beaten for being idle. Sitting on the roof at night, Chelsea thought about love, marriage, family, and imagined that that star was her husband, and then she said to herself that she heard what those girls were talking about. She said, looking at the sky, that she didn't quite understand everything, but these were very beautiful words. And then she asked the stars and the moon if she, too, could get married, if she would have the only one who would protect her and scold others for scolding and beating her. She asked if she would have someone who would love her and do everything for her, if she would have only her husband. Thinking about this, Chelsea laughed and waved her legs. Suddenly one day the master said that she should marry Spencer. Hearing this, the girl blushed. While going about her business and thinking about her future marriage, she blushed every time. Chelsea thought about what her husband would be like. She didn't want him to have a cool look. She did not demand some angel for her husband. The girl smiled, thinking that she would also have a family, and that she would no longer be alone, and that her husband would be a tiger. Chelsea learned that her husband would be a tiger from one of the girls. This girl said that it is unknown when he will decide to eat her, his bride. Hearing this, the girl got scared. When she was being prepared to be sent to the mountain, she was no longer happy, but only thought that she was taken into the house as a homeless person, dressed in clean clothes, given a room, just for this moment, which means that in the end she could not become a person, she is just a ghost in human form. Meanwhile, the black soul reached his refuge, and he hit the stone with his sword. Taking a knife in his hands, he said that the girl's blood and body would belong to him, and this would be bliss. As the black soul approached Chelsea, he said that he would not abandon her like the tiger did. Taking her head and preparing to plunge a knife into her, he told her that she should not be sad, but that she should be reborn again. And then the edge of the knife began to approach Chelsea, but she only thought that she did not hate Spencer, because meeting in friendship with him, his warm hugs, what he did for her, what he gave her made her happy, and so the girl prepared to die with a smile on her face. But the knife did not strike, and the crippled black soul fell to the ground. As it turns out, Spencer came out of nowhere and tore his arm off. The black soul screamed furiously, swearing at the tiger. And the tiger, in turn, called Hannah, still holding his hand in his teeth. And suddenly some black smoke appeared behind the girl, and Hannah emerged from it, and asked Chelsea if she was okay. Turning around, the girl asked who this woman was and what was going on here. The woman replied that her name was Hannah and she was a ghost who did not leave Spencer. In response, the girl said that her husband hated her. In response to this, the ghost said that this creature was very strong, and it was probably a strategic move. And then she added that the tiger values the girl very much, which is why she shuddered a little and said that then he said that everything was completely wrong. Hiding behind the invisibility cloak, Hannah urged Chelsea to look at the beast, to look at how he was trying to protect her. And then she added that the enemy was much stronger than Spencer, while the tiger fought fiercely with the black soul. Looking at this battle, at Spencer, the girl began to remember her dreams about whether she would have the one and only. She remembered if she would have someone who would protect her and scold others for scolding her or hitting her. Remembering these questions that she asked the stars and the moon, she burst into tears. Chelsea burst into tears and said that she didn't even know that, and then added that from now on she will listen more. Hannah didn't answer, but just looked at the girl with a smile. And then she, taking off her robe, began to throw it on the girl, saying that it was dangerous here and they needed to leave, in response to which Chelsea tried to object. While Spencer was still fighting fiercely with the black soul, the ghost said that the tiger could not fight at full strength because the girl might get hurt. Accepting this reason for leaving quite reasonable, she disappeared under the robe, finally calling her husband. A second later, Hannah and Chelsea seemed to disappear, and the tiger thought that now he could finally fight at full strength, and then he began to concentrate energy in his mouth, and then the beast shot this energy at the black soul, causing it to fly away and its sword to be knocked out of its hands. black soul sensed danger in this action, but before the soul had time to come to its senses, Spencer slammed his head into the ground with his paw, breaking the stone. But suddenly blood got on this muzzle, which gave off red steam, and the tiger sharply jumped away from his opponent. Then the black soul stood up, laughing, and his hair began to fall apart. Suddenly there were rat teeth, and he said that the tiger was not bad, but still remained a pitiful animal. As it turns out, the black soul's real form was a rat, and he said that he would rip out the tiger's limbs and pull out all his limbs. Seeing the real appearance, Spencer thought of it as a rat without hair and blood that had turned into poison, and then called this rat a bloodthirsty creature. Suddenly, drops of blood that had spread on the floor of the cave began to take shape. Seeing this, the tiger was very surprised. The rat said that the beast did not take into account his strength, and suddenly a bunch of small rats began to form from his blood, which rushed forward with a vile squeal. The blood rats rushed en masse towards the tiger, and their leader shouted that the tiger would not escape him alive. Then Spencer struck one of the blood rats, causing it to immediately burst. The blood of this rat fell on the tiger's paw and immediately began to burn, which brought pain to the beast. Seeing this, the rat laughed and exclaimed that it was all useless. The army of blood rats attacked the tiger again, while their leader shouted that such a pathetic creature as Spencer would never be able to stop him. While the rats rushed at the tiger and burst, leaving their burning blood, the rat shouted that the beast could not escape from the rats made from his blood, and that the tiger would die a miserable death, as he was destined to do. After some time, the tiger found himself covered in blood, which is why he began to be paralyzed. While the blood rats were still mercilessly rushing at the tiger's leg, Spencer thought that everything could have been different if he were here now. Suddenly the animal cried out that it was in pain. The rat noticed that the tiger had stumbled, and opened himself up for attack. And then, shouting that he was caught, he kicked Spencer in the face. From this blow the tiger flew back and hit a stone behind him. The rat shouted for the tiger to die slowly and painfully, and then a bunch of bloody rats attacked the beast. Crushed by these rats, Spencer thought only that he still had to endure a little longer. And then he pushed away all these rats, concentrating the energy in his mouth. But still, all these attacks did not pass without a trace, and the beast was already pretty battered, and vapors of this poisonous blood were emanating from it. The rat noted with surprise that he was still boldly going against his attacks, and trying like a dog in water. Afterwards he pulled out his huge claws and said that so be it, he would do him honor and finish him off himself. Calling his opponent a dirty rat, Spencer said that he talks too much and for a long time. Suddenly, Hannah attacked the rat from behind with a sword, and with a sharp movement of the sword she made a deep cut on the enemy's neck, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. The woman told the rat that he was too reckless. Meanwhile, the black soul shook its head in panic, making grunting and gurgling sounds. Spencer said he was taking too long to die, and indignantly told him to die already. Clutching the wound on his neck with his paw, the rat began calling his opponents small creatures, and then said that they dared to touch his body. Thinking that there would be no second chance, the tiger raised his paw in preparation to attack and used the furious fist technique, causing his paw to glow with blue fire. And then the beast rushed at the enemy, who was discouraged by this. And so, when the tiger's paw was almost at the enemy's face, he used the furious fist technique. The rat, a second before the blow tore his head into pieces, shouted that he hated that damn tiger. The lower part of the rat's body, still intact, fell to the ground while the edges of the wound glowed with blue lights. Blue fire slowly but surely burned the body of the scythe, and then this fire, flaring up, engulfed the entire remaining body of the black soul. Meanwhile, it was already dawn outside. Leaving the cave, Spencer sighed with relief and said that he almost died there. And upon leaving the cave, he was surprised to notice that it was already light. Hannah, holding the rat's sword in his eyes, decided to draw the attention of her tiger to what interesting things they could get, and then said that they would be very useful to them in the future. The tiger asked where Chelsea was now, to which the ghost replied that she took her to the old man in the village and told them to go to the village. Then she said that if suddenly the beast dies, then she will also lose her strength, and if this happens, then all these creatures will attack the girl. The tiger, frowning, looked at the ghost and did not answer anything, while she herself smiled innocently. And then Spencer admitted that it was true and wondered what kind of feeling had awakened in him. Hannah then suggested that they go to the girl, to which the tiger only chuckled thoughtfully. Spencer thought that as soon as he left the mountain, Something like this immediately happened, and this would happen again. And with such power, he was not sure that he could protect the girl. But by killing this monster, he received an eye with the ability reincarnation, and wondered if this was an accident. Looking at his eyes, he thought that if he were reincarnated as a human, he would be able to use the sword he received and be able to fight stronger opponents. He also noticed that he would finally be able to use the technique that he had been unable to master for so long, flamed blue flower. And he said out loud that before they went to Chelsea, he had something to sort out, and then the tiger decided for himself that he should reincarnate as a human. Meanwhile, the old man was walking with 2 children. Chelsea asked how far they still had to go, and then began to worry that her husband could not catch up with her. Turning around, the man said that the village was already behind the mountain, and said that they would wait for the tiger there. Suddenly Ben told Chelsea that the tiger could not be her husband. Then the girl, screaming and pulling the boy's hair, asked what he was talking about, and then said that if she said that the tiger was her husband, then he was her husband. Then she let the boy go and said that if he pointed it out to her again, he wouldn't show it enough, to which the boy replied, holding his head and crouching down to the ground, that he understood everything. Suddenly a man in a hat turned to the old man and asked who it was. The man in the hat asked the old man, while his carriage was riding nearby, if he was Joshua from Conger. In response the old man asked if this was Harvard. And then, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, the man said that he was expressing respect to the senior student, to which he replied that there was no need for such formalities. Harvard said it had been 10 years since he left Conger. The old man replied with a smile on his face that people from there will forever remain family. The man suggested to the old man and the children that if they were heading in the same direction, they should go together, to which Joshua happily agreed. Meanwhile, something was happening on Wulong Mountain while the sky was overcast. One boar, spraying saliva, shouted that their leader must make a decision, because there were more and more people. Another boar shouted that since there are more people, then more animals become food for them. And then they all shouted together, looking at the leader, who had a tree growing on his back, that this was the business of their family. And then they asked that if their leader was gone, who would take care of Mount Yudin. The boar chief thought about how he wanted to leave this place in peace, but there was no one who could protect these helpless ones, and it would be too selfish to abandon them like this. Suddenly a raven flew up to the leader and whispered something in his ear. Then someone said for the boars to disperse, and the red paw stepped onto the land of the boars. The tiger came closer and closer to the leader until he opened his eyes. Spencer noted out loud that this was their first meeting in 30 years. The leader of the boars said that he hardly came to get even for the past, and asked what suddenly happened to the guardian of the mountain. Thinking about how petty this boar was, the tiger asked why he suddenly began to feel nostalgic, and then said that he had come to find a flower of flame. The boar's thoughts latched on to the phrase flame flower, and he asked himself why the keeper needed this valuable medicinal herb. The chief said that he had this flower, and the tiger thought that he doubted that he had it, but still he had it. Then the boar said that the tiger must do him a favor, and if he refuses, he will not take even a pebble from this mountain. Spencer asked about the service. The leader said that if the tiger was the one who defeated that bloodthirsty rat, then it would not be difficult for him. The beast reluctantly agreed and asked what he wanted to ask for. Squinting slyly, the boar said that it was not difficult at all, and then added that he just needed to follow his son and help him. Some time later, many wild boars began to descend from the mountain. The tiger was walking somewhere with them. Hannah noted that there were a lot of wild boars here, and then asked if they had accidentally fooled the tiger. Spencer replied that nothing could be done, he couldn't fight all these pigs alone, and the main thing was that he got this flower. And then he added that they would see what would happen, and if something unexpected happened, they would run away. The son of the boar chief turned to the crowd and said that they had arrived, and then added that there would be a signal soon and ordered them to wait. Spencer remembered that his son's name was Walter, and then asked his son if it was time for him to tell him what all this was about. Walter told them not to worry as he would be with them, but then added to let them know that they were putting their lives on the line. Suddenly a raven flew in from above, and the tiger and boar quickly looked up. The chief's son noticed their target appear on the horizon, and they quietly peered out to watch the approaching carriage. The tiger noticed that these were human carts, and doubts crept into his head. Taking a closer look, Spencer noticed that these carts were guarded by Taoists, that is, warriors with spiritual powers. Noticing this, he asked Walter if they really wanted to rob the things that the Taoists guard, and then said that boars are not only rumored to be fools. Walter responded that that's why he said they were putting their lives on the line, and then he said that their goal is an enlargement ball that the Taoists carry in their carts. Spencer was very surprised to hear that they wanted to steal the enlargement ball, because this is a potion that can be used to increase the territory. This is what many people dream of. The stunned tiger said that they had all gone crazy. Suddenly he said that he was leaving, to which the chief's son replied that they had already made a deal, in response to which the tiger asked about which prudent person would bet his life on this. Walter said that it was too late to wash his hands of this, and that there was no way out of this. The chief of the boars, meanwhile, stood on the top of the mountain. Suddenly he assumed that the operation had already begun, and then he thought that this matter would determine whether they could cope with the consequences. And then he suggested that, regardless of whether they would take this ball or not, it was unlikely that people would sit idly by, rather, they would go and attack them in response. I thought that these little people would come not only for them, but also for their territory, and their clan would be defeated and disappear. Suddenly Walter shouted that everything would have been like this if Spencer hadn't come. In response to this, all the other boars began to praise the tiger, shouting that they were fighting for Spencer. Many boars began running up the mountainside to meet the crew. The Taoists noticed the approach of a pack of wild boars and shouted that the creatures were attacking them, and that it was time for everyone else to prepare for the attack. Meanwhile, the tiger was still standing on the dais while one of the Taoists shouted for everyone else to protect the carts. Suddenly this same Taoist noticed a tiger standing on a hill and said that it was Spencer, the guardian of the mountain, and suggested that he was the head of these boars. And then the same man shouted that they needed to kill him. In response the tiger shouted, having figured out the plan of the leader of the boars, that he was a bastard old man. Meanwhile, the leader, rejoicing and mocking Spencer, said that now all the enemies would be aimed at him, and that he should try to evade their attacks, and then laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the Taoists fought fiercely with the boars, cutting their bodies with swords. The already out-of-breath warrior noticed that there was no end to these boars, while a pile of boar corpses lay next to him. A whole mountain had already formed from the corpses of the boars killed by the Taoists, but the boars still did not stop their advance. Hannah noticed that the boar chief had set them up, and then asked Spencer what they would do, and then suggested that they could immediately go back to the mountain. The tiger irritably replied that this is exactly what their opponents are trying to achieve, and he cannot afford to give what they want. And then, preparing to enter into battle, he told the ghost that now their opponents were Taoists, and therefore he should be more careful. Covering herself with her invisibility cloak, Hannah replied that she understood. Meanwhile, a gentleman sitting in one of the carts noticed that the wars outside still could not calm down. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who said that he would go there alone, and then ordered Joshua to stay inside with his students. Meanwhile, Ben and Chelsea were sitting at the table eating, and an old man was sitting next to them. As soon as one of the Taoists noticed that his master had left, he told him that he could rest, because they could handle it themselves, in response to which Harvard only tooted disdainfully. While the Taoists were still chopping the boars into pieces, the man asked what was going on here, and then he took out a small bell from his sleeve, and then he began, raising his hand with this bell up, to ring it, and suddenly a huge force wave came from the master, which began to push the boars away. As the boars flew back, Spencer, recognizing the sound, remembered something. Noticing this technique, the tiger realized that this gentleman was the leader of these Taoists. Suddenly Harvard noticed something from below and looked there, saying that there was a big animal in them. The man turned to Spencer, causing him to cower in fear. Taking out a talisman from his sleeve, the gentleman with an ominous smile on his face said that this tiger would make a good skin, and then he used the talisman, and some things that looked like tree branches flew out of it. Fortunately, Spencer managed to dodge this attack, and the branch did not hit him. The man, frowning, thought with surprise that this dirty animal was still able to evade. Looking at the branch next to him, the tiger thought that if this thing had hit him, he would have already died. The beast noted that this is, without a doubt and exaggeration, a powerful spiritual force and who would be hit hard. Looking at the master, who pulled out even more talismans from his sleeve, the tiger concluded that he was a very skilled fighter. Making a gesture with his hand, the man said that the beast would definitely not be able to evade this, and his eyes turned orange. Using the power of a 1,000 strike technique, the man used the talismans, which now stood in a semicircle above him, and branches appeared from them, which were now heading towards the tiger at great speed. The tiger did not expect such an attack at all. Due to the fact that he did not expect this, he was unable to dodge this attack, and several branches overtook him, but could not pierce him as the tiger deftly ran away from them. The man laughed evilly, saying that if the tiger became even for a second, his life would end. Continuing to mock the tiger, the master noticed something was wrong. As it turned out, Spencer was quite successful at dodging these branches, which in turn hit either the boars or the ground. Harvard frowned even more, calling the tiger a sneaky cat. Suddenly he shouted that he didn't care about his skin. Now he would turn him into minced meat, and then his eyes became bright yellow, and the bell glowed even brighter. Suddenly, branches began to emerge from the ground around the tiger, bending towards him at the ends. Soon these branches began to come closer together and become entangled, forming a cocoon around the beast. But Spencer did not despair and used his furious claw technique, and his paw glowed with blue fire. By using this technique, the tiger was able to burn its wooden cocoon with its blue fire. Suddenly, at the same time, all the Taoists and all the boars stared at this bright blue flash. Meanwhile, the tiger began to approach them, its eyes glowing with an angry red light, and sticks sticking out of its back. Harvard thought in bewilderment about how this beast could survive his strongest attack, and then he thought about how an animal could have such incredible strength. Spencer thought about how much he didn't want to use this technique, and then asked Hannah if she had found what they needed. A second later, the ghost appeared next to the tiger, saying that she had found everything, and then she worriedly asked about when he managed to get hurt so badly, and if everything was okay with him. Spencer replied that he was dying. Meanwhile, the man shouted that the tiger's strength was running out, which meant that now he was definitely at the very bottom, and then he laughed evilly. The woman said that they had already got what they wanted, and offered to leave here, and then covered the tiger with her invisibility cloak. The gentleman was surprised to notice that this power of invisibility, and then, looking at where the woman and the tiger had stood just a second ago, he shouted and asked where she had gone. One of the Taoists, running up to the master, said that they had a problem, while he angrily stared at the now empty place. The Taoist said that their ball was missing, and now Harvard returned the glance, and turned to the man in irritation and surprise. He wanted to ask what he was talking about, but could not finish, as he began to choke on his own blood. The man's disciple worriedly asked if he was okay, to which he extended his hand, trying to stop the Taoist, and said that there was no need to worry about him, while he himself crouched closer to the ground and spat out blood, and then added that he just weakened. Spitting blood, the gentleman thought that if he lost the ball the night before, he would be kicked out of the community. Suddenly he remembered Hannah, who used the power of invisibility before his eyes. Starting to rise from the ground, Harvard ordered everyone to start looking for the thief who stole their ball, to which the student replied that there were only 3 of them left, and they would not be able to cope with Spencer. In response, the man shouted angrily that they had seen how the tiger weakened after his attack, because he barely survived it, and then said that while he was recovering, 1 Taoist should stay with him, and the other 2 should go after the beast. And then he ordered them not to lose sight of him, and at the same time the door of the carriage was opened by a small handle. Chelsea looked out of the carriage with concern and asked if they were really talking about her husband. Meanwhile, Spencer and Hannah reached the flower field, and the tiger said that the Taoists must be in a commotion there now. And then he said that he would like to see the expression on Harvard's face, and after he thought about it, he said that even his soul felt good, and he began to laugh. The ghost shouted, saying that now was not the time for laughter, and the tiger needed to think about himself. The woman noticed that the beast was getting worse and worse, and wondered what had happened there. Suddenly Spencer fell to the ground and the woman called his name in concern. Having fallen to the ground, the tiger suddenly began to vomit blood. Noticing this, Hannah said that this would not work, and she needed to get these sticks out of the tiger's body, to which he, grunting a little, told her to do it. Suddenly Spencer's scream shook the entire forest. Having taken one of the sticks out of the tiger's back, the woman noticed something bad about it, and meanwhile the tiger muttered angrily that he should have been warned before taking out this stick. Then the ghost said that these sticks had taken root in the body of the beast, and her hand shook slightly with fear. Sweating and steaming from his mouth, the tiger told the woman to continue. The ghost tried to object, saying that he was already bleeding heavily, to which Spencer replied that if he waited any longer, these branches would suck all the blood out of him, and if she got them, it would be better than that slow and painful death. However, these arguments did not seem too convincing to Hannah, and she again came across an objection, to which the tiger said that she knew that he could handle it. And then again, but more insistently, he ordered her to pull out these branches. After hesitating a little, the woman nevertheless took hold of one of the sticks, and saying that it would be very painful, began to remove them from the body of the beast. Meanwhile, the Taoists were following Spencer and Hannah. Suddenly one of the Taoists sank to the ground and said that they had found this tiger. The other noticed that this tiger was very badly injured, and then the same Taoist told another to be careful, even though this tiger was seriously wounded. In response, the first Taoist said that he knew what the strength of the owner of the mountain was, so he was sure that he was now dying. The first Taoist, rising from the ground, said that the ghost next to the tiger had invaluable power, and if they took this power away from her and returned the ball, they would receive a promotion. Meanwhile, Hannah removed all the sticks from Spencer's body, and then she thought that even though she had gotten all the sticks, the tiger had lost consciousness, because he had lost a lot of blood, and then she decided that she still needed to wake up the animal. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the ghost and asked who it was, to which the woman immediately turned around. Two Taoists finally got to the tiger, and one of them said that although the tiger was breathing, he was sure that these were his last breaths, and Hannah, screaming, asked how they found it. And then she took out a sword from her necklace. Attacking the ghost, the Taoist defiantly asked if she really wanted to protect her master. Shouting that this was all very funny, the Taoists attacked Hannah, and their swords pointed straight at her. Meanwhile, Harvard was in some dark space and meditating while some blue vapors were emanating from him. Exhaling blue smoke, the man thought that he had restored his strength to the 3rd level, and then he decided that this was enough to return to battle. The Taoist, who had been ordered to stay close to the master, was now guarding the crew, and he complained that they were not even attacked by people, but by some animals, and then remarked that this was not even funny. Suddenly something passed the carriage window, and some bright flash came out of it. As it turned out, it was Harvard, who thought that even though he had not yet fully recovered his strength, he would have assistance next to him, and then, heading straight to the tiger, he remembered the stone on the ghost's neck, and suggested that he would rather just priceless. And then, with a greedy smile on his face, he suggested that there were many other valuables in this stone. Anticipating what would happen next, Harvard thought that if he thought of a strong tiger and a ghost who controlled that stone, then he would be the richest man. Some time later, the man finally noticed the body of a tiger lying in a flower field. The man noticed with delight that his prey lay right before his eyes. Meanwhile, in the carriage where Joshua, Ben and Chelsea were sitting, some kind of commotion began, and the boy told the teacher that the girl had disappeared. In response, the man asked again, and the boy replied that she said that she would go and pee in the bushes, but then he did not see. Going out into the street, the old man cursed quietly and exclaimed that it was very dangerous in the mountains. Meanwhile, Chelsea was walking uphill somewhere through the forest. Sweating a little from getting up, she thought that she was sure that those people were talking about her husband, and although she doesn't know why they fought, she knows for sure that her husband came for her. So the girl decided that now she would go to him. It was already getting dark, and Spencer was still lying in the flower field, and the flowers were in his blood, and Harvard came closer to the tiger's body. Grinning, the man suggested that the animal died while pulling out its branches, and then thought that it was obvious and complained about how boring it was. Looking to the side, the Taoist said that since the tiger died, that means the ghost has evaporated, which means her little thing is somewhere here and we need to find it. Having examined the area near the tiger's body, the man was surprised to note that the necklace he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Starting to shake with anger, Harvard assumed that one of his students had already taken this necklace. The man swore loudly and, in a fit of anger, with the help of a talisman, struck the tiger on the neck. From this blow, Spencer's head flew away from his body and rolled on the ground. The man thought furiously how this scum dared to steal his thing, and then, assuming that this Taoist could not run far, Harvard, with a bright flash, went to look for him. Some time later, someone walked up to the tiger's head. As it turned out, it was Chelsea who took Spencer's head in her hands, and then she smiled faintly and turned to her husband. Relating the head to the body, she asked if he had decided to play a trick on her again. The girl said that she would not allow herself to be deceived anymore. Having attached the head to the body, Chelsea sat down next to him and told the tiger to stop mocking him and get up quickly. But then the head fell away from the body again, and she rolled across the flower field. The girl stared at the head in surprise, and then she took her in her hands again saying that she asked to stop these jokes. Chelsea reattached her head to her body and said that Spencer did a good job and therefore should get up. But the beast did not get up, and its head fell off again. Then the girl burst into tears, and then she completely burst into loud sobs near the lifeless body of the tiger. Meanwhile, Hannah carried Spencer on her shoulder, saying how heavy he was. Suddenly she dropped it to the ground. From this blow the tiger suddenly opened his eyes. Rising sharply, the beast wondered when he had time to pass out, and the ghost was glad that he finally woke up. Suddenly Spencer noticed something strange in the form of a woman. As it turned out, Hannah was slowly evaporating. A few hours earlier, she had fought 2 Taoists. Swinging swords flickered in the air with a bright flash. One of the Taoists was amazed at the strength of this ghost and replied, "At this rate they will lose." Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and then he pulled out 2 knives from his sleeve, and, saying that if the tiger dies, the ghost will also die, the man threw these 2 knives at the body of the tiger. And now there was a second left, and these knives would plunge into Spencer's head, killing him. But suddenly Hannah runs up and protects the beast with her body, and the knives end up in her back. The Taoist who launched the knives notes that sacrificing herself to save her master is the only way for her to survive. Suddenly the ghost says that she has been messing around with them for too long, and yells to finish it all. Turning to Spencer, she says that he will be in a little pain now, and then a huge amount of purple smoke begins to escape from Hannah. One of the Taoists looks at this in bewilderment. The other, angry, asks if she really decided to use illusions, and then says that she is no match for him, and attacks her with a sword. The first Taoist tries to stop his comrade, when suddenly the ghost's eyes light up with a bright flash. Everything around was engulfed in violet light, which began to destroy the Taoist's body. His comrade extended his hand towards him, and the corners of his eyes turned red. When his comrade disappeared, the Taoist who remained alive fell to the ground and screamed in frustration. His hands were shaking and stained with the blood of his comrade. At the same time Hannah came closer. She said that, of course, she had exhausted her strength, but not to the point of losing to scammers like them. With tears in his eyes, the man looked at the ghost and thought that she was invincible. And then he begged her not to kill him, because he was simply following orders. The woman asked the Taoist that after all that he had done, he was now asking for mercy. Hitting his forehead, the man bowed down in front of Hannah and said that he would do whatever she asked if she would spare him. In response to this, the ghost asked if the man had a talent for magic. Upon hearing this, the man opened his eyes wide, and then he answered, raising his head, with a bloody mark visible on his forehead, that he had the ability to do magic, and he would do anything. Then the woman took out the eye that remained after the victory over the black soul, and a spell appeared from it, and told the Taoist to look at this spell and immediately get to work as quickly as possible, and she would supply him with the necessary raw materials. And then she, looking sternly at the man, added that what he did, he himself would eat, and therefore he needed to be very careful. Hearing about what happened before he awakened, Spencer said that what she gave him to eat was what turned the Taoist into a copy of the tiger. And then, looking at the ground, he sadly noted that the ghost had to suffer a lot because of him. Reaching out her hand to the beast, Hannah said that when the tiger passed out, she gave him that ball, and it seemed like that ball was really effective since Spencer was able to survive with such injuries. Suddenly she fastened her necklace around the beast's neck, saying that all that was left for the tiger to do was absorb all the beneficial properties of the ball. While the ghost was still slowly evaporating, she said that this was the last thing she could help Spencer with, and then added that she had a lot of fun. The tiger noticed that Hannah just needed to rest a little, and then asked why she was talking like she was saying goodbye to him. Leaning his forehead against the tiger's nose, the ghost said that he was afraid to leave him alone. Suddenly she began to evaporate even more actively, saying that while she was gone, he should be careful, but she did not have time, and this phrase was cut off halfway. Before she could finish speaking, Hannah disappeared, leaving Spencer alone sitting on the ground. A little later, the tiger quietly said that the ghost would return quickly and that he would wait for her. Meanwhile, the leader of the boars was told how their recent operation went, which clearly did not please him. His subordinates huddled a little to the ground, afraid to utter a word. The evil leader thought that Spencer, despite the chaos, was able to take and escape with the magic ball, and then he noted that he had underestimated him, and then thought that as soon as the tiger healed his wounds and regained his strength, he would come for him head. And then he furiously shouted to his subjects to quickly go look for him, because they could not let their sacrifices be in vain, and then added that Spencer was seriously wounded, and therefore could not run far. And then, still shouting, he ordered that the wild boars must find him and kill him, because if this is not done, he will tear off their heads. Spencer, meanwhile, was climbing his mountain. He soon reached the pond where he was with Chelsea and called Anthony. Then the head of a catfish appeared from the water and asked if Spencer had come to him. And then, seeing that the tiger was covered in blood, he loudly asked in surprise what had happened to him. The beast replied that he did not have time and would explain later, and then said that they needed to leave here. Anthony replied that since Spencer said so, he would follow his orders, and then he irritably asked if this meant that that bastard Dustin would also go with them. Suddenly a root began to burst out of the ground, and a surprised exclamation was heard from somewhere. As it turned out, this root turned out to be a talking one, and apparently it was the same Dustin, who later said that this catfish 100% wanted to leave him, and then added that it was better for them not to take such heartless people with them. Spencer sighed heavily, and closed his eyes as Anthony and Dustin bickered and insulted each other. Meanwhile, the panther, resting in Spencer's cave, woke up and stretched. Suddenly he heard something and moved his ear, and then he stood up sharply with shining eyes, declaring that Spencer had returned. And then, saying that he was sure it was his scent, the panther ran away to the exit of the cave. Quickly approaching the exit of the cave, he laughed, and then said that this impudent man had finally shown up. And then he added that he would finally break it today. But then he noticed something was wrong, and he braked sharply. As it turned out, Spencer had indeed returned to his cave, and noticing the panther, looked at him questioningly. The panther stood and looked at the tiger, stunned, and then, still stunned, he called the tiger by name, and then he screamed and asked what creature dared to touch Spencer. In response, the tiger quietly calmly asked what difference it made to the panther who wounded him. Hearing this, the panther fell silent in surprise, his eyes bulging, and then, scratching himself on the head, he began to mumble some answer, making it up as he went. And when he finally came up with it, he said that because of this, he now could not fight the tiger in a fair fight. In response to this, the tiger said that only the panther and this fight were missing for him now, in response to which the panther asked where he was going. Spencer replied that he was a little busy right now and asked the panther to come later, and then he would play with him. The panther opened his eyes in surprise and asked when he should come, because he had already been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The tiger replied that if he had waited so long, then let him rejoice, because soon he will be able to fight, because soon those with whom he can do this will come here. In response to this, the panther asked who would come, to which the tiger said that maybe it will be Taoists, or maybe those pigs from Wulong Mountain. Then the interlocutor asked in surprise that Spencer fought with the Taoists, and his partner only looked at the tiger in surprise. Hearing this, the woman said that it was amazing to be alive after the battle with the Taoists. Leaving the couple, Spencer said that he had a lot to do, and therefore the panther had to find how to entertain himself. The panther was about to call Spencer, when suddenly his partner pushed him in the face with her thigh, and then the woman turned to the tiger, asking if he could listen to her, and then said that he was being pursued by his enemies, and besides, he had a lot of wounds, and he was alone. Not understanding what the woman was getting at, Spencer asked, so what if he was alone and injured? Then the woman invited the tiger to unite with her owner, that is, the panther. Then both animals asked again. The woman said that her owner wanted to test his strength with him, but of course, after he healed his wounds. The tiger thought that there was no guarantee that he would get to his hiding place before the Taoists or the pigs found him, and this proposal could not have been more timely. The woman asked what Spencer thought about the proposal. Tiger thought it was a good offer, but then refused out loud, saying that he couldn't trust them, and then he added that he did not want to continue on his way, fearing that someone would hit him in the back. In response to this, the panther got angry, saying that he was not so mean, while the woman put her hand in front of him. Then she suddenly began to take something out of her sleeve, asking if Spencer was familiar with this thing. Next, the woman had a small sign in her hand, and when she saw it, the tiger exclaimed in surprise. The panther asked what this thing was, to which his escort asked him to keep quiet. Spencer thought that this was a sign that directly connected the life of the person whose name was written there, and out loud he asked about that, and what she was going to do next. Then the woman suddenly bit her finger, and then she wrote something on the tablet with her blood and said that she would write her name, and the name of her owner there. Suddenly the panther felt that something was happening to his body, and then, while the beast was still perplexed, the woman handed this sign to Spencer. Spencer's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought that since the woman wrote her name there, she must have gone crazy. Noticing that the tiger was not doing anything, she asked what he was thinking about and told the tiger that he understood that if he had this sign, they would not be able to harm him. In response to this, Spencer said that the fact that she wrote their names on it meant that she was putting their lives in his hands, and then asked where she got such courage from, because she knows what he can do with this sign. Then the panther intervened in the conversation, saying that Spencer was not so cowardly as to threaten them with this sign, to which his escort agreed with a smile. Turning away from the couple, Spencer said that he did not need such a thing, because it would only burden him, and then began to walk away from them. The woman and her owner stood still, and then the panther hesitantly called the tiger by name. Suddenly the tiger turned around and asked why they were still standing, because they had a long journey ahead of them. Hearing this, the panther joyfully turned to his companion, and then he ran up to the tiger with the words that since the tiger was not able to cope alone, he would help him, and then they all set off together. Some time later, the company decided to make a halt. Lying on the ground, Spencer thought that they had been walking without rest for several days, and the woman did not look tired at all. And then he noted that this woman was higher level than he thought. Then Spencer called Hillary by name, and she answered. He then asked if she could teach him how to hide his spiritual power. Hillary noted that it was not difficult for her to teach the tiger to do this, and then asked what he would give her in return. Hearing this, the tiger asked what she wanted. Stroking her master behind the ear, the woman replied that she didn't even know, and then said that she noticed that Spencer already guessed a lot about her, and it was difficult to lure her with anything. And then, pulling the panther by the cheek, he said that its owner, who was sleeping peacefully like a baby, was very easy to lure. Hearing this, Spencer realized that Hillary had chosen to accompany her master all her life, although it was unclear why she had chosen such a fool. And suddenly she asked if the tiger had a debongwan ball, which surprised the tiger. Looking at the woman, he wondered how she could find out about this. Could she really know what was inside? Suddenly, seeing the tiger's reaction, Hillary, clapping her hands, said that she had been sitting and guessing all this time. But it seemed she had guessed right, and then she explained that she had lived a long life, and therefore she had a highly developed sense of smell for such things. Replying that he understood, Spencer thought that he felt sorry for giving away the ball just for this. Then the woman took out a book from her sleeve and said that if the tiger gave her this ball, then in return he would receive a sacred book in which very powerful forces were hidden. And then, to the tiger's surprise, she said that this book was very difficult to master, but if he succeeded, he could easily raise his level to Shinsu. And then he thought that people like him only have 6 levels of power, and all magical creatures like him dream of rising to the level of Shinsu. Then Spencer thought that no matter how hard you try to raise your level, this is not given to everyone, because it is very difficult to get at least 1 level. But if he has this book, then he will be able to become many times stronger without raising his level. Hillary said, looking at the book, that it showed traces of the previous owner, and he was clearly at the highest level. The tiger swallowed when he heard that the owner of this book could not fully master it. The tiger asked whether the woman was really satisfied with this exchange, since she was losing a lot by giving this book to him. Hillary replied that everything was fine, but in addition she would like to ask Spencer to be more friendly with her master. The tiger was surprised by this request to be friendlier with the panther, because it meant that he needed to help him, because they were on the same level, but still agreed. Suddenly, someone's voices were heard in the forest, and Spencer noticed that it seemed that the pigs were already close. Turning around, the woman said that since they had discussed everything, then let the tiger go forward. Spencer asked if the woman could handle it. In response, Hillary said that the tiger had big plans, since he was going to that place, and then added that she trusted him with the owner. Spencer replied that he understood, mentally noting how much Hillary cared for the panther. The tiger then began to wake up the panther, tugging at his ear with his paw. Reluctantly, the panther woke up, saying that he had such a good dream. Then Spencer said that it was time for them to go, in response to which the panther asked if it was really time. Noticing that the tiger had already begun to leave, he shouted to wait for him, and then turned to Hillary and called her. The woman said that she would soon catch up with them, but for now he must go forward, otherwise he would lose sight of Spencer. Hearing this, the panther quickly ran after the tiger and shouted to the woman to quickly catch up. A little later, when the animals were already out of sight, wild boars began to appear from the forest. Meanwhile, the tiger and the panther were already walking across the field, and the panther asked if what he had just eaten was a debongwan ball, and then asked the tiger why he gave him such a thing, to which Spencer replied that in exchange for this ball I gave something to Hillary. As the animals approached the tree, the panther became indignant, asking if this was the whole reason. Looking around, the panther asked if they had come there at all. There was nothing here, while Spencer came closer and closer to the tree. Then he touched this tree with his paw, and then he released his spiritual powers straight into the tree. A second later, leaves began to appear on the bare branches of the tree. A little later the tree was completely overgrown with leaves, and the panther joyfully asked if this was really a magic tree. Suddenly the ground beneath him began to shake, and soon a staircase down appeared in front of the panther. The tiger said that he accidentally discovered this place, and if he entered there, he would be able to fully master the power of the ball and no one could stop him. Having finished speaking, Spencer began to go downstairs. Going down, the tiger thought that after he raised his level, no one would dare to encroach on his life, and no one else would get hurt because of him. When the sun was already shining brightly, Hillary reached the same tree. The boars screamed furiously, asking how long they had to wait, since they had already waited for 3 days. Turning around, the woman asked what they would do here. In response to this, the boars said that the woman should show how to open this place, and they themselves would go there. When suddenly the ground under their feet began to shake, and then an explosion ripped through the place next to the tree. A little later it became possible to notice the silhouette of a man in the smoke. Hillary and the boars looked at this silhouette in surprise, and then the boars began to shout that this man smelled like Spencer, and if they caught him, they would be able to find out where he was. Suddenly the man said that these boars are stupid, and then he announced that he was Spencer. Hearing this, the boars began to furiously ask how this was possible, and how he turned into a human. Suddenly, a second later, the previously clear figure of a man became blurry, and the man plunged his sword into the body of one and the boars. All the other boars looked back at this scene in surprise, exclaiming in surprise. Spencer thought that his physical abilities had also improved. Suddenly, the sword located in the boar's body began to suck the blood from this body. The man was surprised by this outcome and pulled out a sword, engulfed in a red glow, from the already almost dry body of the boar. Noticing this, the boars exclaimed in surprise that this was a sword sucking the blood of the victim. Picking up the sword, Spencer asked him how he liked the taste of blood, and then he thought that this sword really looked scary, but it also had its advantages. The boars began to wonder if this Spencer had really increased his level, and what should they do now. Suddenly one of the boars exclaimed furiously that they should not be afraid, because they had once defeated a creature much stronger than him. The rest of the boars turned to the speaker, who continued, saying that, besides, he was alone, which meant he was outnumbered by them. This speech inspired the wild boars, and they attacked the man. Spencer said how obvious it was and that this was exactly what he was waiting for. And then he raised his sword again, and then he hit the ground with a sharp movement, and a dark whirlwind of fog appeared around him. This whirlwind then began to spread, to the surprise of the pigs. One of them tried to cheer them up again as a dark fog filled the entire area. Soon this fog spread so that the boars could no longer see each other, and were suffocating in it. Then one of them shouted to follow his voice, but no one responded. Suddenly the cry of pigs was heard ahead, and suddenly his brother appeared in front of the boar, blood flowing from his eyes, and he himself asked for help. Suddenly, a bunch of dark hands appeared from the fog and reached out to the unfortunate man, and then they gave him a rare tug and pulled him somewhere deeper, until another boar screamed in panic and ran after him. He then looked up in shock, where there were many red eyes staring at him. A second later, the same hands grabbed this boar, and then all that dark fog began to be sucked into Spencer's sword. A little later there was nothing left around. There were no boars, no bones. Spencer wondered if the sword was so thirsty for blood that it left no one alive, and then he noted that if he had been distracted for a second, he could have become a victim himself. and then he indignantly asked what kind of sword this was, and quietly mumbled that he should throw it away. Suddenly Hilary noted that this was extremely impressive, to which the man turned around. Putting the sword back into the necklace, he agreed with the woman's words. The woman congratulated Spencer on his increased power level, and then she asked how he managed to turn into a human, to which the former tiger replied that it was a long story. Hearing this, Hilary asked if it was all because of his fiancée. Shaking his head, Spencer replied that it was not like that at all, and irritably wondered what this woman was even talking about. And then he said that he would go to Mount Yudong, and asked if the woman would go with him. Closing her eyes, Hilary replied that her master, like a turtle, was late everywhere, so she could not give an answer. And then she said that her master, as soon as he woke up, would immediately go look for Spencer, and therefore she handed him a bracelet in the shape of a snake. Scratching his cheek, Spencer noticed with bewilderment that this was a love bracelet worn only by couples in love. And then the man wanted to refuse, but suddenly one of the bracelets jumped from the woman's hand and flew straight at the man, and it immediately wrapped itself around his wrist. After that, Hilary said that she would give the other half to her owner, in response to which Spencer only made a displeased face and chuckled. And then the woman said that the former tiger was unlikely to be reincarnated anytime soon, and then asked if he could lend her one thing for reincarnation. Spencer looked at Hilary in surprise and said that he didn't think a woman would need a transformation ball. In response, the woman objected, saying that she would need this ball. Without resisting for a long time, the man finally gave her the transformation ball, and Hilary thanked him in response. After that, Spencer said that he would then move on and that it was unknown when they would meet again, so let her take care of herself. And then he began to go into the distance, while the woman stood in this vacant lot, following him with her gaze. And then Hilary told herself that she also doesn't know when, but they will definitely meet again. And then she, saying that she couldn't wait for this, began to approach the tree. Some time later, somewhere in the mountains in the forest, night had already fallen. In this forest, a red-haired guy stood inside, and then he asked why he had to be so stressed about him, while the elderly servant stood behind him. Then the guy turned around and asked if Spencer really lived here. The elderly servant replied that this tiger definitely lives here, and every resident of the nearest village knows this place. Suddenly, someone approached the red-haired guy from behind, saying that Spencer was not in the cave, and therefore it seemed that he had guessed about their arrival and ran away. The dark-haired guy said that it seemed that the tiger thought that if he ran away, he would not be found, and then, putting the tiger's hair in some object, he said that if he put the tiger's hair in this compass, he could find him wherever he is. And then the guy added that this compass has a disadvantage, which is that if you use this compass, then you cannot use it for another 2 days. Then suddenly a ray of light burst out of this compass and began to point in a certain direction. The dark-haired guy noticed that this was the southeast direction, and the journey would take 3 days. The red-haired guy said that then they should hurry up to quickly get rid of this tiger and return. And then he loudly commanded the other Taoists to go to the southeast direction. The next day, someone shouted at the girl about how dare she snatch the shamrock from his territory, to which the girl replied that she did not know and apologized, but that someone continued and shouted that this shamrock belonged to him, and she may not even dream of picking up even one leaf. Then the girl, shaking with fear with tears in her eyes, said that if she did not bring the shamrock, then her chickens would starve, and if they starved, they would not lay eggs. Then the interlocutor, hearing this, shouted how dare she argue with him, causing the girl to close her eyes. This someone said that in the end people raise chickens just to eat them, which is why they really are very disgusting. As it turned out, this formidable defender of his territory turned out to be a hare, who, stamping his foot, said that while he, Spencer, was still alive, no one could take anything from this clearing. Looking at the hare uncertainly, the girl asked if she could still take some shamrock. Then the hare, hearing this, jumped sharply, raising his paws, and shouted that how dare she dare him, and asked that she really wanted to test the sharpness of his claws on herself. Opening one eye slightly, the girl thought about what she had heard that Spencer was a huge, menacing tiger, but later the rumors were false. Seeing the claws on the hare's paw, the girl closed her eyes again, thinking that these claws probably cut both the air and everything around her. Seeing that he was able to intimidate the girl, Spencer grinned proudly. Suddenly someone grabbed the hare by the ears and asked what kind of pseudo-Spencer this was. As it turned out, it was the real Spencer, and meanwhile the hare began to flounder in his hands and furiously scream and threaten. Then the girl told the man that he shouldn't do that, because this is Spencer, the owner of the mountain. Spencer, still shouting, declared that he was the owner of this entire territory, and asked how this insignificant person dared to hold his ears. Not at all frightened by these threats, the real Spencer leaned over the hare and asked if everything was really like that. And then he suddenly looked menacingly at the hare and tiger stripes appeared on his face. Seeing this, the hare became very frightened and began to beg for mercy. Having achieved the result, Spencer told the girl that she was taking the basket and everything in it with her, in response to which the girl asked if she really could do this. Then the man approached the girl and, handing her basket, said that the owner of Mount Spencer was not so petty as to be angry over such nonsense. Having thanked her, the girl ran away with the basket in her hands back to the village. The man followed her with his gaze with a smile on his face, when suddenly the hare, who had already woken up, suddenly raised his voice. Holding the hare higher, Spencer said that he needed to talk to him about something, and then he added that he hoped that Pseudo-Spencer's ears were attached not only for decoration. Spencer then asked if anyone was in his cave. The hare immediately responded, continuing to shout that 3 days ago some Taoists came, looked for something, and then went in a southeast direction. Scratching his chin, the man thought that 3 days ago he had just reached the tree, and it was located in the southeast direction, which means they had definitely come for him. And then he thought that now wherever he goes, these Taoists will follow him, so he needs to go to Mount Wudong and lose everyone's throats there. But then Spencer noted that first you need to find out the level of Taoists, and how many there are, and until then you cannot act rashly. The man was thinking that he needed to find out what strength consisted of, but then a great idea came to his mind, and he laughed quietly. Then Spencer suddenly called the hare, to which he immediately responded, and then the man said threateningly that if he did as he told him, then he would let him go. And then the hare went into the forest to tell all the animals that the Taoists had caught Spencer and were going to Mount Wudong. The raven also heard this gossip. Hearing this, he immediately took off and flew. Some time later, this raven flew to Mount Wudong and told the chief of the boars about this gossip. Hearing this, the rest of the translation boars began to ask how it turned out that Spencer was caught by the Taoists, and they are now coming here and why they didn't kill him. Suddenly the leader said that, apparently, the tiger did not want to die alone. Then one of the boars asked the leader what they should do in this case. The leader said that this tiger cub must have said that he hid the Dabongwan ball here. Then the boars, hearing this assumption, again shouted at the interruption that he had really lied to the Taoists, and that they could defeat the servants. But there were definitely no Taoists. Suddenly one of the boars shouted that they needed to run away from here, causing the leader's eyes to darken. Suddenly he stamped his hoof, splitting the stone he was standing on. Frightened by this, the boars suddenly fell silent and bowed their heads. Then the leader of the boars, letting out steam from his mouth from anger, shouted that this place was from Rodan, and asked where they would run away, leaving this place. And then he said that the local land was ideal for them and that they would use the area and take out the enemies in numbers. And then he shouted even more furiously that they would slaughter all the people and get the Dabongwan ball, and then ordered to call everyone. Meanwhile, the red-haired Taoist, who was chasing Spencer, was thinking angrily that they had lost the trail. Had he really grown wings? And then he asked his dark-haired friend what the current location of this tiger was, to which the guy replied that Spencer was not moving now and was standing in one place. And then he said that the compass points to Mount Yudin. Then the red-haired guy rushed even faster in this direction, saying that they would soon get there, and he would personally rip the skin off this tiger cub. Meanwhile, the other Taoists could barely keep up with the two men. Meanwhile, Spencer was indeed on Mount Yudin, standing on the mountain. He told himself that he had prepared everything, and now all that was left was to wait for everyone else to come. And then he declared that he would return everything that the leader of the boars had done to him in full. Some time later, the Taoists and servants finally stopped, completely tired. The red-haired guy thought that they barely made it to this mountain, and then wondered how they could now look for this tiger on such a large mountain. But then he remembered that Spencer had been seriously injured by the Taoists, so if they separated, they would be able to find him. Suddenly he noticed that someone was walking in the forest far away, and he immediately called this guy, who turned out to be Spencer, who in response only pointed a finger at himself in bewilderment. Calling the man to their place, the Taoists said that they were looking for a huge tiger that devours people, and therefore they came to catch it, and then they asked if he had seen it. Striking his fist in the palm of his hand, Spencer, pretending to be a fool, replied that he had just doubted and did not believe his eyes when he saw its size. But now he was sure that he had seen a large tiger. While one of the minions sighed with relief, the dark-haired Taoist asked where the guy saw him. Spencer responded by saying that it was hard for him to explain, so he'd better take them there. Then all the Taoists followed the unfamiliar guy. Spencer, leading the people along, said that even in a dense forest, animals make a path, and large and formidable animals often walk along this path. Looking behind him, he added that if they followed this road, they would come out to the place where he had seen the tiger. Turning around, Spencer, looking at the Taoists, noted that there were only 2 Taoists and 6 minions. And then, with a smile on his face, he thought that even if these Taoists were strong, there would still be more boars in numbers, so it should be an interesting show. Spencer then asked if they knew anything about Mount Widom, to which the dark-haired Taoist replied that they didn't know much. Hearing this, the man said that wherever they go, there is always a story that has taken root in a certain area, and then said that it is not for nothing that this mountain is called the Mountain of Dominance, because all creatures from humans to animals have gathered here who love to dominate everything. Touching the tree, Spencer said there was talk that the mountain was now dominated by wild boars, and then, raising his hand with a piece of wool, he said that vessels of wild boars in the form of their wool were left everywhere. The red-haired Taoist, looking at his comrade, asked if he thought it was funny that pigs were dominant. In response, believe me, he said that he had heard that their people had recently been attacked by wild boars, and then suggested that maybe this tiger had lured them out of there on purpose. Sighing, the red-haired man replied that there was nothing wrong with that, because their opponents were just animals. Then the dark-haired Taoist told the guy to listen to his surroundings, and noticed that not only animals, not even insects could be heard here. Hearing this, the minions began to look around a little excitedly. Suddenly one of them noticed something. Suddenly, wild boars started running out from behind the bushes at the people. One of the minions shouted to the others to shorten themselves while one of the boars tried to knock them down with its body. But this boar only dined past the men and ran further into the bushes. The servant was surprised that the boar only dined by, when suddenly another shouted that there was danger behind. The first servant did not immediately understand what the other one meant, and meanwhile a huge boar was approaching him. And a second later, this boar lifted that servant on its tusks into the air, piercing him right through. The servant who managed to notice this boar called his already dead comrade and rushed at the boar, while he also rushed at the man. While the screams of minions and the angry grunting of pigs were heard around, the red-haired Taoist stood and simply watched. Suddenly his hand was engulfed in flames, and he said that since they were able to think of attacking from the back, then they are very smart for pigs. And then, when the fire engulfed his entire body, the guy said that then he must answer them properly, and then said that he would burn them all to ashes. Meanwhile, one minion was fighting a boar, trying to defend himself from his ex with a sword. Suddenly this boar noticed a light on the side, and suddenly a red-haired Taoist appeared from the side and threw his flame at the boar, hitting it, causing it to fly to the side. The servant thanked the red-haired Taoist, calling him Alex. Alex looked at the servant and told him to finally pull himself together, otherwise, if he was distracted, these boars would kill him. While the Taoists and minions fought the boars, other boars watched from behind the bushes. Suddenly one of the boars returned, and the other noticed him and noted that he was still alive. And then he said that these little people immediately began to use their abilities, everything as the leader predicted. Afterwards he quietly said that he would try to change his location, but then Spencer, who appeared out of nowhere, said that this would not work, because they should all cut each other's throats. Frightened by this sudden appearance, the wild boars instantly ran out from behind the bushes, exclaiming in surprise and fear. And then suddenly these boars were torn into pieces by water bubbles. As it turned out, these bubbles belonged to the black-haired Taoist. Then he turned around and said that these pigs were not as stupid as she thought, but it seemed that they had already killed everyone. Then one of the minions, turning to the Taoist, calling him Kyle, said that they had lost sight of that guy, meaning Spencer, to which Kyle replied that it seemed that the boars had taken him, and then he told the men to forget about him, and it would be better to kill the pigs. At the same time, the still hiding boars were shaking with fear, and one of them wondered why the boars kept coming out to them if he ordered them not to do so after the first attack. Meanwhile, Spencer was approaching them from behind, smiling evilly. Suddenly he screamed, and the boars screamed in fear, and then, like the previous two, they also ran out from behind the bushes. Seeing this, the guy laughed, covering his mouth with his hand, and then he thought that it is still difficult for animals to suppress their instincts. And then he thought angrily that these pigs would continue to kill each other until they were all dead. Meanwhile, another of the boars was also wondering what his comrades were doing and why they were not following the plan. Suddenly the leader's eyes shone with an unkind light. Suddenly he stepped forward, saying that he himself would sort everything out. As he ran forward, he thought about why these stupid nobodies couldn't just follow the plan. He thought about why they overstepped his words and that he knew they were stupid, but not that much. And then the chief of the boars finally took to the battlefield. With his eyes bulging and puffing with anger, he wondered what was going on there, since there were only 10 left. Suddenly, one servant noticed the leader and decided to attract the attention of Taoist Kyle to him. Looking at this boar, the guy immediately realized that by appearance and behavior this was their leader. Suddenly one of the boars asked the leader if he needed to call everyone, in response to which the leader angrily asked if he had really decided to act. Sitting on a rock and watching the scene, Spencer said that, as expected, the chief of the boars began to flutter when almost all of his subordinates folded their hooves. But even those who survived looked tired, and then, looking condescendingly, he asked what the result of this battle would be. Then the leader of the boars furiously shouted to his subordinates to attack the people with all their might. And then, running out with them, he said that he, the leader of Mount Wulong, would fight with them. Alex, noticing the leader, said if their boss had really come out, and then noted that his size was very impressive. Starting to get excited, he noticed that with his current attacks he would not even scratch him, and therefore decided to do something. And suddenly his whole body was on fire, burning his clothes, and he himself shouted that he would reveal his full potential. And then he shouted that he would end this battle. Stretching his arms forward, Alex launched a fiery phoenix at the boar leader, which rushed straight at the boar. The leader thought that the Taoist was underestimating him if he wanted to defeat him with such strength, and then he stamped his hoof, and his eyes glowed yellow, and he thought that he would take the life of the Taoist in return for those that he had taken. And suddenly the phoenix flying at the boar was torn apart, and it did not hit the leader at all. Alex opened his mouth in surprise as he watched this. Without hesitating for a second, the leader pounced on the guy until he could only raise his hands in fear, and then the boar hit the guy with an attack, and everything around was eclipsed by a bright flash of light. As it turned out, Kyle managed to get in front of his partner and defend him, irritably asking how Alex could waste all his powers without thinking, while Alex noted that this boar had been hiding his powers until that moment. As it turned out, Kyle super injured the leader and broke off his tusk, and the boar only thought that this Taoist was able to repel the blow into which he put all his strength. In front of the guys there was a huge crater, and the leader stood nearby, and the servants wondered if the Taoists were okay. Looking at the Taoists, the leader thought that everything was a little more complicated than he thought, and wondered what he should do now. Adjusting the guards on his arms, Kyle told Alex to regain his strength while he finished what he started. Suddenly Spencer came onto the battlefield, singing loudly and saying that it was also not interesting to fight. Everyone present looked at the guy in surprise. Suddenly Spencer took off from his seat as he approached, and he found himself right behind the backs of the Taoists and the leader of the boars. Saying that you shouldn't interfere in other people's fights, the guy waved Kyle's severed hand with the thing that protected Alex, saying that it was cheating, and therefore he would take the thing. Suddenly, Kyle felt severe pain and blood began to spray from the wound. Noticing this, he began to scream loudly. Taking out the thing that protected the Taoists from the attack of the boar leader, Spencer smiled sarcastically, and saying that this thing was very useful, threw out his now useless hand. While the Taoist was writhing in pain, Alex angrily asked how he dared to injure one of their people, and then he shouted that the guy could no longer hope that he would be left alive after this. Meanwhile, the chief of the boars asked, after a short silence, if this guy was Spencer. Taking the sword out of his necklace, the former tiger replied that the boar had a good sense of smell, and then said that he had to return the favor, and therefore how could he entrust it to someone so inexperienced? The servants, raising their swords, shouted that this guy would not get away with it just like that. The boars, meanwhile, cried out questioningly, asking if it was Spencer. With 2 fingers crossed, Spencer said that everyone was already in the know, and then, snapping his fingers, he said that now we can finish this. Suddenly blue circles appeared under one of the boars. Those same circles also appeared under one of the minions. Suddenly, the man's entire body was engulfed in blue fire, which burned him, leaving only ashes. As it turned out, this fire consumed everyone who was in this place, except for the Taoists, one of whom was still sitting on the ground, clutching his wound. Alex, seeing all this, was surprised by this power, and suddenly he realized that these were the powers of Shinsu. The leader of the boars also did not find himself engulfed in this fire, and therefore watched in panic as his subjects died. Alex thought that such power of this level had not existed for a long time and had disappeared before his birth. And then, looking at the guy in surprise, he wondered how this guy could use this power. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at him with his red eyes, and the whites of his eyes turned black, and the red-haired Taoist thought that he needed to inform everyone about this terrifying power. Out of fear and stuttering, Alex quietly muttered that he needed to be informed about this power, and could not take his eyes off the guy. Suddenly Spencer began to approach the Taoists. When the guys were engulfed in fire, and it would seem that he did not make a single movement with the sword. The guys clung to each other, continuing to slowly burn out, and Spencer moved on. He approached the chief of the boars. Closing his eyes, the chief said that he realized that, as it turned out, they had fallen into Spencer's trap. And then he noticed that the power that came from him meant that the guy had raised his level, and after that he congratulated him on this. Spencer, looking sternly at the boar, asked if he had anything final to say. Looking down, the leader noted that there was no point in telling anyone anything, and then said that he had a request. But he did not have time to say what exactly the request was, because Spencer cut off his head with his sword, causing a surprised expression to freeze on the face of the boar leader. Sighing, the man irritably asked if this pig had really tried to ask him for something. And then, like everyone else, the boar was consumed by fire. Some time later, Spencer reached a village that was close to his mountain. The man noted to himself that after that battle he received, albeit of a low level, 1 ball and 2 necklaces. He also received 3 useful spells and 2 useful books. Taking one look at it and smiling hungrily, Spencer noted that it was a good catch. And then, remembering his sword, he sensed that if he had used its power, it would have destroyed absolutely everything. Sighing and putting the items he had received into Hannah's necklace, he thought that this power was too powerful, and that was its problem. And then he remembered that he had also found 2 letters. Looking at them, he thought that something important was probably written at the bottom. He was sure of this, but he could not check, because he did not know the letters. Suddenly the same girl who was collecting shamrocks called out to him, and Spencer turned his head, looking at her. The girl said, holding a book in her hands, that thanks to the man, her chickens eat well, grow very large and lay very large eggs, which she sells, and with the money she buys reading lessons. Still holding the letters in his hands, Spencer asked again. In response the girl asked if he really needed someone who could read, and then she snatched the letters from the man's hands. Puffing with impatience, the girl opened one of the letters and said that she would read everything here now. And then she began to read, and the content of the letter turned out to be this: our battle with magical animals does not end, becoming more and more, and the place by the Red Sea can turn into a battlefield against magical creatures. Spencer was surprised by the word war. Noticing that the man's expression had changed, the girl asked him what happened, to which Spencer replied that nothing had happened and told the girl to continue reading. The girl continued, the government's actions are very alarming, so all Taoists be prepared. And then the girl said that that was all she could read, in response to which the man replied that that was enough for him and thanked the girl. Patting the girl on the head, he asked if she wanted anything as a thank you for reading, to which she replied, chuckling, that she didn't need anything. And then she added that he saved her, and therefore she didn't need anything. Suddenly, looking at this girl and her smile, he immediately remembered Chelsea, and then, saying that even if so, he still wanted to thank her, and then handed her a bag with some things. Looking into the bag, the girl noticed with delight how shiny these things were. Spencer told the girl not to show them to anyone, to quickly run home to hide them and open them only with her mother. Listening to Big Brother, the girl ran home. Having walked away a little, she turned around and shouted that if he still needed to read something, he could always find her. Spencer saw the girl off with a smile on his face, and then he sighed heavily and raised his head, looking at the sky, still thinking about the contents of the letter. Night had already fallen, and Spencer was walking somewhere in the forest and thinking that the Red Sea was the region to the west of here, and if a war broke out, it would quickly reach his village. Suddenly he touched the stone with his palm, and then he moved his hand down, and some signs began to appear on the stone and shine with a blue light. A second later, part of the stone separated and began to move away. As it turned out, there was a hidden door in this stone, which was now wide open, and behind this door there was a staircase that led down. The man stepped out the door and began to go down the stairs, thinking that if a big war broke out between humans and magical creatures, then all the evil souls would cause chaos in this mortal world. A little while later, the man arrived at some place and walked in a straight line. There was some kind of blue light shining ahead, and Spencer walked boldly towards it. As he came closer, he thought that in case of war, everyone in this world would need strength. And then a huge blue bird appeared in front of Spencer. The man wondered out loud if anyone thought that on his mountain there was something that they thought had disappeared centuries ago. Continuing to come closer, he noticed that before he could not simply come here. But now everything has changed. Suddenly some blue mist separated from the bird, and taking the form of a bird, it screamed furiously. Having come almost close, Spencer declared that he was now ready to absorb the power of the Shinsu entirely. Suddenly, the blue mist bird began to concentrate energy in its beak, as if preparing to attack, and then she fired a huge beam of energy directly at the man, causing him to make no attempt to dodge. This blow took a toll on Spencer. His clothes were covered with holes, and he himself almost fell to the ground, but was still able to hold on. Grinding his teeth under the strain, he thought about how even though he had increased the level of his powers, he was still barely hanging on, and then wondered if his body could handle all that force. Meanwhile, the bird flapped its wings and waves of blue fog began to flow across the ground. This fog began to slowly surround the man, and then Spencer found himself in the epicenter of a blue tornado, which lifted him above the ground. This tornado of power continued to tear the man's clothes and tousle his hair, but he did not give up, but only tensed even more and shouted loudly that he must endure. He then extended his hand forward in an attempt to fight out of this tornado, shouting that the fact that he would gain this power would only be the beginning, and if he did not do this, he would not be able to go out into the world. Continuing to reach towards the center of this force, he shouted that then he would rather die here than screw up. Spencer's eyes turned completely red and he almost completely grabbed the center of that power, screaming at her to make it his forever. Suddenly he squeezed the center, and the bird screamed pitifully, and Spencer continued to drink above the ground, no longer surrounded by the tornado. To be able to hold this center of power, he supported his hand with his second hand. Suddenly Spencer became a little confused, not understanding what was happening, and asked if he really succeeded. But then suddenly he again felt strong pressure and pain. Now this force entered Spencer's body and seemingly began to tear him apart from the inside, unwilling to submit, causing blue flashes to sometimes burst out of his body. Gritting his teeth, the man asked the force if it still didn't want to obey him and was resisting. But then he realized that this was the power of Shinsu from ancient times, and therefore he only clenched his hands into fists. And then, pressing his hand to his heart, he began to try to tame this force. The tiger stripes appeared on the man's face again, and with a smile on his face he said that the path the force would try to overcome him, he would still help her adapt to his body. Some time later, Spencer was still in meditation, but it seemed that the power was no longer kicking around in his body, although his clothes were almost completely torn, but the flow of power was calm and even. The man noted out loud that 4 years had already passed, and during this time thousands of changes had already taken place inside his body. Suddenly he sank to the ground and said that now he could still achieve absolute perfection. Having said that he was finally able to comply with this blue flame, Spencer held the blue flame in his hands, which swirled in soft waves in his palm. By conjuring his clothes and putting himself in a decent appearance, he noted that he had reached a new level. Lowering his hands, the man found himself in complete silence, and then sighed. Folding his arms across his chest, he noted that there was so much he had to do and wondered what he should sit in first. Suddenly he remembered about that girl from the village and decided to meet her. Some time later, Spencer reached his village, where life was in full swing. The man stopped and asked the woman about this girl. In response, the woman asked, "He wants to know about Eve." Suddenly the men standing nearby said that if he wanted to find out about this girl, then her family was sent into slavery, Spencer asked why this happened. One of the men said that this family suddenly had a lot of money, and after that they sent their daughter to school. But the nobles could not come to terms with the fact that a commoner was studying with their children, and therefore began to complain about Eva's family. The man continued, saying that in the end, the nobles said that this family stole this money, and this girl was left as a slave in one of the houses, and then added that this girl must be beautiful, since they want to make her a concubine from a slave. Another man, laughing, said that the last time he saw her, she had a straight, sharp nose and pale skin, and then exclaimed, saying that who knew that she would become so beautiful. One of the men said that it looked like this family had a good eye, when suddenly Spencer approached the men, and then, with a threatening face, he asked where this very house was, while his eyes glowed red. A few hours later, night had already fallen, and in one of the estates they were already getting ready to go to bed. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, a woman, saying that everyone thinks differently, tricked a ball of fabric into blush. The woman applied rouge to the cheeks of the young girl, saying that she needed to accept it. There was nothing wrong with it, and then added that this was the house of the richest man in the village. Combing the girl's long hair with a comb, the woman asked if she knew how many girls envied her, and then encouraged the girl to think positively. Having finished with the preparations, the woman left the girl alone, and she stared at the floor with glassy eyes. Some time later, the girl went outside and stood under the light of the moon. Suddenly someone said that they had finally found a girl. Recognizing this voice, the girl, who turned out to be the same Eva, asked if it was he whom she thought about. Spencer noticed that she still remembered him. The girl, who had already become a girl, replied that of course she remembered, because he helped her 4 years ago, and then said that the man had not changed at all during this time. Coming closer, the man said that he had come today to learn writing. Looking at the guy in surprise, the girl asked again, her eyes wide open, and then she smiled brightly and closed her eyes, saying that of course she would help, but she didn't have much time. Spencer and Eve found a place to study and sat down on the rocks, and the girl began to explain something to the guy, pointing to something in the book. The girl said that if he wrote like that, the meaning of the sentence would change. While she was telling all this, her eyes were shining with happiness. Suddenly the girl stopped explaining and fell silent, drooping a little. The man, noticing the change in the girl's behavior, looked at her questioningly. Closing the book that was lying on her lap, Eve said that it was time for them to finish their lesson. Standing up, the girl with her eyes closed said that she was glad that Spencer was able to master today. Squeezing her skirt in her hands, the girl continued, saying that she suddenly remembered how she was discriminated against for being a girl and studying, but she did not give up and continued, and then said that, probably, thanks to the man, she was brave. Looking at the girl, Spencer asked about courage. Looking at the guy with a twinkle and hope in her eyes, Eva asked if the man could fulfill her wish, since she taught him how to write. Some time later, a drunken gentleman returned to his estate. With a sharp movement, he opened the doors to the room where the girl was already sitting. Laughing obscenely, the nobleman asked how long the girl had been waiting for him, and then said that he drank to cheer him up. Coming closer to the girl, the man extended his hands to her, and noticed that she was even more beautiful in this dress. Almost touching her, he said that today they would go to heaven, and she just needed to obey him. And so the man put his hands on his belt, unfastening it. Suddenly Eva hit him in the face, shouting that he should not touch her, causing splashes of blood to fly. The man looked in surprise at his cheek, which now had a cut on it. Pointing the knife at the nobleman, the girl shouted that she did not want to drink in such a house with such a person, and she would rather die than do this, and he would die with her. Then, shouting that Eva was a scoundrel, the man also hit the girl on the head with a jug of wine, breaking it. From this blow, the girl fell on the bed, and the gentleman shouted how dare she cut him when he was pampering her with compliments. And then the nobleman continued to beat the girl until she could not sit and only clenched her teeth. Some time later, Eve sat against the wall, covered in blood stains and bruises, practically unconscious, while the master stood over her, breathing heavily. The man noted that the girl was stubborn, because she didn't make a sound, and then, having said that he was not against this look, he looked lewdly at the girl, while drool flowed from his mouth. Suddenly someone grabbed him by the collar with 2 fingers, and then Spencer, on foot, threw the man to the other end of the room with a movement of his hand. The girl did not react to this in any way, but only sighed heavily. The guy said that he was worried about her because she asked him to find silver, and then sent him here. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes. And then Spencer went on to say that Eve was even more unpredictable than he expected. Suddenly the nobleman, shouting, asked, rising to his feet, why everyone was not giving him peace today. And then, turning to the guy, he asked about who is he anyway? Hearing this, Spencer turned to look at the master with a threatening look, and then he said that so be it. Spencer remembered Chelsea crying and screaming that she couldn't leave her husband, and then the guy began to come closer to the man, while he, crawling on the floor, tried to move away from him and begged for mercy. A blue mist suddenly began to escape from Spencer, and the man asked him again who he was. Suddenly he screamed shrilly. Sticking his clawed hand forward, the guy replied that he was Spencer, whom he was so eager to kill. And then a huge blue tornado appeared over the entire estate of this gentleman. Some time later, a man and a girl were walking up the mountain. Eve, still a little in shock, looked at Spencer's back, and then she noticed to herself that this brother turned out to be the owner of the mountain. Turning around, the guy said that he heard what happened to her, and then asked if she despised him, because it all happened because of the jewelry that he gave her. The girl looked at the man, her eyes wide, and then, looking away and smiling weakly, she replied that she could not hate the one who helped her, and besides, she was very inspired by the fact that she would finally be able to fulfill all her dreams. Feeling a little sad, the girl continued, saying that back then she didn't yet know how cunning and greedy people could be. And then, bursting into tears, Eva said that she only wanted to do what she liked, so why didn't life allow her to do this? Spencer looked at her sympathetically as she said that she couldn't help it, and didn't know where to go next. Suddenly he struck the ground with the scabbard of his sword, and then he told the girl to pick up this sword, and then it would become her path and show her the way. Afterwards the man added that Eva would become his follower, learn to use this sword and defend the mountain. To which the girl responded in surprise that she was a girl and had never even held a sword in her hands. In response, Spencer told the girl to discard all these prejudices about the female gender, because her confidence was enough when she taught her to learn, and her courage when she wanted to live the life she chose. After these words, the man concluded by saying that Eve is strong. Hearing this, the girl stared at him in surprise, and then she extended her hand to the sword, and then she nevertheless picked up this sword, mentally noting that it was heavy and that she was scared, but she would try. She said out loud that she would try to walk confidently along the path that Spencer had laid out for her, and then, with a smile on her face, looking at the man, she said that she would protect his mountain until he returned. In response, the man said that the girl was doing well and she should continue to live. 3 months later, Spencer stood at the entrance to the town of Eton. Looking at all these buildings, the man thought that this city was big. And then he thought that everyone said that the mountain on which the city stood was high. But now his mountain seemed so small compared to this. Then he remembered that this gate was built a long time ago, and behind it is the Savile treasure, which doubles everything you put inside, and many people desire this treasure. The man noted that he managed to get to these gates in the guise of a man, and then he wondered how he could get inside now. Suddenly an old man, followed by a whole crowd of men, called out to him and asked if the guy was a wanderer. Looking at the questioner, Spencer replied that it was so. The old man replied that they were just missing one thing, and then he told the guy to go with them, because what was the point of just standing around doing nothing? Then 2 men approached the guy and pulled him with them, persuading him to join. While the company was climbing the mountain, the old man said that today is the day when Mount Yen opens once every 100 years. One of the men said that this was a special day for them, because if they were lucky, they would be able to go inside. Another man, turning to Spencer, sarcastically remarked that if you stand at the entrance, then you are no better than a stone at the door, while another also sarcastically asked whether the guy really thought that if he stood there, the doors would be opened for him. And then he said that the guy seemed smart, but he didn't know anything, while Spencer looked at them with a straight face. Suddenly another man complained that they were helping this land, so why should they enter through the back entrance, and not the main one? Looking at the man with his sharp eyes, the guy wondered if these fools knew what would happen to them if they entered, and even if they succeeded, they only killed weaklings. And then what? But after that he thought that he didn't care about it. The main thing was that the doors opened, and in the meantime the company got to the doors. The old man pulled out some kind of piece of wood, and extended his hand to the door. Suddenly a ray of light burst out of this piece of wood, and went straight to the lock on the door. And then the doors suddenly opened. Suddenly a man came out from behind the door, and called the old man, saying that he was late. The old man began to make excuses, saying that they were missing one person, and they were late while looking for him. Suddenly the man turned around and, saying that it didn't matter, ordered them to follow him. Meanwhile, a bunch of people had gathered behind these doors, and someone, standing on a raised platform, announced the names of the detachments into which the people were divided. One of the men of the newly arrived company asked if these were all servants, to which the old man replied that the Taoists were ahead. Suddenly the conductor pointed his finger at the men and loudly asked why they were still standing, and then ordered them to take their places. Passing by members of other squads, Spencer concluded that he was in the 5th squad. Suddenly, a man standing on a dais loudly said that today, after 100 years, the doors of the mountain are finally opening, and then greeted everyone. Wishing everyone success, he folded his hands and said that they would now begin teleportation. Suddenly he shouted to someone to open the gate, and suddenly the ground on which the troops stood was illuminated by a red light. Meanwhile, the red demon was devouring the meat of a huge snake. Suddenly he was distracted from eating, feeling something, and then the demon turned around, his green eyes sparkling, and was glad that the people had finally arrived. Suddenly he spread his arms to the sides and shouted a greeting loudly, and then laughed madly. Meanwhile, people had already successfully teleported, and questions were immediately heard in the crowd about where they were and whether they were already inside the mountain. Suddenly one of the men noticed something and tried to attract attention with a shaking voice. Suddenly, a huge magical wolf appeared in front of the crowd, amid their surprised exclamations. Suddenly one of the men, taking out a sword, asked how they should fight such a huge monster from the very beginning. Suddenly a man shouted that they were all fools if they could not distinguish a sacred animal from an ordinary beast, and then he added to the laughter of other participants, that this is why they do not rise in rank. Suddenly a man with a beard noticed in a little surprise that this was the guardian of Mount Yen. Then another man with a tattoo on his forehead replied that it was so, and this wolf protects this mountain, and he had also reached a high level in strength. To which the man with a beard replied that then it would be boring to greet him personally, and his friend noted that other animals would not dare compete with the sacred animal. Then the man with the tattoo on his forehead replied that that is why he is the one they are proud of, and then the squad leaders began to gather their people, preparing to enter the mountain. Suddenly the sacred beast, sensing something, turned around sharply. As it turned out, something in the crowd of people caught his attention. Suddenly Spencer felt the beast's gaze on him. In a panic, the man thought, has this wolf really revealed that he is not a human? Then this is very bad. While the beast kept looking at the guy, he thought that if the fact that he was not a human was revealed, then all the Taoists would pounce on him to kill him. But suddenly, to the surprise of the former tiger, the sacred beast only smiled, closing his eyes. Noticing this, Spencer thought with relief that it seemed that he was not going to be exposed. Suddenly one of his squad comrades touched the guy's shoulder, and asked why he was still standing, because it was time for them to leave. Meanwhile, all the troops were leaving the cave in an even formation. Some time later someone asked if it was true that he was inside this mountain years ago, to which the interlocutor replied that it was true and that then he saw many medicinal herbs that he could not tear out. Then the woman replied that if this was true, then they would share, and then asked if they were going the right way, because it seemed to her that they were treading on the same place. In response, the old man, the leader of Spencer's detachment, replied that the woman should trust him, because it was not in his advantage to deceive them. Suddenly one of the girls, who was watching the woman, shouted that if the old man had thought of something, then he could not avoid death. Suddenly, in the next second, something carried this girl away, leaving only splashes of blood. Hearing strange sounds, the woman and her subordinates turned around sharply. As it turned out, the red demon grabbed the girl, dragging her along the ground by the head, while she, stretching out her hand to her comrades, asked for help. Noticing the red demon, the woman wondered where this evil spirit came from here. The evil spirit meanwhile licked his sharp teeth with his long tongue. At the same time, another squad was running through the forest. Suddenly one of the men told the squad leader that everyone else was left behind, to which he replied that he didn't care, because they didn't come here to study botany. In response, the man said that then, if they were left, they could be killed, to which the squad leader replied that no one cared about their miserable lives. Offering to say that they were attacked by monsters, the commander ordered to stop, and both men quickly sank to the ground. The leader of the detachment looked around, holding a red bubble in his hands, in which there was a paper crane. Suddenly he ran somewhere. Seeing this, the man called his senior fellow practitioner, and in the meantime, other members of the squad reached them. Suddenly the leader shouted that he had found something, holding in his hands a skull on which was a small egg surrounded by something golden. Then his younger classmate asked what it was and whether this was what his teacher was asking the leader to do. The squad leader replied that this is a very rare and special egg, under which golden lichen always grows, and then added that the man's teacher said that he hid it here, because his time had not yet come, but now this egg is perfect. The man with this egg in his hands slyly thought that if he took it, he would rise higher in rank and become rich, and then he began to say that now they could leave, when suddenly someone ordered them to stop. Suddenly another troop appeared from the bowl of the forest, and their leader said that he smelled something when these men ran past the medicinal herbs. The men who were already there were very surprised by the appearance of another detachment. The captain of another squad with a predatory smile said that he now understood why they were so eager to get here, because she hid such a valuable thing here. The leader replied that they were the first to find this thing, and therefore it belonged to their squad. Suddenly 2 men from the enemy squad came out, preparing to fight to take away this egg. Then the man exclaimed, asking what he wanted, was it really a battle between their troops? In response, the other replied that if they liked the same thing, why don't they compete, and the winner will take the prize, in response to which the man only gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Spencer dug up a root and held it above his head with a smile on his face, saying that this root was probably more than 50 years old, and he had the talent to dig something like that without a single scratch on it. But suddenly, coming to his senses, the guy abruptly threw the hoe to the ground, shouting what he was talking about. And then he thought that it was dangerous, because he almost got the taste and forgot why he came, and that's not what he's here for at all. Suddenly a fellow squad member called out to him, causing Spencer to run, holding the root in his hands. At the same time, the evil spirit sucked out the souls of the arriving Taoists and their minions, and the old man, who led those Taoists, fell to the ground, bowing to the spirit, and addressed him by name, calling him Sylvester. And then, slightly raising his head, he asked if the spirit was satisfied. In response, the demon, holding the golden core of one of the Taoists on his tongue, replied that he did not care about such Taoists, and he needed stronger opponents. In a panic, the old man, sweating a little, said that there were still many Taoists left, and then suddenly reminded him that the spirit had promised him something. In response, the evil spirit broke the golden core with 2 fingers and told the man not to worry, and then he added that he is one of the strongest spirits, and he always keeps his promises, unlike people. And then he walked past the old man, who had still disappeared to the ground, telling him to lead him, because he did not want to hesitate, since it depresses him. Having said this, the evil spirit with a bloodthirsty smile on his face declared that from this moment the real hunt begins. Meanwhile, another squad was running after someone, and one of the men shouted for his comrades not to miss this monster. The man shouted for them to corner the monster while his comrades chased after the monster, which had white long hair, long claws, and a face covered in stripes. Suddenly one man shouted that he had caught this monster, and jumping up, hit him with his weapon, causing him to spin in the air. But the monster, as it turned out, did not die, but only sharply attacked another man. Then the other man clasped his hands sharply, causing his weapon to abruptly thrust into the monster, killing it. A man watching this battle shouted for the men to be careful and not think that these monsters are weaker than them. And then he turned to the older fellow practitioner who was standing on the mountain of the corpses of these monsters, and said that they were finished. The men began to talk about how much they could sell these monsters for, because there were a whole bunch of them, when suddenly an evil spirit appeared behind them. The men quickly noticed him and immediately turned around, drawing their weapons. Looking at the newcomer, one of the men asked if this was not a man, to which the other replied that it was an evil spirit. In response, the first man asked what then this evil spirit was doing inside the mountain. The senior fellow student and part-time captain of the squad called one of his comrades, and then ordered to attack the spirit. The man then attacked the spirit, cutting it in 2. The servants, seeing this, exclaimed joyfully that this was what they expected from the Taoist. But as it turned out, the evil spirit was not killed, but turned out to be completely unharmed. He tore off the man's head with his claws, saying that he was pathetic. And then quickly approaching the captain, he noted that he was slow. Next, he pierced with his hand the Taoist who did not have time to do anything, causing him to scream dully. The hand of the spirit was sticking out of the man's body, which was holding his golden core, and the spirit noticed with disappointment that the Taoist did not have much strength, while he groaned pitifully. The evil spirit suggested that if the captain had so little strength, then the rest did not, and then said that he would turn them all into sand. The servants began to run away screaming. Laughing dully, the spirit asked where they were going. Meanwhile, another detachment followed the tracks of some animal. The girl walking behind the captain asked if her senior classmate had found anything. Turning around, the man said that he would install a Huanjin here. The girl asked in surprise, her eyes wide open. The man, taking out an object and emitting a beam of light from it, said that while he did this, the others would defend the territory. Suddenly, an already focused beam of light emerged from the object and spread in different directions. The girls, notifying others, walked around the territory, saying that a Huanjin was being installed here, and therefore the servants needed to hire their places. The captain raised his index and middle finger in concentration and told the others to be on guard. Suddenly someone shouted that someone was here. They began to emerge from the fog. Suddenly, with irritation, they recognized the man they had found. Afterwards, one of them clarified whether it was correct that this person's name was Tyler. As it turned out, the man turned to Spencer and said that they would be nearby, so he didn't have to worry, because he would be safe and could continue to go and collect medicinal herbs. And then he added, telling him not to go far. Spencer looked at the men with an emotionless face and agreed with everything they said, thinking that they thought he was a loser. The man installing the Huanjin sighed and said that he seemed to be done with everything. Putting his hand down, he said that he did not know what would happen, and therefore he had to be concentrated. Suddenly, someone asked the man why he installed the Huanjin, because there were no creatures visible here. In response, the man asked if the girl had ever heard of Yahello, and then he began to explain that this was an evil spirit from ancient times, until this spirit in the form of a small ferret met someone. Suddenly, the men who met Spencer, noticing the ferret, wondered whether such animals lived here. One man, saying that he was bored, decided to catch this animal and already began to take out his sword, when suddenly this cute-looking ferret bared his sharp fangs and made a huge hole in the man's body. Spencer, meanwhile, continued to collect herbs, when suddenly he heard something, which made him flinch. Turning around, he wondered if someone had shouted there just now. Standing up, the man asked if something had happened, and then noticed that because of the Huanjin, his sensory functions were not working well. Meanwhile, the man who installed the Huanjin told the girl that evil spirits live here and have no use for these servants. At the same time, Spencer walked in the direction the babies were screaming and he noticed something. As it turned out, all the men who were scouting the territory had already been killed, and next to them was a huge flock of these evil spirits. Suddenly the spirits raised their heads from their bodies, and having noticed a new victim, they began to squeak furiously. Suddenly these little evil spirits gathered together and, circling, created a huge hurricane. This hurricane mercilessly tore apart the bodies of the already dead men, and this hurricane reached Spencer, and all that was left of the man was blood splashes. But, as it turned out, this hurricane did not injure the guy at all, and he, in turn, cut down the animals with a straight face. Why did all these animals end up on the ground? Hearing how dangerous these spirits were, the girl asked the captain if they should then leave this place. The captain replied that if they don't take risks, they won't earn anything useful, and besides, they can only fight against these spirits with the help of Huanjin. Looking sternly, the man defiantly said that the spirits just have to come here. Meanwhile, Spencer asked what the little thing was and said that he killed them all out of fear, and then he noticed that these animals have amazing strength. Scratching his head, the guy wondered what he should do if all the minions died, and then he began to pick up the bodies of these spirits, smiling greedily. Suddenly the man noticed someone and looked at him. A black silhouette appeared in front of Spencer. A man came out of the shadows and asked in a trembling voice if he was from the Pingun squad. Meanwhile, another squad was previously busy fighting, and one of the men was holding a huge ball made of seals. Another said irritably that this was the place where the Huanjin was installed, to which the other man replied that it was probably a Taoist from Pingun. The man asked his leader what they should do now. The leader replied that they would go ahead, and then he said that some kind of minor obstacle had appeared, but nothing had changed in a global sense. The squad rushed forward, and their leader said that, if anything happens, there will be a battle of squads. Soon the men disappeared into the fog. But as it turned out, Sylvester had been watching them all this time, and the old man asked him why he let these people go. Baring his sharp teeth in a smile, the evil spirit replied that this way all people would gather together, and this was better than catching them one by one. In response, the old man said that Huan Jin was created by people, and if they hide under it, then everything will go to dust. Hearing this, the spirit shouted that he had, of course, thought of everything, and then something wrapped around his hand. As it turned out, these were centipedes, which the evil spirit called his children, and then he ordered them to go and find the Huan Jin cores. Having obeyed their master, the centipedes sharply flew to the side. Laughing, Sylvester said that soon this Huan Jin will become a cemetery for these people. Meanwhile, the man who met Spencer sadly noted that he rushed to Huan Jin to avoid danger, but met only a private who knew nothing. And then he asked into nowhere about why he was so unlucky now, and Spencer, at the same time, scratching his head, thought that he felt as if he himself was resisting him. Suddenly another squad caught up with the man, and one of the squad asked, "So what if the man was able to limp all the way here?" To which Spencer and the man turned around sharply. The man, who was taken by surprise by his enemies, asked in surprise how they got here so quickly. In response, the pursuing man asked the other if he was giving up. Spencer noted with surprise that it was a Daesan squad. Then the man who was being pursued smiled humbly, and said that it seemed his time had come, and then he took out his sword, saying that, as a representative of his squad, he would not run away and would accept the battle with dignity, and then said that the golden lichen was in his necklace, and then he extended his hand with a sword in his hands, telling them to attack if they wanted to. Spencer's mind caught on the phrase golden lichen and looked at the man's necklace, and then he thought he finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, one of the centipedes climbed onto one of the Huan Jin centers. Suddenly the Taoist who created the Huan Jin noticed something strange. The servant asked the man if something had really happened, to which he replied that something bad had definitely happened. The girl assumed that it was an evil spirit. The Taoist wanted to answer something, but something interrupted his thought. Suddenly, a red mist shot out all around, and the minions immediately shouted that something was wrong with Huan Jin. Raising two fingers again, the man said that someone is trying to appropriate Huan Jin, and something happened to the minions, otherwise why aren't they protecting Huan Jin? Meanwhile, the servants tried to remove the centipedes from the Huan Jin centers, but they could not hurt them even with a sword. This red fog reached Spencer as well. The leader of the Daesan squad thought that all this was happening because someone was trying to enter, and then noted that he must first take that very thing. And then he told his comrades to be ready to attack at the signal, and to kill the private at the same time. Suddenly, behind one of the men of the Daesan squad, a red hand appeared out of nowhere and reached out to him. A second later, the man let out a strangled cry, causing his comrades to turn around. As it turned out, it was Sylvester who grabbed the man by the neck, choking him, and said that this is where they were all gathered. Without hesitating for a second, the leader of the squad launched his ball of seals at the demon. This ball, having hit the spirit, exploded, causing the demon to be engulfed in fire. The rest of the squad covered their hands from this hot explosion. The leader of the Daesan stood tense, holding his ball and waiting for the result of his attack. While the rest of the squad shouted curses, two balls appeared in the air, around which the heat from the explosion began to gather. As it turned out, these balls belonged to Sylvester, who came out of this explosion unharmed, saying how he liked it all, and then noticed that the man had collected all the exploding spells into a ball. Seeing this, several members of the detachment became pretty angry, preparing to attack, and shouted that they would kill this spirit. But these threats did not frighten the evil spirit at all, but only provoked him, and he called the men to him, spreading his arms. Meanwhile, the man who was being chased muttered aloud the question of who it was that had appeared here. Meanwhile, Spencer noted that the spirit had a red body, as if washed in blood. Meanwhile, Sylvester, laughing, killed members of the Daesan detachment. Suddenly a man with a club attacked the spirit from above. Spencer noted that the spirit had two horns on its head, and then he noticed two red balls spinning in the air. A second later, the evil spirit used these two balls to push away the men attacking him. The leader of the squad screamed angrily and again decided to attack Sylvester with his spell ball. And soon another huge explosion thundered, after which the ball disintegrated, and the spirit found itself at the epicenter of the explosion. The leader of the squad, breathing heavily, lowered his hands, His sleeves were frayed by the explosion, because he was too close to the explosion, and he thought that he had blown up his largest balloon. But as it turned out, this attack was of no concern either. Then the man standing next to Spencer asked what it was. All the Taoists were instantly defeated. Seeing the spirit in action, Spencer realized who it was, and then he remembered that this was one of the strongest spirits, Spencer, while he was dragging the man by the head. Suddenly the evil spirit turned its head and stared at the men with its shining green eyes. Once in the sight of this spirit, the men simultaneously shuddered in fear. Having let go of the man's head, the evil spirit began to come closer and closer to Spencer and the Taoist. Spencer thought in a panic about what he should do, because he would not have enough strength to defeat the spirit, and he would die here like the last dog, and he would not be able to get out of this dome. Then, as it seemed to him then, one single solution came to the guy's head, and he began to move his hand. Suddenly Spencer fell to one knee in front of the evil spirit, showing that he was giving up and calling Spencer great. While the man standing nearby was perplexed by what was happening, the guy, looking at the ground, thought that he did not know what would happen, because the evil spirit had the same origin as him. Noticing him, Sylvester, looking at the guy, chuckled contentedly, and then he noticed that Spencer was a very interesting guy. Suddenly, the man standing next to the guy shouted that even if he was afraid, how dare he bow to this evil spirit? And then he asked if the guy was denying his human origins, while the evil spirit scratched his ear with his finger. The man wanted to continue his tirade, saying that Spencer dared to bow to the spirit without any remorse, but Sylvester could not stand the noise and, telling him to shut up, struck a slashing blow at the man. And then the spirit said, how dare such an insignificant person like him say such a thing? But then he noticed something. Spencer looked at the man who fell dead. Sylvester, looking at the guy, noticed that he was an animal that hid among people, but pretended to be a man, and then noted that this was quite interesting. And then the evil spirit said that a war was developing between them and the people. Because of this the Taoists left their places and fled, and then noticed that Spencer was not able to resist these Taoists. Sylvester continued, saying that if it suddenly turns out that the guy is not a person, then he will be finished. And then he asked why the former tiger came here, thinking that if he was wrong, he would be finished. Spencer said that he was looking for the Saul treasure. Hearing about this, the evil spirit laughed loudly, covering his eyes with his hand while the man looked at him in bewilderment. And laughing, the spirit pulled out the very treasure of Savile and asked if this was what the guy was looking for. Spencer stared at the treasure in shock and wondered why the evil spirit had the treasure. Laughing again, Sylvester said that it was okay that the former tiger pretended to be a human and came here, but the fact that he came for this thing was just hilarious. And then he extended his hand to Spencer and invited him to become his warrior, and then continued that he would of course pay him back. And then the evil spirit said that the Savile treasure would be his reward, in response to which the man stared at him in surprise. Sylvester said that now his condition leaves much to be desired, and even though he devours people's powers, it costs nothing, and yet he needs to regain his power. At the same time, the old man was rummaging through the clothes of the already dead man, and thought that it would be better to have someone closer to him in origin, and the spirit said that when they restored his strength, then he would receive the treasure. Continuing to kneel, Spencer thought that he had no need to consider this proposal, because if he did not agree, he would die. And in the end the man agreed, saying that it was an honor for him, to which the spirit laughed. Coming closer and holding the dead man's things in his blood-stained hands, the old man said that Spencer was also a spirit pretending to be a man. Hearing this, the former tiger looked at the old man menacingly. Noticing this, the old man told the guy not to look at him like that, because everyone has their own circumstances. While the spirit had already moved a fair distance, the old man said that he had worked 24 hours a day for 100 years to bring about this moment. And then, preparing to follow his master, he said that if there was hope that he could live a little longer, then he would present the spirit with everything it needed. Spencer did not answer anything, and the evil spirit began to urge them on. The men were almost out of sight, and, as it turned out, the necklace containing the egg and golden lichen had disappeared. The red fog had been standing for a long time, and one of the maids took off her hat to get a better look at it. The head of the detachment who installed Huanjin told the girl not to worry, since this is the center of Huanjin, and therefore he will protect it, but he will not be able to hold out for long. And then he ordered that while he was here, The servant should go and check the protective pillars and gather all the servants, when suddenly someone said that this was not necessary. As it turned out, it was Sylvester, next to whom his red balls were dangling in the air. While the ball broke through Wanjin's defense, the evil spirits said that they were the only ones left alive in this dome. A second later, the ball managed to break the barrier, and the spirits said that since everyone had already died, then it was time for them to die. The leader of the squad exclaimed in surprise that the spirit was able to break through the center of Huan Jin so quickly, when suddenly a servant jumped out in front of the man, saying that she would protect Huan Jin, and her sword collided with the red ball of the evil spirit. A second later, the man made a strangled sound and a cloud of dust rose around him, and the maid, another servant, covering her mouth from the dust with her sleeve, called the man and the girl. But when the dust cleared, it turned out that the blow had torn off the arm of the man and the girl. Noticing this, the servant screamed loudly in fear, clutching her face with her hands. But then Sylvester threw his red ball at the girl, telling her to shut up. While the girl was still in shock, a figure in white ran up to her. This man grabbed the sword, holding it with both hands, and then this girl stuck it into the ground, and then blue ice began to spread across the ground. The red ball and the ice were almost ready to collide, but still the red ball managed to break through the ice shield, and he flew straight at the girl, who opened her eyes wide. The ball crashed into the girl, knocking her hat off her head and freeing her white braid. However, the girl still stood on her feet, although her hand was still touched by the ball, and she opened the wound with her hand. The girls and Sylvester and Spencer were at a distance, and, as it turned out, the ball pierced a long and wide hole. Spencer noted that the girl bravely tried to fight off the blow, but she would still die at the hands of an evil spirit. Sylvester noticed with some surprise that the girl was able to repel his ball, and then said that her soul was unusual. The former tiger, meanwhile, was thinking that if you are weak, you will be devoured, because this is the law of the universe. Looking at the girl, he thought that if you come to hunt on Mount Yen, then you immediately become the target of a stronger enemy. Suddenly Spencer noticed something that surprised him. As it turned out, this fearless servant turned out to be Chelsea. Looking at the already adult Chelsea, the man wondered what she was doing here. Getting closer to the girl and bending over her, the evil spirit, laughing, said that since he managed to meet the white blood, he was the luckiest today. And then Sylvester said that he would take the dirty little soul of the girl, which immediately angered the former tiger. But still he was haunted by the question of what she was doing here. The man recalled that Chelsea should have left with that Taoist, so why was she here now? Spencer understood that the evil spirit would definitely kill the girl, and therefore he needed to save her. However, the man immediately began to doubt himself. Can he save her from one of the most powerful spirits? Can he even resist him? And then he thought that they were not even that close, which meant there was no point in sacrificing himself. However, Chelsea decided not to give up just like that, but she decided to fight on and raised her sword. Sylvester, dodging her attacks, said that the girl was very strong, and then he, holding out his hand to her, said that she should not try before dying. But the blow of the evil spirit fell not on the girl, but on the ground, because she managed to dodge. However, Sylvester was still able to inflict a shallow wound on her cheek. Noticing this, Spencer's eyes widened. Bringing the claw in the girl's blood closer, the evil spirit scared and said that she was really strong. And then he licked his claw, saying that everything that was happening amused him. Suddenly the spirit felt something that made his body shudder, and his eyes opened wide. Smiling widely, the spirit shook with euphoria, saying that this was beyond his expectations, because it was a taste that he had never tasted. Suddenly he found himself at the girl's side, saying that, in addition, he was beginning to feel a surge of strength. Chelsea did not have time to dodge, and therefore Sylvester was able to grab her by the neck and said that only a few drops of blood gave this effect. And then, approaching the girl's neck, the spirit said that the girl's blood would help him raise his level of power. The evil spirit opened its mouth wide, about to swallow Chelsea whole, but suddenly his jaws closed not on the girl's tender neck, but on the tip of a sword. As it turned out, it was Spencer who inserted the sword between the jaws of the spirit, to which he called him a little asshole. Taking the sword out of his mouth with his other hand, Sylvester said how dare the guy do such a thing, while Spencer struck his hand, which was holding Chelsea by the neck, with his other sword. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from the place of the cut on the body of the evil spirit, which pushed the girl away from the spirit. Chelsea fell to the ground and was on her knees, holding her throat, clearing her throat. Wiping her lips with her sleeve, the girl looked to the side, thinking that this guy had followed her squad. Looking at Spencer, who was already ready to strike or take another blow, the girl thought that she had seen him before. Smiling nervously and sweating, Spencer thought he was going crazy. He thought about what he had done, and then sighed heavily. And then the former tiger turned to Chelsea, who had already risen from the ground, and noticed that it was not so bad that before his death he was able to meet her. Smiling, the guy noted that Chelsea had already become such an adult, and had grown into a beauty. In response to this, the girl looked at him blankly. Suddenly, an old man began to fly towards Spencer from the side, shouting about how this bastard dared to attack respected Sylvester. The guy swung his sword and a dark purple mist appeared around him. This fog, in which red eyes began to appear, began to absorb the old man, who did not understand anything and was in a panic. Looking sternly at the man, the guy said that initially he wanted to give a damn about him, but now he began to irritate him, and then asked him if not everyone has their own circumstances, repeating what he had told Spencer earlier. The old man's eyes were wide and slightly red as he begged for mercy. However, the fog did not spare the old man, and all that was left was splashes of blood. Holding his injured shoulder, Sylvester rose to his feet, calling Spencer an impudent man, and after he looked at him menacingly, he asked if the guy understood what he had just done, and then he himself answered, saying that with this action Spencer turned all his brothers into his enemies. Sighing quietly, the guy replied that he understood, and even already regretted it, and then, taking his sword more tightly, he continued, saying that now nothing could be done, because his instincts had already taken possession of him. Raising his remaining hand up, the evil spirit called fire into it, saying that these instincts of his signaled his imminent miserable death, and then he launched a sword made of fire at the former tiger. In response to this, Spencer swung his sword, sending a dark purple mist with red eyes to meet the fiery sword, which opened its mouth. The two attacks collided, but still, the sword of the evil spirit continued its movement further. Opening his mouth slightly, the guy was surprised that this sword could pass through his barrier so quickly and easily. And then he met this sword, parrying its blow with his sword, causing the fiery sword to bounce upward. But suddenly Sylvester grabbed this sword and shouted that he would cut the guy into small pieces. The three swords clashed together, and the evil spirit began to press Spencer into the ground, causing cracks to appear. Suddenly, one of the guy's swords broke and a small explosion occurred between the opponents. From this explosion, Spencer rolled head over heels to the side, breaking the ground into pieces. Looking at the guy, the evil spirit noted with surprise that he was able to repel his blow. Breathing heavily and holding one whole sword and one not-so-good one in his hand, the man crouched down, almost falling to the ground. Looking at the broken sword in his shaking hand, he noted that this valuable sword could not withstand even one blow, and then noted that any more and the evil spirit would have gotten it. Suddenly the sword flew towards Spencer again. The guy looked at this sword, cursing, when suddenly ice began to move towards him from the side. And a second later, Sylvester's sword got stuck in the ice. Chelsea, coming closer to Spencer, said that she could see that he was not an ordinary private, but he was unlikely to cope alone. And then she invited him to act together. And then she said, looking into the guy's eyes, that they needed to survive. Getting to his feet, ready to fight, Spencer echoed the girl, saying that they had to survive. Noticing that his victims were not going to give up without a fight, Sylvester shouted that they dared to raise their swords against him, the great Sylvester. And then he said that he would now show them all his power, and from the place where he stood, cracks appeared in the ground and dust rose. Quickly approaching the children, the evil spirit shouted that they would die painfully and painfully. Chelsea and Spencer looked at the spirit, eyes wide in surprise, while noticing how fast the spirit was. A second later, the guy and the evil spirit fought again, crossing swords. And then came several blows from Sylvester, which Spencer successfully blocked and parried. Suddenly, the evil spirit struck a blow that forced the man to run across the ground with his feet, raising dust and breaking the ground. But the guy successfully withstood this blow. Then Sylvester suspected something was wrong and stared at Spencer. And then he asked him if he was really at the second stage of the power level, while the guy, shaking with tension, held back the blow of the spirit. Hearing this question, Spencer thought that he had 6 power balls in total, and the power level was just above 3rd, so he was quite stronger than many. Suddenly, several ice swords appeared right in front of the evil spirit's face. Noticing this, he made a strangled sound and called the girl a scoundrel. Spencer, seeing this, thought with determination that now was the moment to attack Sylvester. And then he suddenly jumped up and pointed his sword straight at the evil spirit. Meanwhile, from below, Chelsea also pointed her sword at the evil spirit. Noticing this, Sylvester exclaimed irritably, "How dare they do this?" Suddenly he stomped his foot sharply, causing cracks to appear on the ground. And then fire burst out from the crack in his chest, which met the attacks of Chelsea and Spencer. And that fire successfully pushed the man away, causing his sword to even fly out of his hands. The girl also flew to the ground, dropping the sword from her hands. And soon a river of lava appeared near her feet. And noticing this, the girl said that the evil spirit could control not only fire, but also lava. Without wasting any time, Sylvester began to approach the girl still lying on the ground. Looking around, Chelsea found her sword and had already reached out her hand to it, preparing to grab it and attack the spirit. However, before she could pick it up, the evil spirit stepped on the sword, breaking it. And then the spirit grabbed his red sword and stuck it into the ground, pinning the girl's palms to the ground. From this action, the girl screamed heartrendingly, to which the spirit replied that she should lie there quietly until he returned. And then he jumped sharply, leaving only dust behind. The spirit's latest attack also left Spencer fairly battered, and his clothes were singed and torn. The man looked around in panic, looking for Chelsea. But before he could find her, an evil spirit grabbed the guy by the face. Lifting the man off the ground, the evil spirit said that in the end Spencer had forced him to reveal his full power, and for that he should be praised. And then he said that, in addition, he would dissolve the guy, without leaving the slightest trace of him, until lava began to burst out of the crack in his chest. A strong stream of lava sprayed directly onto Spencer while the spirit was still holding his head. This lava flow spread a few meters further, carrying the guy away from the spirit. While the evil spirit was still standing with his hand raised, the former tiger flew into Wanjin's barrier and smashed it with his body. The girl stared in shock at Sylvester and the hole in the barrier. Sighing, the evil spirit said that since there was no one else who could interfere with him, now he could enjoy dinner. And then he turned around sharply. The spirit was about to head towards the girl, when suddenly he noticed something and sharply turned his head. As it turned out, Spencer had not died from the last attack and was now standing, emitting a red light. Noticing this, Chelsea began to free her hands, thinking that she needed to quickly help the guy. Looking at her hands, the girl noted that it looked like her hands weren't that badly damaged. And then she began to raise her hands up, undergoing terrible torture. But despite the pain, the girl continued, gritting her teeth so as not to make unnecessary sounds. Suddenly, her classmate ran up to Chelsea. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the spirit in torn clothes and looked at the spirit with hatred, barely standing on his feet. Coming closer to the guy, Sylvester said that his attack corresponded to the 4th level in power, and therefore he could not believe his eyes. And then he added that although the guy was not as valuable as the white blood, it was all surprising that he could withstand such a blow. And then Sylvester sharply hit the ground with his remaining hand, breaking it, and said that this time he would send the guy to the underworld. Having said this, the evil spirit took out a huge piece of lava from the hole he had made. Noticing this, Spencer prepared to push off the ground, smashing it as his hands turned white and claws appeared on them, noting that the spirit was about to attack. A second later, the evil spirit pushed off the ground and flew towards Spencer with a piece of lava in his hand, screaming for the guy to eat his lava. But before the spirit could strike, Chelsea ran out in front of the guy, who had already freed herself from the spirit's sword. Surprised, Spencer almost called the girl by name, but came to his senses in time and did not finish his sentence. Twirling her arms, Chelsea began to form a barrier with her blood. A second later, the evil spirit's lava and the white blood's blood shield collided. This shield successfully withstood the demon's attack, causing him to curse loudly. Knowing that what the girl was doing was dangerous, the guy extended his hand, intending to stop the girl. But he didn't have time, and suddenly there was an explosion, and Spencer only managed to shout the girl's name. Choking from the dust that was raised by the explosion, the servant tried to find her sister, calling out to her. When the dust settled a little, she noticed Chelsea, next to whom Spencer was sitting, and then ran towards them. The guy was sitting on the ground in torn clothes, holding the girl's head with his hands while she was unconscious. Everything around turned into ruins, but Sylvester got out from under the ruins, and cursing, said that he hates when these fucking insects bother him and interfere where they shouldn't. Meanwhile, still unconscious, Chelsea was breathing heavily as she developed a fever. Spencer looked at the girl in despair and wondered what he should do, because Chelsea could die this way. The maid ran up to the guys, calling her sister and asking if she was okay. The maid fell to the ground on her knees in front of Chelsea and tried to rouse her, but when she touched her, she quickly pulled her hands back as if she had been burned. The girl fearfully wondered why her sister had such a fever, and said that if she was not cooled down, she would die. And then she put both her palms on Chelsea's stomach and began to use her strength in an attempt to cool the girl down. But after that she noticed that with her powers she could not do this for long. Continuing to cool the girl, the servant said that in order to get rid of the fever, she needed to leave here as soon as possible. Spencer looked at the maid completely confused and with despair in his eyes when she noticed that this place was dangerous for Chelsea. Lowering the girl's head to the ground, the guy told the other girl that this was enough. And then, standing up, Spencer said that he was leaving Chelsea to the girl. Turning around, the guy went to Sylvester, who was already waiting for him. Looking at Spencer, the evil spirit noted that this was all somehow strange, and he thought that the guy wanted to take possession of the white blood, and therefore attacked the spirit. The evil spirit noted that the former tiger had the breath of the beast, strong energy, and this atmosphere. But suddenly the evil spirit understood what was commanding Spencer, and then he said that this is exactly how men react when their woman is touched, in response to which the man became seriously angry. Without hesitating for a second, the guy struck at the evil spirit with his claws, revealing his sharp teeth. And then a whole series of blows followed, but the opponents were worth each other, and so far no one could win. Suddenly, one of Spencer's blows hit Sylvester's shoulder. Having received this wound, the evil spirit became very angry and pierced the enemy's shoulder with his palm. But the former tiger did not give up, he only clenched his jaws harder and grabbed the spirit's hand, and then he struck Sylvester in the face. And now on the face of the evil spirit there were 2 wounds, from which golden blood flowed. Shouting that the guy was really annoying him, the evil spirit used his leg to push the guy into the ground. Spencer jumped back and landed on his feet, and tried to stop himself by clinging to the ground with his claws. Suddenly the man coughed, and a spray of blood came out of his mouth. After that, he concluded that he did not have time, because his body was falling apart. And then, as he transformed his body more and more into that of a tiger, he thought that he needed to fight with all his strength. Spencer's face showed tiger stripes as he thought about tearing this evil spirit into pieces. A second later, Spencer rushed at full speed, preparing to attack Sylvester with his claws, his eyes glowing red. Noticing this, the evil spirit was greatly surprised, wondering why this former tiger was becoming stronger and stronger. The man and the spirit fought again, striking each other many blows. Having shouted that Spencer is an idiot and should stop, Sylvester again hits the ground. And then he sharply raised his hand up, and a huge column of lava burst out of the ground, which the guy could not avoid. The evil spirit laughed triumphantly, saying that the man had already gotten him, and therefore he should just melt in his seething lava. But suddenly this column of lava was surrounded by blue fire, and the guy in it began to scream loudly. Sylvester was very surprised to see the blue fire, and could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, with the help of his blue fire, Spencer was able to dispel the spirit's lava pillar. The shocked evil spirit muttered a question, "How is this possible?" But the former tiger did not hesitate for a second and began to attack the evil spirit with his blue fire. Now the blue fire had spread several meters in length, and the evil spirit could not escape it. This blue fire became a good weapon against Sylvester, because while in it, the spirit began to burn, turning into ashes. Spencer watched the suffering of his opponent, his soul heavy, and all the features of the tiger in him had already disappeared. Some time later, the battle was over and Chelsea woke up. Noticing the movements, the servant, still using her powers on the girl, asked her sister if she had woken up, in response to which the girl muttered that she should help him. In response, the servant said that Spencer had already defeated Sylvester, but the girl replied that he was still in danger. Having heard this, the first looked at the second in surprise and thought that Chelsea sometimes said strange things, but she was never mistaken. Meanwhile, Sylvester was still burning in the blue fire as his killer stood before him. Closing his eyes, Spencer sighed, parting his dry lips in relief that the spirit had lost and that the battle was finally over. Suddenly the spirit spoke. He said that these flames are Shinsa belts. And then, flashing his green eyes, he stared at the guy, saying that this is a flame that does not go out without killing the enemy, and then exclaimed that Spencer is not worthy of such power. Hearing this, the man opened his eyes wide, staring at Sylvester. Suddenly the green eyes of the spirit sparkled, and a dark blue fog appeared around him, and the spirit itself called on the guy to see the real appearance of the great Sylvester. And then the evil spirit rose above the ground and some red flashes began to escape from the crack in his chest. And then, having increased in size, Sylvester revealed his real appearance. He grew horns, and protection appeared on his chest, and his arm grew back. Spencer looked at the evil spirit in bewilderment, wondering if the power of the evil spirit had increased. And then the spirit, holding its horn, said that with this technique it would spend all its resources. As it turned out, this horn turned out to be a sword with which the spirit was going to finish off the man. Attacking the former tiger, Sylvester said that although he would use up all his resources with this technique, at least he would not leave Spencer alive. And then he quickly moved behind the man who did not expect such an outcome. Without hesitating for a second and with a sharp wave of his hand, the evil spirit struck a strong blow at the man, which caused a bright flash. However, to Sylvester's surprise, Spencer was able to dodge this attack. The spirit got seriously angry and began to strike the guy many times. However, the man almost successfully evaded these attacks, although he occasionally suffered minor injuries. The evil spirit noticed with surprise that the man managed to evade his attacks due to his bestial instincts, and then he extended his regrown fiery hand towards Spencer, and shouting for the man to try to dodge this attack, he attacked him with an explosion. Spencer didn't have time to dodge, but could only shield his face with his hands in an attempt to defend himself. This explosion threw the man several meters away from the evil spirit, breaking the ground. The stunned man, breathing heavily, thought that this was probably his limit, because his opponent was still one of the most powerful evil spirits. Suddenly some spikes came out of the ground, surrounding Spencer, saying that it was time for them to call it a day. Sylvester made sure that these spikes tightly surrounded the guy, sometimes piercing him, causing him to make a strangled sound. A little later, the evil spirit thought with irritation that the limit of his capabilities had already come, and there was no more time. And then he said that Spencer was just a bastard, that in some unknown way he was able to increase his strength despite his origin, and then added that he would help the former tiger disappear. And then, shouting that he would destroy the guy so that he would not become a burden to such great spirits like him, he rushed at the former tiger. And now the thorn of the evil spirit almost reached Spencer's face, and he could not do anything about it. But suddenly the servant stuck Spencer's sword into Sylvester's back, making him unable to strike the man. Angry, the evil spirit turned on the girl, causing her to let go of the sword in fear, which remained in the back of the spirit. The evil spirit wanted to get this sword, but it began to emit vapors of purple fog with red eyes, which grabbed onto the spirit, not letting go. Noticing this, Spencer told himself that this was his last chance, and he must show all his strength, and then his bestial essence began to appear again. And then he, breaking the ground, prepared to attack Sylvester. The evil spirit exclaimed angrily that the man could not defeat him with such a cheap trick. He then waved his hands and the purple mist dissipated, releasing him. And now the opponents were ready to clash again in a duel. Using his blue fire, Spencer struck Sylvester's stomach, causing him to not be able to dodge, but only made a dull sound. When the evil spirit looked at the former tiger, he said that he would try to defeat him with such a trick. And then the man used blue lightning strike, causing the spirit to begin to suffer in agony while blue light burst out of it from every possible hole. This blue fire rose several meters, burning Sylvester. As it turned out, this pillar of blue fire in the shape of a bird rose so high that it could be seen several kilometers away. Meanwhile, on the mountain, while the thunderstorm was raging and lightning was sparkling, a dragon sat, wrapping her in his body. Suddenly, this dragon landed on a small ledge on the mountain, and its body, turning into mist, began to transform into the body of a man. And then, some time later, a man with long white hair stood on the ledge, his feet pointing into the distance. Feeling something, he said that Sylvester was dead. Some time later, a man on duty in some open area said that he was bored, to which another replied that everyone would soon return, and therefore they needed to stand on duty. The first man mockingly said that the other was acting like a loyal dog. Suddenly they noticed a man running from the depths of the forest. One of the men noticed that a Taoist from another squad was running towards them, and then, noticing that he was alone, he wondered why he was alone. A running man, covered in blood, shouted that an evil spirit had appeared. One of the men on duty asked again that the spirit had killed all his comrades, and then asked the shaking man to calm down and tell everything. Shaking with fear, the man held his head and said that this evil spirit killed all his comrades at the same time, and he had to run away from there. One of the men who met the other at the base noticed that he was out of his mind. Turning to the leader of the squad with a tattoo on his forehead, he asked what he thought, and then he noticed that this story seemed like nonsense. Looking sternly at the shaking man, the leader of the squad noticed that it was already such a time, but other squads were not returning, and, as a leader, he could not ignore this. And then he commanded that all the warriors take up their weapons. As the men prepared, he said that they would go inside Mount Yen while the rest would remain at the base. Suddenly, someone entered the base, holding a girl in his arms, while another girl was fussing over her. As expected, it was Spencer, Chelsea and her classmate. One of the men recognized the guys as warriors from the Pingen detachment, and then asked if they, too, had suffered at the hands of that spirit. The servant asked how the men found out, to which he shouted that a Taoist from another squad had already told them about it, and then he said that this spirit had killed everyone. Although it was hard to believe it, the girl replied that they don't have to worry, this spirit will already be defeated. Hearing this, the panicked man raised his gaze, and then he shouted that it couldn't be, because the power of that evil spirit was level 3 or even higher, and therefore it would be impossible to defeat him even if they all attacked together. Hearing about this, the men froze in surprise. The servant replied that all their troops suffered, but still the spirit was defeated, and then she added, saying that Chelsea also suffered at the hands of that spirit. Then someone ordered that she be placed on a cloth on the ground, and then the same person ordered the doctors to provide first aid to the newcomers. One of the doctors, looking at the girl and assessing her condition, said that it would not be possible to help her here, and then someone shouted for the girl to be carried to the central building. Without saying anything, Spencer looked at Chelsea with concern. Suddenly the sacred beast, lying on a hill, asked if he had killed Sylvester. As it turned out, the sacred beast asked the man about this mentally, and he also mentally asked, turning to him, whether he had let that evil spirit inside this mountain. The sacred beast replied that the spirit was caught by people and locked up here for several centuries so that he could live peacefully here. And then he said that the spirit was supposed to bring him a liberation board. The liberation board is a board that forces the submission of a holy, powerful spirit, and if the spirit itself signs its name with its own blood, it will submit to the owner of this thing. And then the beast said that everything went wrong because of Spencer, in response to which he asked if he really wanted to kill him now, thinking that it was now clear why the spirit of the 4th level was here. The beast responded, laughing, that he had no need to do this, and then said that the former tiger, since he killed Sylvester, should finish what he did not have time to do. Hearing this, Spencer was surprised and said that his strength level was at the 2nd level, and by the standards of the people he was an ordinary private, and then asked how he could get what belonged to the elders. The sacred beast replied that for now everything is so, but he will tell you the place where Spencer will raise the level of his essence, and he will definitely succeed, because he, being at the 2nd level, killed Sylvester. In response, the former tiger defiantly asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing such a question, the sacred beast asked if he was seriously asking such a question to him, and then he said that if he revealed the secret of the man's essence, I wonder what would happen here, and then he asked what Spencer wants more, to die here or raise your level and help him. Spencer thought that he initially had no choice, but he barely returned from the battle alive. And then he thought that he could not ignore the fact that he could rise to a step higher, and then he agreed to the sacred beast's proposal. Some time later, night had already fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. Someone stood in the gazebo and spoke, addressing the greedy, petty little people. As it turned out, it was Spencer. He said that he fought, putting his whole life on the line, and he was repaid with such a trifle. And then he added that it was as if he had been used and thrown away like an unnecessary thing, and therefore there is no point in further here be. The man noted that he was able to leave calmly. Therefore, he assumed that the servant, as promised, did not tell anything about Sylvester, and then said that if they suddenly found out, they would immediately suspect him and reveal him. Looking into the distance, the man said that he could not act rashly and hastily, and therefore he needed to slowly think about everything. Spencer noted that thanks to his victory over Sylvester, he received a lot of interesting things, and such specimens cost a fortune. Squeezing his hand, he noticed that some of them had never even dreamed of this. However, leaning on the railing, he wondered why his soul was so empty. The man thought that maybe he should have at least said hello to Chelsea. Looking at the sky with a smile, he said that even if he had done this, nothing would have changed. The girl would hardly have believed that he was Spencer, and if she wanted to see him, she would have come to his mountain long ago. The man concluded that now she lives her own life. He thought with annoyance that they had spent too little time together for any clear memories to remain, and as expected, this meeting was only a fleeting intertwining of their destinies. For some time he stood leaning on the railing, turning around with his whole body, noticing someone unusual. Spencer, looking at the arrival, asked who he was. The long-haired guy apologized for disturbing him, and then said that he had come on behalf of the Taoist from Ilwinman. Wondering why he came, Spencer asked if he could find out the guy's name and status. The guy replied that he was a Taoist, and his name was Eugene. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, the man was surprised, because that's the name of the main character of the novel in which he ended up. He remembered that this guy is the youngest Taoist of all time and all the ropes lead to him, and such a character is standing in front of him. Nervous, Spencer said that he was just an ordinary onlooker observing the events in the mountain. Tapping his chin with his fan, Eugene asked again, and then said that it was a little strange, and then he asked if there really was a simpleton in Ilwinman in the form of a magical beast. Hearing this, Spencer instantly knew that he was caught. Suddenly the man took out many seals, which he immediately launched at Eugene. Covering himself with his fan, the guy asked if these were spiritual seals, and then he waved his fan, creating a hurricane of seals, and then this hurricane of seals headed towards Spencer. Holding the fan in his hand and looking at the enemy, Eugene said that this animal is surprising because it can use seals. Assuming that Spencer was going to kill all the Taoists, the guy looked at the former tiger, who was standing on a small piece of stone, and everything around him was destroyed. Looking at the guy, Spencer noted that he was able to defend himself from his attack with one wave of his fan, which significantly exceeded the man's expectations. Awakening his animal nature, the former tiger thought irritably about why some monsters appeared after Sylvester. Suddenly, Spencer, surrounded by his blue fire, flew up into the air while his opponent was in shock at what was happening. The former tiger extended his hand to attack Eugene, in response to which he replied that it was very reckless to use fire against the Taoist who controlled the wind and that he would burn him in his own fire. Spencer, still hanging in the air, began to concentrate his blue fire from his palm. Eugene looked at his opponent in surprise as his eyes glowed red. Suddenly, a fire spread across the entire mountain in a bright blue stripe, burning everything in its path. The fire, as expected, also reached Eugene, causing him to crouch down, protecting himself with his fan. And then, waving his fan, he stood up, dispersing the fire with his wind. Gritting his teeth with anger, he said that if he had not protected himself from this fire that absorbs the wind, he would already be dead. As it turned out, Spencer turned into a falcon and quickly flew away from the mountain, rejoicing at his move, and shouted that he had not yet gone crazy to fight such a Taoist. And then he added that he certainly wouldn't fight him on human territory. But suddenly the former man, now a falcon, coughed up blood. Wiping his beak with his wing, Spencer thought that it was because he had overdone it, and it was immediately noticeable. Thinking that he needed to leave this place as quickly as possible, he noticed that an area in the sky shone with a pink light. Suddenly the falcon was struck by lightning. Eugene took off on his sword, waved his bident, causing that very lightning, and shouted that he had finally caught this bastard. Looking menacingly at the falcon, he asked if he really thought that he could escape from him. But then, flapping his wings, Spencer from somewhere took out Sylvester's red ball, which smashed this lightning into pieces. Noticing this, Eugene's eyes widened, wondering what just happened. As he rushed towards his opponent, he thought that it was amazing that his opponent could transform into different creatures, but even more amazing was that he had protection from his Enrollment attack. Smiling greedily, the guy thought that Spencer still had many ways to protect himself from fire, and he would take them all for himself. He sharply raised the hand in which he was holding the bident, and lightning began to burst out of it. and a lot of lightning struck Spencer while he tried to protect himself from them with the help of red balls. In a panic, the falcon thought that he would not be able to hold off these attacks forever, and then he thought about the fact that he would have to use it. Suddenly, the falcon's body glowed with blue light, and many falcons identical to Spencer flew away from the enemy. In response to this, Eugene's eyes glowed with a yellow light, and he shouted that his latest trick was clones, but this cheap trick would not work before his eyes. But suddenly it turned out that this cheap trick is not so simple. Looking at the falcons, the guy noted that his eyes define everyone as real, and then he wondered how a pathetic second-level animal could use the power of such a level. Without moving from his spot as the birds flew away, he thought that if he kept warm behind each clone, he might miss the real Spencer. For a second, Eugene froze, wondering what to do. Suddenly he raised his hands, in which he held his fan and bident, and said that no matter what, he must acquire these abilities, and it is not scary that several mountains will suffer. Meanwhile, the real Spencer, in human form, was hiding in a tree and breathing heavily, watching the enemy. He wondered why the guy wasn't chasing after the clones, and then assumed that he was having trouble telling which one was real. And then he hoped that Eugene would not be able to sense his spiritual power, because it was impossible for him to know where the real Spencer was just by energy. The man thought that he had only one Nedana left, and if he was found, he would be finished. Suddenly, something flashed with a purple light in the sky, and then something glowed even more intensely, illuminating everything around. Suddenly lightning struck the ground, breaking it, and Spencer thought that it seemed that the Taoist wanted to destroy the clones along with the mountain. Meanwhile, on Owenman, the minions and Taoists did their best to extinguish the blue fire. One of the men shouted for the others to quickly call all the other Taoists who controlled the powers of water. Arriving at the place, the Taoists asked in bewilderment what was happening in the middle of the night, and then, waving their arms, they attacked the fire with jets of water. However, it seemed that their water could not cope with this fire, and then the Taoists sharply jumped away from this fire. One of the Taoists noted in bewilderment that this fire can even burn water. Suddenly Elder Magnus arrived and shouted why the men were just standing there while everything was burning. One of the men told the elder that this fire was unusual, because it could not be extinguished with water. Magnus shouted at the man, asking him if he really couldn't feel the energy that comes from the fire, and then became indignant that Taoist Ilwanmuna couldn't feel even such basic things. And then, when the man was asked what they should do, he shouted that they should carry the Peninsula, and that they should not spare him and put out the fire with his help. Elder Magnus thought that all these people were just a bunch of mediocre fools who could not notice obvious things. Suddenly he noticed that a few kilometers further unnatural lightning was thundering at full blast. And suddenly the man, turning into a nuisance, disappeared. Meanwhile, Eugene's lightning thundered the mountain, tearing trees out of the ground with their roots. This blow also hit Spencer, causing him to fly to the side. Having hit the ground, the man pushed off and flew further, falling on his back. Lying on the ground on his back and closing his eyes in pain, the former tiger thought that this guy was crazy, because he had demolished several mountains with their roots. Suddenly a huge boulder flew towards the man, and that boulder landed right on Spencer's stomach as he tried to push it away with his hands. Grinding his teeth from tension, Spencer thought that he couldn't use his strength, otherwise Eugene would find him, and therefore he had to hold on only with physical strength. And then he tensed even more, thinking that he didn't care about all this. However, then a second boulder flew towards the man. With his eyes wide open, the former tiger thought about what kind of cruelty was happening here. But suddenly someone grabbed his collar with 2 fingers, and then the same someone pulled him back. A woman stood holding a boulder with one hand and with the other, pulling a man out from under it. Looking at the savior, Spencer quietly asked who it was. But suddenly his savior slammed her hand firmly into his mouth, and then she raised one finger, pressing it to her lips and indicating to the man that he needed to be quiet. Meanwhile, that same boulder began to crumble into small pieces, hitting the ground. Towering over the ruined area, Eugene wondered why he still hadn't sensed his opponent's energy. Breathing heavily, the guy assumed that the beast had already managed to escape. But then he remembered that Spencer had used all the clones, and then thought that this bastard was able to deceive all the Taoists of Ilwanman. Again arming himself with his fan and bident, the guy said that let the beast continue to hide until his strength runs out, and if he finds even a hair of it, then there will be nothing left of him. Suddenly, Elder Magnus appeared next to the guy and asked the guy if he was the rebel who started it all. Looking at the man, the guy immediately recognized him as Taoist Ilwinman, who was also a Wanseong level howler. And then, having introduced himself, Eugene bowed his head and folded his hands, greeting the elder. Hearing that the guy's name was Eugene, Magnus immediately remembered that he was the one who had already become a Taoist at a young age, ahead of many. And then, looking at him sternly, the elder said that the guy would still have to answer for everything he did today. Eugene immediately tensed upon hearing this, and then he began to make excuses, saying that he did not want to cause a commotion, but simply could not close his eyes to the fact that one animal, pretending to be a Taoist, was walking among his comrades, and besides, his magical abilities are good, and therefore, he had no choice. The man was surprised to hear that a magical animal had made its way onto the mountain. Combing his white beard with his fingers, the elder said that it was unlikely that the guy was deceiving him, and then wondered if the beast had really taken advantage of the moment when all the Taoists left their posts due to the war with magical beasts. But then the man asked Eugene if he didn't think that he had crossed the border today, and then added that although these mountains are nameless, they belong to Ilwinman. A little confused, Eugene, trying to justify himself, said that everything was not at all like that, because this beast was of extraordinary strength, and it was both physically and magically stronger than everyone he had seen before. Then he was about to ask for help, but came to his senses, and then the guy began to wonder what would happen if he caught Spencer with the help of the elder. After some thought, Eugene realized that he would need the elder's permission to gain all of Spencer's abilities, and besides, the probability of refusal was doubled, and then he thought that he could not bear to watch someone else take his powers. Suddenly Elder Magnus asked the guy if he was really trying to say that he was wrong. Holding his bident with a shaking hand, the guy once again sent a message that he could not allow someone else to receive these abilities. Crossing his arms in front of him, Eugene apologized, asking the man to forgive his rash action that led to nothing, and then he said that they would definitely catch that evil spirit, so there was no need to get angry. Looking sternly, the elder replied that this is exactly how it should be. Looking at the man from under his brows, Eugene sent the message that this cunning old man wants to assert himself and count him, and therefore he will bend his neck for now. Flying away from the guy on his sword, the elder concluded that he had done so many things, but could not catch the beast, and therefore they would still have to discuss his speech in the main hall, and besides, he wanted to hear how Eugene ended up in Ilwinman. Agreeing with the man, Eugene thought that he would definitely return everything to him in full. Looking back at the destroyed mountains, he thought that even though Spencer was able to leave today, he would definitely find him and take everything he had. A few hours later it has already arrived. Suddenly someone's hand burst out of the ground, and Spencer came out of the ground. Suddenly he took a sharp breath, exhaling dust. Rubbing his bruised back, he began to be indignant, saying that he had come across some kind of psycho, and then he turned around and said that he was in debt again, and then thanked him for being able to survive. Hillary replied that there was nothing special about it, while the man thought that if the woman had not appeared, then that man would definitely have killed him. And then he remembered that the differences in strength between the elder and Eugene were too great. Suddenly someone loudly called Spencer's name. As it turned out, it was some girl with cat ears on her head, who, screaming, asked why he was constantly being beaten, and then she noticed that if it weren't for them, he would have died already. The former tiger stared at the girl, wondering who she was. Suddenly he realized that it turned out to be a black panther. While the girl was shaking sand from her ears, saying that the human body is uncomfortable, Hillary tried to calm her down. Still shocked, the guy asked if the Black Panther had really been a girl all this time. In response to this, the girl said that he was asking the obvious. Now Spencer was completely out, while the Black Panther complained that he had left again without saying anything, and then she said that it was all karma, and therefore he should no longer leave alone. And then, leaning over, she asked if the guy understood everything. Blushing and stuttering, Spencer replied that he understood. Suddenly he noticed the same bracelet on her hand, and then he looked at the bracelet on his hand, and then, turning around sharply, he asked Hillary if they could take off these love bracelets. The woman replied that, of course, they could. Hearing this, Spencer immediately approached the woman, ordering her to take them off now. In response to this, Hillary said that there are two ways to remove this bracelet. The first is that someone must die, and then the bracelet will disappear on its own. And then she continued that the second way is to cut off your own hand. And after throwing lightning bolts, she said that Spencer could choose any of them. In response to this, the guy, without saying anything, stared at Hillary, who was throwing lightning. And then he said that he was thinking and realized that this bracelet was quite fashionable. And then he said that he decided to wear this bracelet not out of despair, but because he decided so himself. And then, looking at the woman who was still ready to attack, he asked her to calm down. A few hours later it was evening and Spencer was walking across the field. He thought that his body was slowly recovering, but his spiritual strength had not yet fully recovered. Spencer guessed it was because he used that power, and then he thought that in order to restore his Yandan, he needed to climb to the third stage. And then he remembered the offer that the sacred beast made to him. Arriving in Subamban, Spencer thought that with great power comes great responsibility, so he must first defend himself well. Looking at the sunset, the guy thought that here in Subamban, unlike other mountains, there is little spiritual energy, but there are many Taoists, and that Eugene, who is probably chasing him, is unlikely to think that he is hiding among people. That's why he decided to stop here. The Black Panther asked if it really took them so long to come here, because there are better places. But here there are a lot of people and it's cramped. Spencer turned around and shouted that she wanted to follow him, but he wasn't going to leave, so she could leave if she wanted. Night fell. Spencer, the Black Panther and Hillary stopped in a cave. Hillary and her mistress slept next to each other. But as it turned out, the woman was not sleeping, but was watching Spencer, who was also awake. Coming out of the cave and reaching the cliff, the guy noticed that the clouds covered the moon, and its power did not have time to be completely saturated. But then he added that we still need to prepare in advance before something shines green. Spencer took out one of the treasures, Savalgian's power, and then wondered if it was as strong as they said. Taking out an egg and golden lichen, he noted that this was the most expensive thing he had, and therefore, if he swallowed it, he might receive power beyond the third level. But suddenly, tearing off the egg, he said that for now his strength would be enough for him, and then he threw it into the treasure. Holding the treasure in his hands, Spencer noted that if something goes wrong, it means that it does not belong to him. He got it by accident anyway. But suddenly the full moon came out. The guy raised his hand after the treasure flew into the air. A few seconds later, white smoke began to come out of the treasure, and suddenly everything around was illuminated with white light. And then, after its lid was opened, 2 eggs flew out of the treasure. Screaming triumphantly, Spencer caught the treasure, saying that apparently people were not mistaken when they called it the most expensive thing. And then the guy took one of the eggs in his hand and threw it into his mouth. Then a faint blue glow enveloped his body, and Spencer, placing his hand on his heart, closed his eyes. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, which glowed orange, making a strangled sound, and then the body of the former tiger rose above the ground, and yellow smoke began to escape from it, tearing its body. And then Spencer exploded in a yellow flash on that cliff. But as it turned out, this explosion did not destroy his body, and the guy noted that he was able to achieve an increase in his spiritual power. A few hours later, morning came, and in the cave Spencer was rampaging, destroying the floor with his red balls. When a small hole formed in his butt, the guy decided that this was enough, and then he raised his hand with a necklace, from which water began to pour out. This water poured into that very hole, and Spencer asked if they were cramped inside the necklace. The catfish who were previously inside the necklace responded that it was not dark for them at all, and then said that they had not seen Spencer for a long time. The guy told them that they needed to stay in this makeshift lake for now, and then, holding out 2 orange balls, he told the catfish to take 1 dobanhuan each and completely master it. One of the catfish said that they could not take such a valuable thing, because Spencer must have gone through a lot to get it. In response to this, the former tiger said that they will go through hellish pain and become Yonhwa, and in order to walk side by side with him, they must become stronger. Hearing this, the catfish doubted that they could become stronger, but Spencer interrupted them, saying that if they were sincere then a fish could become a dragon. After a short silence, one of the catfish replied that they would gratefully accept Spencer's gift, and 2 balls rolled towards the fish. Afterwards, Spencer poured some dirt on the floor of the cave, and then began to take something out of his necklace. Suddenly Dustin flew out of the necklace, happy that he was finally out. Afterwards, the root happily greeted Spencer, to which he responded by noting that Dustin, as always, was cheerful. The guy said that Dustin would stay here for now, so he would have to keep an eye on these herbs. And then he also handed the living root to Debongwan, to which he only grimaced, saying that he hated the smell of young ginseng. Spencer only said in response that if he didn't want to, he wouldn't force him. And then he continued, saying that all the other guys at the Manhwa level have already eaten and are preparing to raise their level to Yonghwa. Hearing this, Dustin opened his eyes wide. And then, grimacing, he still ate the ball. Spencer, without saying anything, just looked at him with a smile on his face. And then Spencer decided to take care of the rest, and in general everything was in order. But, as it turned out, there was a problem in Guando's sword, which had marks from the previous battle. After examining the sword, the guy concluded that he could not use it until it was repaired, and also would not be able to use the Kumganjide egg. Looking at the egg, Spencer noticed that he had already drunk the elixir, and therefore the effect would probably not be the same. And then he remembered that if he grew this egg, he could get a Jumjang. But the problem is that the guy did not know how to let an egg hatch. While Spencer was wondering what to do, Sylvester's centipede approached him, and suddenly she ate the Kumganji egg. Noticing this, the former tiger suddenly jumped to his feet and cursed the centipede. The guy shouted that this was the only egg he had, while the centipede's eyes suddenly lit up, and suddenly she rushed towards her comrades, and then, making squeaking sounds, she tore all her relatives into pieces. Spencer was about to rush to stop this massacre, asking why they suddenly started fighting, when suddenly someone said that it would be better for them to watch for now. As it turned out, it was Hillary, who then said that this centipede had been known since ancient times. Looking back at the woman, Spencer asked if this centipede had a name. The woman replied that her name was T, and he roams the earth and swallows everything he sees. While the centipede massacre was still going on, Hillary continued, saying that T absorbs the powers of others and changes its appearance, becoming stronger. And now the battle was over, the blood of her comrades flowed down the centipede's mustache, and the woman finished speaking, saying that no one could evaluate the grant of Ti's power. Suddenly, many golden threads burst out from the centipede. Noticing this, Hillary asked in surprise if this insect really ate the Kumjengjiju, to which Spencer replied that it ate the Kumjengjidi. While the centipede formed a cocoon of golden threads around itself, the woman said that this insect changes depending on how it is raised, and therefore the guy should try to raise it. Thinking that he initially considered it a failure, Spencer became happy when he heard this. Taking out the sword, Spencer asked if Hillary could fix it. Taking it in her hands and examining it, the woman concluded that she could fix it, but she needed a few things. The guy willingly went to the village to get the missing things. Suddenly the Black Panther called out to him. Spencer looked back at her with a questioning look, and then, looking at her, he asked if she had just woken up. The former tiger said that he was going to the village on business, and then he asked the girl if she wanted to go with him. Running closer to the guy, the Black Panther said that he would do him a favor. Meanwhile, Hillary was looking at the sword, which was joyful in the air. Looking at him, she stated that he dared to deceive others while hiding himself. Taking something out of her sleeve, she said that he could not deceive her, and then she shot a lot of balls, telling him to show himself. These balls transformed into lotus petals under the sword and began to release smoke. And suddenly the spirit Sylvester appeared from the sword. He shouted, asking how the woman dared to act like that in front of him. Hillary immediately recognized the spirit of Sylvester, and then she asked what happened to him, because he was one of the best, and in the end, the evil spirit replied that a pitiful creature like her did not dare criticize him, and that she deserved severe punishment. And then he added that if the woman pretended that she didn't see him, he would let her go. But suddenly Hillary jumped forward and put her fingers on the spirit's forehead. She squeezed Sylvester's forehead in her hand, and he asked if she really wanted to kill him. Hillary said that the owner of this sword is the future groom of her mistress, and therefore she cannot allow anyone to interfere with them. And then she began to squeeze his head, causing him to begin to dissolve, in response to which the spirit screamed that he would tell her about the Pajanmajiak technique. Hillary stopped, asking if he really meant the technology that is passed down from generation to generation, and then she asked if his life was really so cheap. While the woman continued to squeeze the head of the spirit, he said that he would give her the Chanjian Jibo, but she would not be able to get this technique without his help. But Hillary was not convinced by this, and she noted that even on the verge of death he dares to lie, and then said that this technique is transmitted to the spirits themselves, but since Sylvester was defeated, it has already lost its value. and then she said that there was no point in leaving the spirit alive, and then she pulled something white out of his head. While the woman's eyes glowed eerily, she said that she would cut off a small part of the demon's soul and slowly study everything herself, and put the other part to good use. Hearing this, Sylvester was surprised at Hilary's level. But before the spirit could say anything else, the woman got down to business amid loud cries of the spirit. Meanwhile, in town, the Black Panther asked if Spencer wanted to buy something, and then she asked why they were walking around here then. Spencer replied that the pavilions run by the big clans were very expensive, and the quality of the smelting there was poor, and the situation was even worse for the small clans. Black Panther sighed knowingly. Suddenly she collided with the guy's back. Stopping in front of a shabby shack, Spencer said they had arrived. Rubbing his bruised nose, the Black Panther asked whether it seemed to her that this building was about to collapse. While the guy was going inside, she asked if there were people there at all. Entering the room, Spencer asked if the owner was there. Suddenly someone quickly dropped under the counter, and then someone started whispering under the counter, asking why they were hiding from their guest. And then two girls came out from behind the counter and loudly greeted Spencer. Looking at the girls, the panther noticed that they were not animals, but not people either, and then she was surprised that they could live among people. Putting the skins on the counter, the guy said that he wanted to make a one jinpa out of them, to which the girls began to actively wonder what he put in them. One of them said that this was the first time he had seen such a thing, and the other said that the guy was doing them such an honor. Spencer asked how much it would all cost. Suddenly one of the girls replied that it would cost 500 valuable stones, causing the bad girl to look at the other in shock. The guy thought that a good one jinpa should cost that much. The Black Panther, addressing Spencer by a different name, asked if he needed stones, to which the guy asked if she really had a lot of them, and then she hit the table sharply, telling him not to be surprised. And in the end there were a measly 3 stones on the counter. All 3 looked at this huge prize. Meanwhile, the former panther boasted that she found them while she was looking for the guy. As a result, the girl was kicked out of the shop, and she sat down sulking against the wall. These girls turned out to be Catherine and Isabella, whose origins are written in deep history, although its influence is small, and in a few years they will be talked about on every corner. But for now they are just little girls, just like Chelsea's past. Spencer, meanwhile, placed a bag of valuable stones on the counter. The girls looked at this bag in surprise. Catherine said in surprise that he really gave them, to which, covering her mouth, Isabella, laughing, said that Spencer would not regret it. But then, believe me, he said that he had a request. He also wants to participate in the process. The girls looked at each other doubtfully. As Spencer began to take the stones from the rack, he said that if they didn't want to, then so be it. But there were many people who would happily agree. Hearing this, Isabella shouted that they understood, and then asked him to promise that he would not tell about what he saw inside, to which the guy agreed. Suddenly someone entered the shop. The girls happily noticed that it was a certain Hunter, and then they joyfully ran towards him, pointing to their first visitor. Hunter patted Catherine's head while the other held his hand and then congratulated them. And then he said that since they were busy, he would go. And then he added that he didn't want to disturb the girls, because he just wanted to look at them. The girls saw off their friend. Spencer asked who this Taoist was. Isabella said that it was Hunter, the Taoist of Suwon, and Catherine added that he really helped them settle here. Hearing this, Spencer asked suspiciously, to which the girls replied that they were very grateful to him. Spencer thought that it was very surprising that a Taoist would help non-human beings. Meanwhile, Hunter's face was not at all happy. Standing against the wall of the shop, the panther was indignant, asking how long she could stand here. Suddenly she heard something. It turned out that they were children kicking a ball. The boys happily kicked the ball while the girl tried to keep up with them. Suddenly a panther appeared in front of the girl, and the boys continued to play. Suddenly one of the boys noticed the girl, and then finally everyone paid attention to her. The guys wondered who this girl was while she coughed in embarrassment, and then the children called her crazy, which made the former panther angry, and then she, screaming, drove the guys away. And then she said that she just wanted to play with them, but it was a great honor. Suddenly she heard something again. Turning around, she noticed a girl with white hair passing by. Turning around completely, she looked at the Taoists walking away into the distance. Turning around, the girl noticed that a strange energy was emanating from that girl. Suddenly Spencer addressed the panther, calling her Kimberly, and then he threw some huge red stone into her hands, and then said that this was a poem call that should be given to Hillary. Kimberly asked what the guy would do, to which he replied that he still had things to do, so she needed to go herself. But then the former panther asked where he was going. Spencer turned around and asked again. The girl replied that last time he also left without saying anything, and that he was going to do the same again. In response to this, the guy said that this time he was not going anywhere, and then added that she also might not tell him if she was going somewhere. Delighted, Kimberly asked again, and then said that now this is their oath. Spencer replied that he already knew all this, and therefore the girl could go, to which she told him to stop whining. Returning back to the shop where the ceremony had already begun, Isabella told the guy that when they began to merge, he should not make a sound, and also that if he lost concentration even a little, they could fail. And then she extended her hand with 2 balls of different colors and sizes. And then the girls, folding their hands, began to perform the merger while the skins lay on a special rug. Suddenly a white fog appeared around them, and they began to cast a spell in an unknown language, and the animal skins glowed. And then they began to gradually dissolve into the air. A few seconds later, the skins completely evaporated, and the girls raised their hands up following the light. Looking at all this, Spencer noticed that it was oneness and extinction, which are inextricably linked with each other, like existence and non-existence. And then he thought that this was clearly different from ordinary merging. Soon the light shone even brighter, and the guy thought that all this would have been impossible if they had not learned the secrets of heaven and earth. And this is not something that can be learned, this knowledge must be possessed. While something round was being formed from this light, the former tiger thought doubtfully whether these girls would really be able to create this in this wretched place without special fusion tools. And if they succeed, then they are very strong. Soon the light dissipated, and instead of it there was an object hanging in the air. As Isabella made the thing fly towards Spencer, she said that they were done, so now he needed to give the thing a name. Taking this thing in his hand, the guy replied that since it was in the shape of a wheel, he would call it Korean. The girls said that this was a good name. Pulling the Korean closer, Spencer thanked the girls and then said that they were incredibly strong, so next time he would turn to them again. Catherine said that they were very grateful to hear this, and Isabella said that they would do everything in their power to help him. Meanwhile, Kimberly and Hillary returned to the cave, but the panther was still worried, and the woman called on her to stop, and she also began to worry. Looking at her, the girl said that a lot of time had already passed since he left, to which the woman objected that if he said that he would return, then it would be so, when suddenly Kimberly noticed something. As it turned out, it was Spencer, who was returning back just in time. Jumping up from the stone on which she was sitting, the former panther went to joyfully greet the former tiger. Some time later, Spencer, holding his sword in his hands, which had apparently already been repaired, looked at it. And then he turned to Hillary in surprise, asking if it was possible that when they united the souls of 3 demons, they were able to form a new weapon. Hillary replied that she did not know for sure whether it was due to the souls of the 3 demons, or the souls absorbed by the sword before. But after the merging of the souls, a new weapon appeared. A little worried, the guy thought that it turned out that Sylvester had been waiting for him on Kuan Island all this time, and therefore, if not for Hillary, everything could have ended badly. Thinking about this, Spencer felt like his head was spinning just thinking about it. And then he thought that there were still so many things in this world that could not be believed to exist, and he also noted that he had almost reached the 2nd level. Swinging his repaired sword, he told himself that he needed to become even stronger and be even more careful. And then he said out loud that he should be glad that he had another powerful weapon. And then he remembered the centipede, and it obediently crawled out of his sleeve. Looking at her, the guy noted that she had become stronger. She also became very attached to him, which was obvious from the fact that she was lost against his cheek. Stowing his new sword in his necklace, Spencer said that he was going to Chongqing and did not know how long the trip would take. Hearing this, Kimberly jumped up and shouted that he was selfish, because she had been waiting for him for so long, and he was getting ready to go somewhere again. In response to the girl's surprise, the guy said that he just wanted to talk about this, and then said that he did not know what dangers awaited him this time, and also how long it would take. So he decided to invite Kimberly and Hillary to go with him. Hearing this sentence, the former panther blushed, and the woman covered her mouth with her hand. Blushing even more and looking away, Kimberly asked what came over Spencer, but in response, he said that if she doesn't want to, then let her say so, to which the girl replied that she very much agreed. Meanwhile, someone again entered the shop of Catherine and Isabella. Noticing this, Isabella said that it seemed they had a new visitor again, and then the girls unanimously greeted the visitor. But as it turned out, this visitor turned out to be Hunter. While already walking down the street, Hunter told the girls that Chianidon was under the control of his soulwoman. And then he continued, saying that it used to be the habitat of a Taoist named Chianyo, and after his death it became known as Chianidon. But as it turned out, they were afraid of this place because of the secret that Chianyo himself had hidden there, which could lead to bloodshed, and therefore they placed a ban on it. Hunter said that once every 100 years there comes a day when the ban is relaxed for 2 weeks, and that day is today. The girls guessed that he came to them because they knew Huan Jin well and so that they could help him find a hidden secret in Cheonggi-dong. Hunter replied that he was not interested in the secret, but only wanted to fulfill the will of his late teacher. After all, his teacher was close to him like no one else, but he was locked in Huan Jin and gave the order to escape. When he was already locked up, the teacher said that there was no time, and to believe him, he left Cheonggi-dong. But then he definitely returned to pick him up with the weapons that he would leave in this place. Hunter said he wants the teacher's body back to ease the pain of his loss. The guy said that he was very ashamed to turn to the girls for help, but he still came. But the girls replied that it was not at all difficult for them to help him, because he had done so much for them. The guy thanked the girls for these words, but as it turned out, someone was already watching their conversation. Suddenly 2 men came out of the alley and stood next to Hunter. After that, the guy said that these were his comrades who would go with them to protect them, so the girls did not need to worry. Meanwhile, Spencer and his girlfriends reached Cheonggi-dong. Spencer was examining the trunk of a tree. Noticing this, Kimberly asked what he was looking for there, to which the guy replied that he was looking for a tooth. The guy said that he was not sure that he was here, because he only heard about him, but they say that there is a tooth hidden in the tree that guards the treasure, and then, with a sigh, he noticed that it was not here either. Having heard about what this tooth means, the former panther eagerly wanted to look for it, and told Spencer to quickly get his arthropod friend. But suddenly Hillary said that this was not necessary, and pointing to a tree covered with moss, she said that she should look in this tree. Climbing up the tree, Spencer remembered that this happened hundreds of years ago, and therefore during this time the tree should have turned into an old ruin. Having parted the leaves, the guy was still able to find this tooth. Noticing it, he looked at it joyfully and exclaimed that he had found it. And then, under surprised glances, he fell to the ground in a bow. With her ears back, Kimberly asked what he was up to here. Had he really decided to atone for his sins? And then she shouted at him to stop, because he was scaring her, to which, blushing, the guy replied that the girl should shut up if she didn't know anything. Meanwhile, someone asked Hunter if he had to go there, to which he replied that he himself knew that it was not safe to send guides there alone. In response, the man said that the war would come to an end in 100 years, and therefore it was better not to go there now. In response, Hunter objected by saying that guides only live for 300 years, so can they wait another few years? Sighing, the man said that they had no choice then and wished them luck. And then the guy walked through the portal, shouting to his comrades that they were going to Cheonggi-dong. Catherine wanted to express her doubts, but Isabella immediately stopped her, told her not to worry, and assured her that everything would be okay. And then they, holding hands, entered the portal together. After some time, the whole team found themselves in front of some huge rift. Looking at this vault, one of the men asked if this was the entrance to Cheonggi-dong, and then noticed that this cave was simply huge. Meanwhile, Hunter called the girls, who responded at the same time. The guy told the girls not to let them down, and then the girls went forward together. Doubting, one of the men asked the guy if these kids could really lift the ban, and then said that he was worried about the fact that their future depended on these little ones. In response to this, the guy only urged the man to watch in silence. Looking at the entrance, the girls simultaneously said that it was incredible, and then one of them said that it was the first time she had seen such a powerful ban. And then they looked at each other, preparing to begin lifting this ban. Afterwards, they touched the invisible wall with their palms and began to cast a spell. And suddenly cracks appeared along this invisible wall, and soon, with a loud sound, this barrier completely split. The men noted with surprise that the ban was disappearing. One of them asked if these little guys were some kind of gods, because it was incredible. Meanwhile, Spencer was finishing, obviously with difficulty, his deepest bows to the tooth. And suddenly, after the last 100th bow, the tooth glowed with a bright light, and suddenly, a black oval passage opened right in the tree trunk. Kimberly was surprised to notice that a door had appeared. In response, Spencer, sitting on the ground and sighing from fatigue, said that before that he had to bow so much. And then they all entered this passage together. Looking around, Kimberly noticed that there were a lot of luminous plants growing here, and then asked why they were here. Also looking around, Hillary noted that there were Huanjin everywhere. Walking further, she said that this Huanjin fills this place and blocks contact with the outside world, and the plants are here so that independent air circulation is possible. And then she noticed that someone did a very good job, although she doesn't know what is the reason for this. Turning around joyfully, the girl exclaimed that there must surely be some kind of treasure here. Suddenly Spencer said that they had arrived. As it turned out, they came to a room where a huge wolf was lying eating flowers, and there was also a small red box in front of him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a monster similar to a hyena screamed, but this monster did not scream for long, because Hunter's bald comrade cut him with a sword, and then, smiling, he picked up a blue luminous sphere from the ground and laughed greedily. Another man also received blue spheres, and holding the severed head of a monster in his hands said that this was really a mountain of spirits, because magical creatures were running towards them. And then he asked Hunter, who was watching the girls who continued to resolve the prohibitions, if he also wanted to participate or did the Taoists not need such goodness. Meanwhile, the girls broke another ban. Looking at this, Hunter noted that this time it took Catherine and Isabella longer, and they were also even more tired. Meanwhile, the men ran further and further forward while the girls sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Hunter thought that from now on the path would become much more difficult, and meanwhile the men froze, shocked by the sight. Looking at the mountains, they said with surprise that it was amazing what was inside the mountain, and then they noticed a tree with white leaves. Coming closer, Hunter said that this is the famous holiday tree that grows only here in Cheonggi-dong, and the leaves of this tree contain very powerful. Having torn off one white leaf, the guy said that in Seoul they use them for energy recovery, and then he held out this leaf, inviting them to collect more of these leaves as one while they were here, in response to which the men cried out flatteredly that it was an honor for them. And Hunter thought to himself that since they had already reached the ghostly tree, then their goal was already close and he would very soon take possession of the treasure. Suddenly Catherine and Isabella turned to the guy, and he asked what was the matter. The girls said that in this place the Wanjins are intertwined with each other, forming a dense curtain, and thus this whole cave is like one large living creature. And then they continued by saying that they would have to remove the Wanjins without affecting the others, so it would take them several days to remove them all one by one. Hearing this, Hunter's comrade shouted that they had not agreed on this with him, namely that they would spend a whole week here. And then he asked him, still shouting, if he hadn't said that there would be no problems with the treasure, and besides, what about this treasure? Raising his weapon higher, Hunter said that the situation had turned out a little differently, and although he had hoped to delay this moment, he had no choice. And then he hit one of the girls, and suddenly blood sprayed from the wound on Catherine's chest. Meanwhile, Spencer told Kimberly not to scream, because with their screams they could wake up the dead. Kimberly asked again about what it meant to be dead, which Hillary confirmed. And then Spencer said that this place is the tomb of the she-wolf. And then, continuing, the guy said that this was the tomb of the very girl whom the golden spirit loved so much. The panther asked if it was the same spirit that he met in Ilvan. Meanwhile, Spencer said that there lived a she-wolf named Olivia, who loved to wander among people in human form. And then one day this Olivia met a Taoist, and after some time they fell in love with each other, and the relationship only grew stronger, despite the fact that the golden spirit and all the wolf's fellow tribesmen were against it. But even those who were able to overcome racial restrictions had one obstacle that even Olivia and her Taoist could not cope with, namely, the different periods of their lives. And although the girl often said that they were equal, magical creatures live for 1,000 years, and the lifespan of Taoists is 3 times shorter. In the end, the Taoist's life came to an end, and he left this world, and the she-wolf had no choice but to guard her lover's grave until the end of her days. The golden spirit did not want the girl to die, and therefore offered to extend her life, but she refused. She said that she had already known that love that happens once and forever, and therefore further life simply does not make sense. The she-wolf said that she decided to return to her homeland and merge with nature, because she felt that she had finally realized the most important thing. and she said that she hoped that the Golden Spirit would also meet such a person someday. Soon after this, Olivia died, and the last thing the Golden Spirit could do for her was to build a tomb for her serene eternal sleep. But this was the act of a fool, because in order to build the tomb, he spent too much of his spiritual power, and because of this he was captured by the Taoists of Ilwyn. After hearing the whole story, Kimberly said it was a different story. Remembering Chelsea, Spencer thought that, having risen only to the level of Ngal or Enmin, he could live at least 2,500 years, while the limit of human life is 1,000 years. Thinking about it, he noted that he and she were so far away. Approaching the red box, the guy said that this was the purpose of his coming. Opening the box and releasing the light from it, he said that it contained what the Golden Spirit had left for Olivia. Taking out a shining blue ball from the box, Spencer said that it was Jade Pectin. Hillary, hearing this, asked again, and Kimberly smiled widely and asked that this was probably something good. The woman answered her mistress that with the help of its energy, this ball allows a person to get rid of suffering and reach the level of Ngal, which greatly surprised the former panther. Starting to turn around, Spencer said that since the job was done, they could leave, because they shouldn't disturb the sleep of the deceased. Suddenly the whole room shook with a roar. Suddenly, as if something had pierced the guy through, he began to disappear, although he didn't seem to feel it himself. Kimberly, holding out her hand, rushed towards the former tiger with a scream. Suddenly, however, Spencer finally noticed something strange when it had already reached his head, but then he disappeared with a bang. Meanwhile, Catherine, in pain and shaking, fell to the ground. She was clutching her chest wound and Isabella asked to see it, and then she noticed that, fortunately, the sword had only grazed the skin. Looking at Hunter, Isabella asked why he did this. Still holding the bloody weapon in his hands, he asked again, and then he said that it was all about this black blood. And then the guy waved his hand, and blood sprayed from the weapon to the side. Drops of blood hit the prohibition wall, and suddenly this blood began to destroy the ban, and cracks appeared on the invisible wall, and soon the invisible wall completely collapsed. With a horrifying expression on his face, Hunter said that demon blood has the ability to destroy magical prohibitions, and it was because of this that he brought the girls here. And then he continued, saying that even though they are half-breeds, the same blood still flows in the girls' bodies. When Isabella heard about this, she realized that this was precisely why he treated them so well. Hunter confirmed her guesses, saying that he was only playing a role in order to take advantage of them later, because it was not his status to care about some insignificant half-breeds. Throwing the weapon on the ground, he said that he could wash all the girls' blood to the last drop, but he wants Isabella to do it herself and destroy the Huan Jin. While Catherine's face was frozen with despair, and Isabella's eyes were filled with tears of resentment, Hunter said that this was the minimum payment for his kindness. Meanwhile, Kimberly watched as Spencer was left with just a glowing blur. Rushing to Hillary, she immediately bombarded her with questions about where the former tiger had gone, and suddenly something bad would happen. What should they do then? The woman, however, did not panic, but only came closer to the shining spot and raised her hand over it, and then she concluded that there was a strong presence of various energies around, which made it seem that under the influence of another Huan Jin, the space where Spencer was transferred to another place. Surprised, Kimberly asked the woman again. Running her eyes along the walls of the cave, Hillary explained that this place was made with the help of Huan Jin, and all Huanjins are by nature connected to each other. And then, looking into the eyes of her mistress, she said that, judging by these energy fluctuations, something had disrupted the energy field of one of the Huanjins located not far from here, and therefore there was no reason to worry, because as a result, Spencer only moved to another place. Overjoyed at this news, Kimberly fell to her knees on the ground, and then, shedding tears, she asked how they would find him now. In response, Hillary reminded her mistress that there was a love bracelet on her wrist, and then she suggested that the guy had moved somewhere to Cheonggi-dong, and therefore they needed to find him as soon as possible, because there were many dangerous entities there. Meanwhile, Spencer moved somewhere, falling to the ground with his back. Lying on the ground, he concluded that he was definitely alive. Getting up from the ground, he wondered where he was then, and then scratching his ear, he noticed that someone was definitely chatting about him. Rising from the ground, the guy looked around and noticed that this was definitely not the cave in which he had been earlier, and Hillary and the panther were nowhere to be seen. Walking further through the forest, he noted that judging by the strong, homogeneous energy of this place, it seemed that he was on a ghostly mountain, and after that he wondered why there was Huanjin everywhere here. Suddenly he came across a tree with white leaves. Recognizing this tree as a ghostly tree, the guy remembered that it grows only in Cheonggi-dong. Suddenly, in surprise, he screamed that it turned out that he ended up in Cheonggi-dong while something or someone was rising from the ground. While Spencer wondered if this energy could be coming from this ghostly tree, while it was something or someone rising higher. Suddenly some monster noticed that a man had appeared next to him. As the monster approached Spencer, he noticed that this man would be better for restoring energy than some leaves. Noticing this monster, Spencer noted that this creature was about the 3rd level and that it was hidden by the energy of the tree, and therefore the tiger did not notice it right away. Suddenly revealing sharp spikes on its back and complex spider legs, the monster rushed at the enemy. And then, approaching him, he swung his paws, cutting the guy's body. But as it turned out, Spencer dodged the attack, running behind the monster. Taking his new sword out of his necklace, he said that he just wanted to try out his updated Gohan. Angry that the guy did not die and rushing to attack again, the monster shouted, asking how the guy dared to ignore him. Noting that he would start with a light strike, Spencer swung his sword, and suddenly a huge purple spike appeared, which pierced the monster's body, lifting it above the ground. Noticing this, the guy was surprised at this result, because he put very little spiritual power into this blow. While the monster was exhausted from pain, the guy noted that this blow was incredibly strong. Meanwhile, the spike began to absorb the monster. Looking at this, Spencer guessed that the sword was just hungry. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Sylvester's spirit appeared at his side. Looking around, he noticed that the spirits of the opponents he had defeated appeared around him. Looking at his sword, Spencer guessed that because of the renewed Gohan, the spirits he destroyed had taken shape. And in this case, he can see their true form. Looking at the spirits, the guy noted a strong oppressive sensation that pressed on his entire body. The guy thought that he didn't know what it was, but he definitely felt it. Looking at the sword in his hands again, he said that it seemed that his powers would not allow him to see more, and what is clear is that this energy belongs to the spirit of the Guimu, and since the essence of the Guimu did not appear before him, it means that for now Spencer has no right to meet him. Remembering that the previous owner of this sword was the spirit of Hugh, whose power, it seems, was not noticed by the guy, and if he had been less attentive, he would also have become one of these entities. Putting this sword away in the necklace, Spencer closed his eyes with a sigh and said that there were still so many different monsters in the world. Opening his eyes, the guy noticed that someone with many red eyes was staring at him. Spencer immediately reacted and drove away from this stranger, breaking himself with his hands. With his eyes wide open, he panicked and wondered who it was. As it turned out, in front of the guy stood some kind of spirit who had long gray hair, a white face, completely covered with red eyes. His fingers were red, as if in blood. This spirit, smiling, said that the spirit does not need to be careful with each other, because if the guy were a person, he would already be lying on the ground with his neck twisted. And then he asked Spencer's name, to which he did not immediately react. And then he said his name was Eugene. Meanwhile, Isabel was coughing into her hand. As it turned out, she spat out her own blood on her own hands. Hunter noticed that the girl could have simply used his sword. The girl shouted that this would never happen, to which the guy replied with a sigh that she could do as she wanted. And then Isabella smeared her blood on the invisible wall, groaning in pain, and suddenly the wall split again. Looking at this, the guy smiled triumphantly. A man who came closer said that this girl was strong, because she was able to solve Huan Jin with the help of her blood. Turning to the man, Hunter asked if he was feeling better. In response, the man awkwardly apologized and said that he was just worried that all their efforts would be in vain. Walking into the new passage, Hunter ordered the men not to go too far and to remember why they were here, unless they wanted to die stupidly because of some creature. While Catherine wrapped her sister's wrists, Isabella said that since she would have to use her blood again, it would be better to just bandage it for now. But then Catherine said that next time she would do it. The other girl looked at her sister in shock as she explained, saying that they didn't know how many more Wanjins would be on the way. And then, continuing, she said that because they do not know how much more blood they will have to use, and therefore they must do it in turns. Taking her sister's hands, Catherine exclaimed that if they did this, then they could both get out of here alive. Suddenly a bald man approached them and said that it was time for them to move on. Meanwhile, Spencer told the spirit that he had teleported here from Cheoniogak, and then the spirit said that he did not know what kind of people there were, but they were indiscriminately destroying the Wanjins one after another. Looking at the spirit, Spencer noticed that the Huangjin seemed to make way for him, and he walked as easily as if he had just woken up, and the spirit, meanwhile, suggested that that was why the guy was here, while the guy concluded that this spirit was definitely of the 4th level. Suddenly Spencer asked the spirit if he could ask him a question, to which he did not answer, because he was staring somewhere at the ground. After jumping over some area on the ground, he finally asked what question the guy wanted to ask. Following the spirit's example, Spencer also jumped over, and then asked why the spirit was in this place. The spirit replied that he was here because of the spirit parade. The guy asked again in surprise. The spirit parade is a blood festival where the demon king is chosen. This is an endless bloody battle in which numerous magical entities try to tear each other apart. It is a bloody festival where a new demon king is born after a fierce battle. Spencer was about to suggest something, but the spirit finished for him, saying that the great Sylvester, the former demon king, had passed away. Turning around, he said that he did not know what kind of person attacked him, but as soon as the parade was over, all the magical creatures would go in search of him to destroy him. Hearing about this, Spencer felt as if everything in him had turned upside down with fear. Meanwhile, the girls, already completely exhausted, continued on their way. Catherine said quietly that she could go no further, and then she fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Hunter stopped, looking at something. As it turned out, he looked around and realized that they had finally reached that very place. Turning around, he thought that the teacher must have definitely left some kind of hint. Suddenly he noticed a shining dandelion in the distance. Hunter recalled that his teacher used this herb as a medicine, and without thinking twice, he extended his hand to him, and then he grabbed it, causing it to fly into small bursts, and suddenly everything around lit up with vibrations of light. A second later, a dark passage opened in front of the guy, behind which it turned out that the corpse of a man was sitting with a box on his lap. As expected, this almost skeleton turned out to be Hunter's teacher. Falling to his knees in front of the teacher, the guy screamed, saying that it turned out that the teacher had been here all this time. Having said that he had fulfilled his last wish, the guy extended his hands to the box, and then he abruptly tore the box out of the teacher's hands, causing his body to completely fall apart, and the guy said that he came here to take the treasure. The remains of the guy's teacher flew back with speed, and Hunter, not caring about them, stood up with the box in his hands, chuckling, and then he smiled triumphantly, noticing that he finally had the box. At the same time, Spencer was talking about how it had already become known that Sylvester had died, since there were only a few Taoists there. Asking these questions, the guy asked the spirit if anything had already become known about the man who killed Sylvester. The spirit replied that nothing was known yet, but the Gwiz who served Sylvester had already begun to move, so everything would soon become known. Hearing this, Spencer noted with some relief that no one knew that it was he who killed Sylvester. Suddenly the spirit chuckled and, believe me, asked what happened. Suddenly he said that the people because of whom Spencer was here were right there, and he looked in a certain direction. While the spirit moved on with a clicking sound, the guy said that he didn't see anything. Meanwhile, Hunter brought his teacher's treasures to his comrades, and then he said that he would keep the brush and the bottle, and the men could take the rest. In response to this, the men exclaimed joyfully and looked at the remaining treasures. Looking at the treasures, Hunter remembered that in his hands was the Churyang drink, which has incredible power against poisons, as well as the brush that his teacher always carried with him. And then he thought with a smile on his face that he got everything he was looking for. Suddenly the same spirit came out to them from behind the bushes. He said that these scoundrels fought their way so desperately that they brought Huang Jin to such a deplorable state. Noticing him, Hunter's comrades immediately became alert and took out their weapons. Radiating frightening energy, the spirit said that this was all just ridiculous. This energy negatively affected men. Noticing this, Hunter, who was also trying to protect himself from her, called the spirit, calling him Mr. Howard, and then he instantly fell to his knees in front of the spirit. And then he, shouting, said that he had come to him and brought everything he asked for. Seeing this, the guy's comrades were very surprised, and Spencer, who was also there, thought that this Taoist had been playing his game all this time. Handing Howard a bottle, Hunter said that it was a Churyang drink, and it would be incredibly useful to the spirit during the parade of 100 spirits. Howard said that he did not expect that the guy would be able to get him. In response, Hunter only bowed even lower, saying that now the spirit should take care of him, as he promised him. The men, however, did not stop and asked what the guy was doing, and then the bad one suggested that all this time he had been in cahoots with this spirit. Turning around, Hunter confirmed his theory, saying that he no longer had any reason to go to such a dangerous place, if not for this, and he planned to use them as a human shield, if something happened. Hearing this, the men naturally became very angry and promised that he would no longer be a Taoist after this. In response, the guy, smiling like a madman, said that they had no need to worry, since he no longer planned to be human. And then he stood up victoriously and, as if crazy, began shouting that he had had enough of leading the miserable life of a human and spending a few years in fear, and instead he would become a spirit living for thousands of years. And then he again fell to his knees in front of the spirit, and asked him, as they agreed, to make him a spirit too. The spirit grinned evilly at this and asked if the guy really wanted this, and then he ordered that the guy's wish be fulfilled. And suddenly the red eyes on his head opened wide and shone, and then some gray-violet shoots began to appear from Hunter's body. After some time, half of the guy's face turned gray-violet, and he, laughing, said that he was transforming. And then his whole body was torn into pieces, and a huge spirit appeared in front of others, who cried out that he was now a spirit and would live for thousands of years. But as it turned out, all this was only in the guy's head, and he himself was shaking, drooling. Seeing this, Spencer noticed that it was all an illusion. Howard said that people are so limited in their dreams, and somehow they had the courage to belittle him like that. Passing the guy on his knees, the spirit said that he could stay here and rot in his fantasies. And then he raised his hand, from which purple mist came out, and said that now he just had to deal with the rest. And suddenly a purple fog appeared in front of Hunter's comrades, from which spiders crawled out. Seeing this, Spencer realized that it seemed that this spirit was even above the 4th level. Meanwhile, the men mercilessly chopped these spiders into pieces, but there were no fewer of them. Suddenly a spider grabbed the bald man by the back, and he immediately cried out for salvation. But no one helped him, and the men were bitten to death by spiders spraying blood. Spencer immediately realized that they had no chance of salvation, but suddenly he noticed something. As it turned out, he noticed that the same spiders were approaching Catherine and Isabel, preparing to eat them too. Suddenly one of them rushed at the girls, but he could not reach them, because he was stopped by the former tiger with the help of his sword, which he inserted between his jaws. And then Spencer swung his sword, cutting the spiders into pieces. Turning around, he asked the girls if they were okay. Isabel, supporting her sister, looked at their savior in amazement, and then she burst into tears. Suddenly the guy noticed the wounds on Catherine's hands. But then Howard called out to him, asking what he was doing here. In response, the guy screamed that he knew them and that these girls were non-humans. The spirit replied that then it would be all the more necessary to kill these traitors serving people. Frowning, Spencer said that they did not do this of their own free will, and besides, doesn't he himself see how mutilated they are? The spirit said that being used by people is a real shame, and therefore he cannot leave them alive. Meanwhile, Hunter was still in ecstasy, but suddenly his teacher's brush, which was still in his hand, began to glow, and then the guy began to sharply rotate his head from side to side, but suddenly he stopped abruptly, and then the guy said, laughing, that it was already interesting what the spirit turned to. Suddenly, someone in Hunter's body, while his eyes were turning black, said that his student had found him after all. Looking at Hunter's body, Spencer noted that the energy had completely changed. Although the body remained the same, it still felt like it was a different creature. With an unnatural tilt of his head, the guy said that they had a very interesting situation here. Looking at Hunter, Howard noted out loud that the dead man had taken the young man's body, and then he waved his hand, attacking the guy, and shouted that whoever took the body should be ashamed. And then a whole army of spiders went after the guy. But suddenly they all dissipated while Hunter stood and emitted light from themselves, seemingly without even moving. Hunter's teacher replied that he couldn't help it when he had the opportunity to come back to life again. Rising up above the ground and summoning a huge purple storm, Howard said that he did not know what powers he possessed during life. But now he was just in the body of an ordinary Taoist, and therefore would not be able to cope with him, a spirit of the young Mayan level. The man agreed with this, saying that even if so, he had an amazing opportunity to try, so he would take the risk. And then he also rushed to the attack. The spirit, opening one of its red eyes, shouted that life and death are a natural part of nature, and then began to read a spell. Wrapping a thorny stem around the guy's leg, he said that he refused to accept this truth. Shouting that how disgusting it was that he was resisting the laws of nature, the spirit summoned more and more stems that wrapped around the guy. But the man did not give up, and raising his luminous fingers, he said that spirits capable of enjoying life for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, would never understand this. And then he attacked the spirit with lightning. Meanwhile, Spencer stood in front of the girls, protecting them. Looking at the spirit and the Taoist, he thought that what was happening now was a duel between two masters with incredible magical abilities. And then he wondered what they had to go through to reach this level. Suddenly a huge boulder flew towards the girls. Noticing this, Spencer immediately rushed to protect them. And then, with a few swings of his sword, he cut this stone into small pieces. The girls looked at the guy in surprise. In response, he only shouted to them to stay as close to him as possible. Meanwhile, the duel between the spirit and the Taoist died down a little. Howard thought that this old fool could control powerful spells with just simple gestures. But he couldn't fly, so he hadn't yet reached the limit of his physical capabilities. Having assessed the enemy, the spirit smiled triumphantly, and then he began to chant the spell again, causing his hand to turn white, further shading his red fingers. While casting the spell, the spirit thought that before it could destroy his body and release his true power, he needed to summon all the spiritual power and use a powerful spell to put an end to it. Suddenly, noticing this, Hunter's teacher understood everything, but then the spirit rushed to attack before the man had time to react, waving his hand with a brush in it, causing a white trail to appear in the air. Hunter said that it seemed that the spirit had discovered his weak spot, and therefore he must respond with dignity. And a second later, the blow of the blow and the Taoist met. The opponents were not inferior to each other, and therefore they became more and more tense, trying to defeat each other. Suddenly there was a white flash. From this outburst, Spencer did not have time to do anything, but only managed to cover his eyes with his hands. Opening his eyes again, the guy realized that he was now in some kind of white space, while the spirit and the Taoist were still fighting. Howard's hands were shaking with tension and his teeth were clenched tightly. Teacher Hunter's hands were also shaking, and he said with a smile that for a moment he even thought that the spirit could handle it. But then he hit him with a sparkling sphere of energy, and said that it seemed that the spirit was already tired, and therefore he would now give him peace and quiet. Watching the fight, Spencer thought with surprise that Howard's wang, which covered all sides, had disappeared, and if it went on like this, then after the spirit hunter would attack them. Taking the sword in his hands, the guy thought that they only had one chance to survive this, and therefore they had to act. But then, freezing, Spencer remembered that his opponent was a monster capable of defeating a spirit of the young Mayan level. Remembering the girls who were shaking in fear behind him, he thought that this Taoist could turn him into a pile of ashes with one movement of his hand. But then he came to his senses and, biting his lip, asked himself whether he was really planning to go to the next world here and now. And then, thinking that instead of dying, he would fight to the last, Spencer rushed to the attack. A second later, he swung his sword, directing this blow at Hunter's body, and he only managed to catch a glimpse of it. But still, the Taoist's level was high, and therefore he was able to stop this attack. And then, calling the guy pathetic humanoid trash, he threw Spencer several meters away. The exhausted guy fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The Taoist looked at the guy angrily, still holding his shaking hand in the air, and said that he wanted to take a closer look at him. But then Howard stood up, which Hunter's teacher clearly didn't expect. Saying that Spencer had done a good job, the spirit began to attack his opponent again, loudly shouting to the soul in Hunter's body so that he would die already. Howard conjured thorns that pierced the guy through, to which he screamed that he had just acquired this body. But these screams did not stop the spirit, and it began to raise its body even higher on these spikes. In a panic, Hunter's teacher looked at his hand and said that he just needed to free it. Noticing this, Howard waved his red fingers and said with a grin on his face that nothing would work out for him. And then another thorn appeared from behind, which, amid deafening screams, broke Hunter's arm. Taunting the man, the spirit shouted that nothing could save him, and then added that he was very sorry that he alone had to enjoy how he was desperately trying to survive. And then, for a while, Hunter hung exhausted on these spikes, and then he said doomedly, while something black flowed from his eyes, like tears, that for a whole 1,000 years he went through the hardships of numerous deaths to reach the level of Daesong. Having said this, he looked up with a sad smile and said how could he have foreseen such an insignificant end to his life. And then the spikes tore Hunter's body, releasing fountains of blood. Following this, the white walls began to crumble into dust. Turning to Spencer, Howard said that this mess could have ended badly if it weren't for the guy, and then he praised the guy's work. While the fragments were flying, Spencer asked if he understood correctly that Hunter had his teacher in his body, to which the spirit responded positively. And then the spirit said that he did not understand how it was possible to stoop to the point of stealing the life of his own student in order to prolong his life. Only a madman obsessed with the thirst for life is capable of this. Afterwards, Spencer approached Hunter's corpse, which was already lying on the ground. Rummaging through his pockets, he discovered that there were 2 treasures, a binding bracelet and a protective vase. Putting these treasures away in the necklace, he, holding a bun in his hands, said that he did not know what was in this bottle, and therefore he needed to ask Hillary about it. Looking at the corpse, the guy thought that they say correctly that karma will find you, and then he thought that this man used others for his own selfish purposes, trying to satisfy his own greed, but in the end he met such a tragic ending. Sighing and smiling, the guy asked, since everything is clear with this, then maybe this guy still has something. Starting to rummage through the guy's clothes again, he found something. As it turned out, he found the very brush that belonged to Hunter's teacher. After looking at it, Spencer said that he didn't know where it could be used, but it was definitely an unusual item. Meanwhile, Howard sighed, and then he said that it seemed that he was no longer in danger. Approaching the guy and girls, he said that although he could not foresee this, in the end everything was resolved successfully. Seeing the spirit, Catherine and Isabel immediately hid behind the former tiger. Chuckling, the spirit said that girls should not be so afraid, and then said, calling Spencer Eugene, that the guy helped him, and therefore he would not kill. And then he raised his hand, began to levitate some kind of carpet above the ground, and the spirit said that since they had finished here, then it was time to return to take care of the parade of 100 spirits. And then he added that upon his return he intended to recommend Spencer the demon king he serves. Turning to the guys, he told them that they should follow him. Surprised by this, Spencer thought that it seemed that Howard wanted him to become a ghostly warrior of the Scythemanchok spirit, which, of course, was a very tempting offer for any spirit. However, the guy refused, saying that he thanks the spirit for the offer, but he only recently reached the level of Yonhwa, and therefore he does not think that he has enough skills to receive such an honor. The spirit standing on the carpet replied that he knew that the guy's abilities were far beyond the capabilities of many others, and with such skills he should not worry about not being enough. But still, Spencer replied that now he had a job that he needed to complete with his comrades, and therefore he could not. Looking sternly at his interlocutor, Howard said that when he gives an order, the guy just needs to follow it, and then he again ordered, but more insistently, that the guys climb onto the carpet. And then they all flew together across the sky over the mountains. Meanwhile, silence reigned on the carpet. Spencer thought that the war with the Taoists was now in full swing, so there was a possibility that he would simply become a consumable item that would be carried from place to place. And then he also thought that he was only barely at Yonhwa's level, so it was unlikely that he would be able to contribute much, so why are they so obsessed? But then he remembered that he first met Howard when the spirits of the creatures he destroyed came out. In that case, Howard might have noticed Sylvester's spirit. In a panic, the guy thought that in this way the spirit knew that he had killed Sylvester, and was now luring him into his lair, and therefore he urgently needed to get out of here. But then, in fear, Spencer thought that perhaps he would not be able to defeat Howard, because last time Chelsea was with him, but now everything is different, and besides, he is now responsible not only for himself, but also for the twins. Looking at the back of the spirit, the guy began to frantically think about how they could escape from him. Suddenly Catherine mentally called out to Spencer, and then she noticed that they seemed to be in a difficult situation right now, judging by his facial expression. Turning to the girls, the guy also mentally agreed with this, and then said that right now they were heading to the base of the Scythemanchok spirits. In response, Catherine said that thanks to their special abilities, something is revealed to them that is not known to others, and therefore Isabel is sensitive to changes in energy flows, and she sees traces dissolved in them. And then she asked the guy if it was true that he was with the escorts, Afterwards, Catherine said that when they tried to destroy Huan Jin, she felt a strong energy. And after that she felt like she needed to find something. And then she felt that there was someone in Huan Jin. Spencer was very surprised to hear this, and then he thought it could only be Hillary and Kimberly. Closing his eyes, he mentally thanked them for being there and for looking for him. Suddenly he was already telling the girls out loud to hold on to him, and then he abruptly, holding the girls in his arms, jumped from the flying carpet. Surprised, Howard turned around and asked what the guy was doing, but the guy did not answer him, but only cut off the top of the mountain with a swing of his sword, which then fell to the ground like a stone, and he himself landed on a now flat surface. Lowering the girls to the surface, he told them to stay behind him, and then he turned to the spirit. Meanwhile, the spirit flew closer to the guys on its carpet, and then, with a grimace, he angrily said that it looked like the guy either wanted to die or had lost his mind, and then he asked again what the guy was doing. Spencer, with a smile on his face, replied that he had already said that he could not leave his comrades and go with him, and therefore he would just wait for them here. After a short silence, Howard said that although the guy was quite savvy, he could not understand that he should have just followed him if his life was dear to him, and then he threw 3 red things at him. Spencer was ready to defend himself with his sword, when suddenly a centipede crawled out of his sleeve, and then she spat out her golden threads. These threads, having met with the red things, distorted the flight trajectory. Because of this, those red things didn't hit Spencer, but the stone. The spirit looked at the centipede in surprise as the guy praised it while it sat on his shoulder. And then Spencer took out his Korean and said that even if the spirit managed to wound him, he still wouldn't get out alive. And then the round part of the Korean began to spin. Howard was surprised to notice that it was Huang Jin, who was now emitting a white mist. Shouting that he had had enough of all these tricks, the spirit spat out a whole horde of spiders. Saying that he would destroy the guys with the help of his illusions, he spat out so many spiders that they formed a dome over the mountain. The spiders could not completely cover the mountain because they encountered some kind of resistance. Noticing this, the spirit wondered if his illusions had not worked, and then he said that Spencer must have been able to repel them, since he used the power of the treasure along with the abilities of Yonghua. But still, Howard decided to check and used his deep ghost gaze, and his eyes glowed red. But then he noticed 2 small figures. As it turned out, it was Catherine and Isabel. Grimacing with anger, the spirit said that these little ones dared to resist him, and that they should have been killed right away. Meanwhile, 2 red balls flew towards the spirit through a dense veil of fog. But still, Howard, albeit barely, was able to avoid this attack. Sighing, he noticed that it was impossible to escape from such an attack unscathed, and then he noticed something suspicious about it. Suddenly he came to his senses and turned around, shouting that these balls belonged to Mr. Sylvester, and meanwhile Spencer attacked the spirit with a sword. While the spirit was distracted, the guy struck with a sword, and a huge deep wound appeared on the spirit's chest, and he noticed that he could no longer remain in the human body. Noticing that this attack was not enough, Spencer decided to end it all by cutting the spirit's throat, and so he went on the attack again. Suddenly, Howard's body began to emit a purple glow, which made the guy taken aback. The glow became even brighter, illuminating everything around, and suddenly the spirit took on its true form as a centipede, and said that the guy was a fool who would now have to deal with his true form. Baring his fangs, the spirit said that although the guy really has abilities on the level of Yonghua, it doesn't matter, because he will still tear him to pieces. And having said this, his spirit in the form of a huge centipede rushed to attack. And this attack turned out to be successful, because he was able to knock the guy off his feet. Smashing the ground, Howard pinned Spencer to the ground with his sharp paws as the girls scattered in different directions. But the spirit did not stop there, and the guy flew on. Meanwhile, Kimberly felt something as her bracelet vibrated. The surprised girl raised her hand to look at the bracelet. Noticing this, Hillary asked the hostess if something had happened. Suddenly, the former panther sharply turned to the woman and said that the bracelet was giving danger signals, just like the last time when Spencer was pursued by that Taoist. The girl said that the guy was in danger again, and then asked Hillary what they should do. The girl burst into tears from her emotions. Seeing this, the woman said that they should hurry up then, and then she raised her hand, from which black lightning began to burst out, saying that she had now transferred them through Huan Jin. and then I asked the girl in which direction the bracelet was pointing. Kimberly pointed in a certain direction, and Hillary pointed her hand there, and a huge wave of lightning was sent out. And then a huge passage opened in that place in the form of a portal, like a black hole. The girl still stared at this with tears in her eyes. Lifting the girl by the scruff of the neck, Hillary said that they were in a hurry so they would have to travel like this. And then she, with the girl in her arms, rushed into the portal, and under Kimberly's screams, she quickly flew into the portal. Meanwhile, Howard was tearing things apart. While he tried to stab Spencer with his sharp paws, he defended himself against them with his sword. And the spirit shouted that it turns out that then he really saw the spirit of Sylvester, and these balls, which the guy used, previously belonged to the master. Continuing to press, Howard shouted that Spencer definitely had a hand in Sylvester's death, but someone like him would definitely not be able to harm the master. And then, while the centipede again crawled out of Spencer's sleeve, the spirit, screaming, asked the guy who killed Sylvester then. And then, noticing the centipede, he quickly pushed it away with one of his paws. Having said that he would kill the guy quickly and painlessly if he told, he continued to try to stab him, and the centipede fell to the ground to the side. Looking at the spirit with a twinkle in his eye, Spencer said that he would tell him whatever the spirit wanted to know. And then he said that this is exactly what happened, that Sylvester lost his life at his hand. A little taken aback by this news, Howard released his grip a little as blue fire began to spread across his paws. And then the fire spread throughout the spirit's body, and he, in turn, threw his head up, screaming from unbearable pain. And Spencer put even more effort into attacking the spirit, so much so that he also screamed. But while he was screaming in pain, Howard wasted no time, and again one of his paws headed towards the guy. The guy did not expect this, and therefore did not defend himself in any way, and therefore the sharp paw landed right in his side with a clicking sound. And then Howard, with a quick sharp movement, sent the guy flying, pushing him away from him. And then he cried out that this fire, which was still spreading throughout the body of the spirit, did not go out. Howard noted that this fire is unusual, namely it gives the spiritual protection that covers his shell. Rising from the ground, Spencer said that this fire could not be put out once it had already been lit. Gathering dark fog around himself, he said that gradually this fire would destroy the entire body of the spirit. A second later, Spencer's entire body was engulfed in a dark mist, and he continued by saying that eventually Howard would turn to dust and disappear. And then the entities that had been sitting in the sword all this time began to emerge from this fog. These entities obediently stood behind Spencer, ready to attack at any moment, and the guy said that the same thing would happen to the spirit as to Sylvester. And the guy thought to himself that if he missed it now, the next chance would never come. And then, shouting that he needed to attack, he gave the command to the entities with his sword, and they went on the attack. Without even a second, the dark entities attacked Howard in a crowd. But still, this was not something that could frighten the spirit, and therefore it only waved its paws, cutting apart the entities. And then he said that it was amazing that the guy was able to use abilities that only those who have passed the level of Yonhwa can summon. But after that he stated that, even if that was the case, Spencer was still too weak to show him his true power. Howard noted that it was a good try, but still his strength was still not enough to kill him before the fire destroyed his body. And with these words the spirit attacked the guy again. But still, Spencer was in no hurry to give up, and he successfully evaded the sharp paws of the spirit. However, Howard was not so simple, and he also directed his paws into the guy's eyes, which he did not expect. But still, the guy was able to erupt in such a way that these paws did not touch him, but rather only hit the ground. However, the spirit did not yield and again tried to hit the enemy's eyes. Then, Spencer decided not to evade them, but to cut them with his sword. But it seems that Howard was ready for this too, because before he could come to his senses, a new attack was flying at him. And this attack was successful, because Spencer could not dodge it, and as a result, this attack hit both him and the ground several meters ahead, shining with a pink light. But as it turned out, Spencer was not killed by this attack, because he managed to move away, although he only moved a few centimeters away. Meanwhile, Howard noticed that this leg was almost burned. At the same time, Spencer was thinking that this attack was insanely powerful, and he was not sure that he could dodge it again. The enemy confirmed his thoughts, saying that the guy was lucky that time, but this would not happen again next time. Preparing to attack again, The former tiger thought that Howard is not an opponent with whom you can waste time and constantly dodge, because he is at the level of Yongmayan, and therefore you need to put in all your strength. Thinking that he needed to push his body to the limit and release his claws and bare his fangs, the guy was so tense that tears flowed from his eyes. As he kicked off the ground, Spencer thought that whether he died today or not, the hunt began now. And then the fight continued again. The former tiger quickly got as close as possible to the spirit while it tried to stop it, piercing it with its legs. Howard noticed that this little parasite now moves completely differently, and therefore it is necessary to change tactics. And the spirit decided that the best solution would be to destroy everything around along with the enemy, and therefore furiously waved its legs. Suddenly he swung his leg sharply, causing a huge hole to appear on the ground. After this, the spirit calmed down a little and, peering into the curtain of dust, waited for Spencer to appear, if he was still alive. Suddenly, Howard was still able to notice the guy's figure when the dust settled a little. With furious screams, the spirit began to attack the enemy. But suddenly his blow was met not by Spencer, but by the essence of Sylvester. Meanwhile, Spencer was approaching the enemy from the side, but still the spirit was not at a loss, and quickly turned to the side. Shouting about what a smart guy he was, he asked where he got such tricks from, and then attacked the enemy again, releasing red things from his mouth. One of those red things almost hit Spencer's eye, but still the guy managed to evade first one, and then the other. And then Howard suddenly appeared in front of him, giving him no respite. And then the spirit with a quick movement stuck its paw into Spencer's body. However, the guy was not simple and had aces up his sleeve, and therefore defended himself from this attack with the help of one of Sylvester's red balls. So, as he tried to defend himself from this attack, tension twisted the former tiger's face. Suddenly everything around was illuminated by a bright flash of light, but still the guy was not killed, as he used other treasures to protect himself. However, Howard's sharp paw managed to wound the guy in the shoulder, and then the guy sank to the ground while his arms hung limply along his body, and his shield fell like sand to the ground. The spirit said that he still managed to defend himself, but even with these useless artifacts it is difficult to constantly call upon superpowers. Spencer stood stunned and thought only that he was no longer able to lift the sword. Thinking that this was all really the end, the guy heard Howard shouting out of the corner of his ear that, after all, the border between levels cannot be crossed so easily. And then the spirit decided to strike the final blow. Meanwhile, Chelsea appeared before Spencer's eyes. However, he couldn't remember what kind of face she had, so he decided to pretend that he remembered what kind of face she had. But suddenly he heard a sound that was not the one he expected and suddenly opened his eyes. As it turned out, Hannah appeared in front of him and blocked the spirit's attack by crossing two swords. And then she turned around and asked if Spencer was really going to give up and give his life. And then she shouted that she had never had such a weak-willed owner. The guy looked at the ghost in surprise. The spirit also looked in surprise at the newly arrived opponent. Meanwhile, a wave of red lightning broke Wanjin's barrier, which also surprised Howard a lot. As it turned out, it was Hillary who arrived on the battlefield, followed by Kimberly. A beaten Spencer stared at the girls, breathing heavily. But Hillary did not look at him. She instantly turned her gaze to the spirit. He, in turn, also looked at the woman, and then the woman stared at the spirit, frightening him with just her appearance. And Howard really got scared and involuntarily asked who she was. But Hannah was not going to go unnoticed and again prepared to attack her master's offender, causing a lot of pink petals to appear under her feet. Pointing the sword at the spirit, she threateningly declared that she would have to kill the spirit for bringing her master to such a state. Having assessed the situation, Howard decided that he urgently needed to get out of here, because he could not cope with these women, and began to quickly run away. But Hillary instantly appeared before his eyes, who clearly had no intention of letting go. Trying to save himself, Howard shouted that there was no need for women to kill him and asked to be allowed to leave. In response, Hillary said that Spencer would become her husband's husband in the future, and therefore what he allowed himself to do to him was unforgivable. And then, raising her hands, she lowered many red lightning bolts onto the spirit. But Hannah did not lag behind and instantly found herself behind the spirit. And then she also attacked Howard, finishing him off with a rain of enchanted blades, causing him to fall to the ground. With a faint smile on his face, Spencer noticed that these girls really were scary, and then he began to fall unconscious to the ground. But then Kimberly appeared, holding out her hand to catch the guy's hand. Yet she managed to stop the former tiger from falling to the ground. After some time, Spencer was still unconscious, but suddenly he moved his eyes without opening them. When he finally opened them, a dim picture stood before his eyes, and many women's voices called to him. As the picture came into focus, he saw Hillary, Kimberly, Hannah and Catherine and Isabel looming over him. Spencer's eyes widened at this sight, and then, under the alarmed questions of the girls, he began to dodge them. Suddenly Kimberly grabbed his chin while someone asked him to say something, in response to which he tried to say something, but could not. Suddenly his eyes began to roll back into his head as the girls chatted anxiously. Some time later, Spencer woke up again and was even able to stand on his feet, and he told himself that he had survived. He decided to leave the cave, and sat down on a hill, looking at the sun, which was either setting or setting. After a short silence, the guy thought that he still couldn't believe that he was alive. He noted that although he resorted to the help of artifacts, if the twins had not helped him, he would have already died in Howard's Wanjin. Then he noticed that if Govril had not been distracted by his attack and still hit the target, he, too, would have been dead. He then noted that if Hannah had not appeared on time, he would also have been dead. He would have been dead too if Hillary hadn't found him. Hanging his head, Spencer realized that he would end up dead so many times. Afterwards, he told himself that he had used his powers to the maximum, and summoned spirits, and even used artifacts, but in the face of overwhelming force, he was useless. Biting his lip in frustration, he realized that in the end he really couldn't cross the border between levels. But then Hannah called out to him. Looking into the distance, the ghost noticed that it was beautiful here, with which Spencer agreed. Suddenly she told the guy to tell her everything, to which he turned around in disbelief. Hannah explained that she wanted Spencer to tell her everything he was thinking about right now, because she didn't have to keep everything to herself. The guy looked away sadly, and then, lowering his head, he told the ghost that when he rose to a new level and received those artifacts, he felt that he could do anything. But looking at the people he had met all this time, he realized how insignificant he was. Smiling sadly, Spencer continued by saying that it was amazing that he was even able to live up to this point. And then he remarked that he had become so vain, but now he knew his true nature. Looking down sadly, he said that he would no longer risk his life so recklessly and just go to Pexon Mountain. But suddenly Hannah hit him on the floor of the head with her fist, and then she shouted, asking if Spencer really thought he was so special, and then said that he was right and that it was bragging. While the embarrassed Spencer held his head and timidly called out to her, she continued and said that he was just one of the spirits at Yanhua's level. But the ghost did not stop there, and Hannah shouted that his opponent was a creature 2 levels higher than him, and therefore it was not surprising that the former tiger could not withstand him. Patting the guy on the head, she said in a calm voice that the fact that the guy was able to come out of the battle with such an opponent alive is already worthy of praise, because he did the impossible. Blushing, the guy turned to his ghost. Still looking at the guy's head, Hannah asked that even though he was going to Pexon Mountain, he would take Mrs. Chelsea with him, and then she added that all Spencer's thoughts had been about her lately. Blushing even more, Spencer shouted and asked what she was talking about. Leaving the guy, Hannah said that until that moment she had never allowed herself to mention it, she just felt what her owner felt. Hearing this, the guy, still embarrassed, turned away and mumbled that he didn't understand what she was talking about. In response, the woman only said that this is why relationships are an incredibly scary thing, because once you have connected yourself with a person, it is impossible to break this connection or refuse it. And then she said that the era of war would soon come, which Spencer was talking about, and he would need a lot of strength to protect Chelsea. Upon hearing this, the guy opened his eyes wide. But he soon calmed down, and said that this was not all for the sake of Chelsea, but at the very beginning he received human incarnation in order to become a Sinsu. Hannah obediently agreed with these words. Leaving the ghost, Spencer seriously said that he would not stop until he achieved his goal, and therefore Hannah should not complain, but should just follow him. Some time later, Catherine and Isabel decided to leave the company, and Spencer decided to see them off. The girls explained that since they were strangers before, it was time for them to go their separate ways to bother each other. The guy didn't answer anything, only asked if they had a place where they could go. The girls replied that there was no specific place, but they were ready to go anywhere where there would be no people. When leaving, the girls said that the meeting with the sponsor was special for them, because he was so kind and did not ask for anything in return, and therefore they would not forget him. As the girls left, Spencer thought about Chelsea again. Suddenly he shouted to the girls to wait, and then he extended his hand to them, holding out something. As it turned out, these were Dobanhuan balls. The girls immediately became worried that they were too valuable, and how could they accept them? In response, Spencer said that this is all he can do for them, because in the end there is no one to protect except themselves. And then he continued, saying that the girls should become stronger, since they live in a world where the weak are swallowed up by the strong, and survive. The girls replied that they accepted the guy's gift. However, after that they said that they would definitely repay him next time, and until then the guy should not expose himself to danger. Hearing this, Spencer agreed with a smile on his face. Later in the cave, Hillary threw Howard's remains on the floor, which pretty much scared Spencer, and then she explained that these remains were of no value to her, but they might be useful to him. She then revealed that Howard's eye has unique powers, and his legs are covered with magical protection, so they can be used to make excellent weapons. With disgust, Spencer thought that he knew very well what these legs were capable of, because they had beaten him pretty badly. And then the woman took out a bottle and said that it was a drink that helps with poisoning, and then she said that she divided it in half between him and her mistress, but that should be enough for him. While the woman was saying something flew into her face, but she managed to react and caught it. As it turned out, it was a glowing sphere that Hillary called Occupectin. Spencer said that this was thanks to them for saving him, and then he said that he was going to do spiritual training that would allow him to move to the Yangyo level. In response, Hillary said that then this means that they will not have to say goodbye for a long time. While the guy went into another room, the woman said that she would look after everything until he returned. The guy thanked the woman and pressed the button on the wall, and then the door closed. Spencer found himself alone in the dark, and in his hands he held a glowing sphere. He then said that if he swallowed it, he could rise to the Yangyo level, and then he began to inhale the slowly dissolving sphere through his nose, after which the guy, engulfed in a glow, rose above the ground. Meanwhile, somewhere in the village, someone said that he had heard rumors that he could turn to him to save others. The elderly man, bowing his head, said that they say that the life expectancy of a Taoist is 300 years, and then he asked to tell him how to become a Taoist, or how to at least prolong his life. And then he handed the man a whole box of valuable stones, saying that it was a sign of gratitude. Turning around, the man said that he saw that the matter was urgent, and therefore he could leave it here and leave, and later he would send someone for him. As he walked through his yard, the man said that it was stupid that old man decided that he could become a Taoist. He noticed that it seemed that the opportunity to prolong life had blinded the old man and deprived him of his mind, but thanks to it he could gain wealth. But suddenly a girl in white appeared in front of him. When she took off her hat, it turned out that it was Chelsea. Sighing, the man assumed that the old man had sent her too, and was surprised at how beautiful she was. But then the girl pushed off from the ground, and she attacked the man from above. Chelsea threw her punch in a brilliant arc through the air, but as it turned out, the man managed to dodge, and then began asking about who this girl was. Splashing saliva, the man asked who sent her. Were they shamans? Chelsea said that all this time she could not find him for one reason. The man did not belong to any of the strikes and was simply a parasite among people who knew nothing about him. These words made the man pretty angry, and then he decided to attack her, and many black shadows flew towards the girl. But this only made Chelsea's blue eyes and white hair shine even brighter, and suddenly ice began to spread from her. This age almost reached the man while he was in shock, and a second later he found himself frozen in ice so that he could not move. Feeling the intense cold of this ice, he asked the girl if she was from the Pingan clan, and then he started talking about how he didn't do anything wrong to the Pingong clan, so it was clearly a misunderstanding. Suddenly, to the man's surprise, Chelsea called his name, calling him Sheldon. Ignoring this, the girl asked if the man remembered that 14 years ago he killed Spencer on Pexon Mountain. The man replied that he could never forget what happened 14 years ago, and then he continued saying that it was then that he was kicked out of the clan because of this, and he had to lead the miserable existence of a wanderer. Sheldon asked what Chelsea had to do with this. In response, with a wave of her sword, Chelsea replied that the tiger he then killed was her husband. The man asked again, and then said that the girl had apparently gone crazy. But then he noticed a raised sword, and then he shouted that the tiger did not die then. When the girl heard this, Her hand trembled, and then she asked again, surprised? Then 14 years ago it was as if Chelsea herself had died. She didn't care what happened to her next. Noticing the girl's condition, the old man said that if things went on like this, she would simply starve herself to death. Was she really going to die like this? Silently looking at the girl, the old man stood next to his student, who decided to call the girl by name. And then the old man asked her if she would like to become a Taoist herself, to which the girl did not answer at first. Then the old man continued by saying that she was still young to make such a difficult choice and had many years of life ahead of her, and then he noted that Chelsea has enough talent, so by the time she reaches the level of Dosen, her perception will also change. However, if she does not change her mind even then, he will no longer dissuade her. Listening to these speeches, Chelsea remembered Sheldon, who killed the tiger, and she realized that for now she could not resist him, but she must do this so that her husband's soul could finally find peace. And so following the old man, she ended up on Mount Kunlun. But no matter where she was, she always remained half white-blooded. Because of this, all those disdainful glances thrown in her direction always haunted the girl, just like in those days when her life consisted of wandering. But now she didn't care. She was already used to such things, and therefore she simply waved the sword. On one of these days, the sword slipped out of her hands, and then he flew to the ground. Chelsea paused from her practice, breathing heavily. Looking at her hand, she noticed that it was covered in blood. But this did not stop the girl. She only squeezed her hand tighter, and then she raised the sword with her left hand. And then, like a madwoman, she endlessly swung the sword with her other hand. Some time later, the old man who led her to Mount Kunlun died, and then Kunlun fell, and therefore the girl had to become a wanderer again. On one of the days of her journey, the girl found herself in the snowy mountains, where there was a strong storm. But then she stopped and threw her bags and clothes onto the ground. And then, as if into oblivion, she took up the sword again, and then she furiously swung her sword, cutting through the air. From this blow, all the snow that was in front of her went flying in a huge wave. But for the girl who looked at the result with her blue eyes, this was not enough. And then she swung her sword again. But again she was unhappy with the strength and speed of her attack, and this continued for several dozen more blows. Suddenly a dark silhouette appeared in front of her. As it turned out, it was Sheldon who stood behind Spencer's caned corpse, just like that day. And then the man, smiling cheerfully, cut the body of the dead tiger with the help of a seal. Seeing this, Chelsea became incredibly angry, so much so that her eyes flared with blue fire even more, and she began to throw many blows around herself, trying to get rid of her anger. Some time later, Chelsea sank to the ground, holding herself up with the help of the sword, and there was no snow around her, but only bare stone cut by the sword. The girl quietly said that this was still not enough to kill the man, and therefore she needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, a man approached her and noticed that it seemed like someone was at a dead end, and then he said that even if she had talent and her inner energy was incredibly strong, it was too difficult to develop them alone. Smiling greedily, the man said that he was ready to help her, a child of special blood, get the power she dreams of. But then he said that the girl would have to give him something in return. And so she made a deal, the collateral of which was her own body. And the person she met turned out to be one of the members of the Pingun clan. And from then on she became a Pingun Taoist, and managed to rise to the level of Dosen. And in her rise, she was greatly helped by her demonic blood that flowed through her veins, and from the very beginning she did not care about the people around her, because they all used her and her body. And Chelsea only needed enough power to kill Sheldon. And after killing the man, Spencer's soul would find peace. In the present time, the girl twitched from the information received, and after a pause she said that if the man continued to talk nonsense, she would kill him. But then the man screamed and said that it was all true, and he was also deceived, and then he said that one of the disguised shamans was with them then. And then Sheldon said that if the girl doesn't believe him, then she can see everything herself using the chuchimpan that hangs on his belt. Having said this, the man shouted that he was so desperate to get this item, but the girl could safely take it, and in return let her do something with these ices. Chelsea said the cold had already penetrated his internal organs. She then revealed that this ice had special powers, and its coldness could freeze even his spiritual power. And then, while a crust of ice covered the guy's entire body, Chelsea said that he was already dead. Looking at the man, she asked if her husband was really still alive. And then, feeling sad, she asked why he didn't try to find her. But a second later she collected her thoughts, and said that she could not yet judge for sure, and then she decided to go to Pekson Mountain to make sure of everything. It's been 10 years since that event. Some black-haired guy was climbing the mountain with quick sharp jumps. Suddenly he caught his hand on some indentation on the slope, and then he turned his head, looking for something. Suddenly, a few meters away from him, he noticed some kind of luminous flower that was growing right on the slope. With a sharp jump, the guy moved straight to the flower, and noticed that it was a yancho. Grabbing this flower, he chuckled and noted that it was quite a useful thing. Suddenly, a flash lit up at the top and shot sharply into the sky. A whole crowd of people had already gathered at the slope of that mountain. The guy, coming closer to the mountain, remembered that a Taoist named Tiger lives on this mountain, and then he asked the man what was going on here, to which he asked if he didn't feel energetic excitement. And then the man told the guy to watch carefully so as not to miss anything, because this is the birth of a bison. Hearing this, the guy asked again, shouting, and then remembered that this Taoist had been on this mountain for no more than 10 years in total. Hearing this, the man said that he would answer him in simple words, the meaning of which would be clear to a Taoist who had just recently entered this glorious path. And then he said that not everyone is given the opportunity to see the transition to another level with their own eyes. And then he told the guy not to waste his time on useless trifles and concentrate. While in the crowd someone was indignant that he was still a brat, but already at the level of a bison. And then the same man continued speaking to the guy and told him to allow this energy flow to leave a lasting imprint on his consciousness, because this moment would be an incredibly valuable experience. The guy thought in admiration about who was getting a new level, because he did it alone and without the support of the clan. And then the guy, clenching his fist tightly, thought that he, too, would train hard and someday, too, would become a bison. Meanwhile, the entire mountain was engulfed in a blue glow. Noticing this, the crowd exploded with various questions, such as how it was possible that the Taoist had failed to overcome his inner demons and make the transition, to which another person asked how he dared say such a thing at such a moment. As it turned out, Hillary was also here, but she remained silent and only covered her face from the dust. Suddenly, a tiger finally appeared, on whose head there were now 2 thin black horns. Suddenly he used his power and 2 fiery blue wings appeared from his back, and Spencer thought that this power was better than he expected. He noted that he still felt the same powers, but now they had become much more powerful than at the Yangyo level. The tiger then noted that he now had 9 new Naiden, and the spiritual energy was moving in a powerful flow without stopping. Spencer compared this feeling to the fact that an immense mountain now appeared in his soul. Hannah suddenly appeared and said that this was amazing, especially if you take into account only the spirit energy emanating from the tiger, because it is almost impossible to distinguish it from that characteristic of the Yongmayan level, and therefore there is no doubt that everything was successful. And then the ghost asked about when these horns finally appeared, and Spencer immediately stared at them in panic. And then he touched them with his paws, asking when and where he got these horns from. But then Hillary approached them, and congratulated Spencer on moving to the Yangyo level. Spencer replied that it was all thanks to the woman, and then asked what was going on with the panther. The woman replied that her mistress would need a little more time. Hearing this, the tiger replied that he understood, and then reincarnated as a human. And then, while getting dressed, he asked about the twins Catherine and Isabel. Hannah responded that from what she knew, they got to their destination safely. And then, a little touchily, she talked about how his centipede ate Howard's leg. Suddenly Hillary asked if they were really leaving already. Spencer replied that he had one promise that he needed to keep, so it seemed that the woman would have to stay and wait for the panther. The woman replied that nothing could be done, but knowing that now the guy is one of the powerful Yangyals, she might not worry so much. And then she said that she would join them very soon, and wished him good luck. Spencer looked at Hillary with a smile, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Chelsea reached the foot of Pekson Mountain. She thought that she tried to spin the compass, but nothing happened. But this happens when the object is inside the Huanjin, or in a sealed area. Thinking about this, Chelsea immediately began to worry that maybe Spencer was definitely dead now. But then the girl shook her head, saying that if Spencer was dead, then why would the man still keep his fur? And then, walking further, she thought that she needed to move on, but only once she was there would she be able to find out the truth. She was still climbing the mountain for a while. Suddenly, passing by a tree, Chelsea noticed scratches on it from claws. And suddenly this scratch immediately brought back memories of old times. When Spencer, in the guise of a tiger, was scratching a tree, she asked why he did this all the time, To which the tiger replied that if he left a mark in such a high place, then those who were not suitable for him as rivals would not turn up their noses in vain. The girl also remembered how she pulled his tail, and the beast desperately asked not to do this, to which the girl exclaimed that she was tired. To which the tiger replied that it was because she was hanging around where she shouldn't. She also recalled how she cried in front of him because she was not stung when she was picking wild raspberries for her husband. And so, indulging in memories, the girl reached the cave in which Spencer lived. Looking at the cave, the girl said that she had reached the Chonghagun cave, where she lived with her husband. She returned after 14 long years. And then Chelsea noticed that nothing had changed here. Remembering the little self who came to this cave for the first time, she noticed that only she herself had changed. Here she sighed, thinking that it was time to stop hesitating, and then she resolutely went into the cave. Suddenly her leg trembled, because she noticed that there was someone there. But then she realized that it was definitely not Spencer. Thinking about how daring it was that someone had sneaked into a sacred place, Chelsea, her eyes burning with anger, told the man to leave, and then she herself went to meet the man, while ice and cold flashes burst out from under her feet, and asked who dared to desecrate Jonghagun with their presence. The silhouette emerging from the cave asked if the girl would express such hostility no matter who she met. Still seething with anger, Chelsea replied that this was the home of Spencer, the owner of Pexon Mountain, and therefore no outsider could enter here. Hearing the tiger's name, the silhouette asked again. Suddenly, out of the darkness, a girl came into the light and asked if the other knew her master. Chelsea was surprised to notice that it was a girl, and then asked again. Another replied that Spencer had put a sword in her hands for the first time, and also trusted her to look after this place. And then she added, saying that since the girl knew that this place was Jonghagun, it meant that she personally knew Spencer. But then she said that she couldn't let Chelsea in because she didn't know who she really was. In a shaking voice, after a short silence, Chelsea asked if Spencer was the girl's master, and then she asked how long he had been her master. The girl guarding the cave replied that Spencer had been her master for 10 years, but now he was not here, and therefore the girl should come later. Then she began to say that if another tried to enter against her will, then she would have to use force. But then she saw something that she did not expect. As it turned out, Chelsea burst into tears just like she did when she learned that Spencer was really alive. Meanwhile, some Taoists were fighting monsters, and a purple light flashed behind one of the monsters. The Taoist attacked with his bident, a whole flock of monsters attacking him, and then suddenly lightning flashed across the entire area, striking the monsters. And the next second all the monsters fell dead to the ground. One of the dark silhouettes who was watching the Taoist said that it was amazing that the guy was able to destroy all these monsters, and then he asked with admiration if this was the Chilson weapon, which is considered the best. And then he added that they also say that like an insatiable monster, it devours the energy of its owner. While the Taoist, who turned out to be Eugene, was breathing heavily, the stranger mocked him for it. As it turned out, these silhouettes belonged to spirits, and the second of them said that he had been waiting for this for so long, and then impatiently said that he would finally be able to tear this bastard to pieces. And then this spirit rushed towards the guy. But Eugene was not afraid of this, and so he just waved his fan, and then a huge luminous hurricane rose between him and the spirit. But the spirit was able to break through this hurricane and attack the guy again. However, the guy was still not so simple, and therefore was able to dodge this attack by jumping into the air. Suddenly, another spirit, finding itself at the guy's side, noticed, continuing to mock, that he was no longer as dexterous as before. As it turned out, it was a spirit who had blue skin and 4 arms, and with each of which he held swords, he easily floated in the air. And then this spirit, swinging all 4 swords, began to chop Eugene into pieces. Then the spirit noticed that his blows were not very effective, as he had expected, and therefore he assumed that the guy had a protective artifact with him. Therefore, he decided to deliver an even stronger and faster fatal blow. The spirit struck crosswise with all 4 of its swords, which made it take a long time for Eugene to be cut into pieces. Then he looked at his thin knife blade, which had drops of blood on it. But as it turned out, Eugene was able to move somewhere else. As he struggled to his feet, blood flowed from the wounds on his chest. Finding the guy again, the blue spirit said that it must be that constantly dodging fatal blows is very exhausting, and then he laughed, and then said that if the guy tries to stand against them with almost completely spent spiritual power, he will only make suffer yourself even more. The second spirit, when they started attacking again, shouted for the guy to just let them kill him. Sighing, Exhaling something yellow, Eugene quietly said that he would have to use it after all. And then he summoned the Sword of 1,000 Limits. And then he said that this sword is a sword created from the internal energy of the spirit. Looking fearfully at the spirits, he said that they, of course, did not deserve to fall from such a noble weapon, and therefore they should know that he was doing them great honor. And then he swung his sword, and the blow was so powerful that it cut off the tops of nearby mountains. But this blow not only successfully cut the mountains, but also hit the spirits, cutting them in half. And then this talk suffered from this blow, and began to collapse. Falling along with the stones, the blue spirit said that this Taoist was just a monster. But then someone grabbed him by the neck. As it turned out, it was Eugene who told the spirit that it was not time to die yet. And then he said that although it is completely normal for monsters to kill each other, they have persistently pursued him for the last few years. And then he asked the spirit what the reason for this was. Hearing this, the spirit became very angry and, shouting, asked if he really thought that he could leave without any consequences after killing the Demon King. Eugene asked again incomprehensibly. The spirit continued to scream and said that although they were defeated today, hordes of others would come after him, because everyone knew that the killer of the Demon King was named Eugene. Smiling, he said that soon all the spirits from all over the continent would be looking for him, and he would pay for killing their king. But Eugene interrupted his speeches by squeezing his hand, thereby turning his head into a splash of blood. Squeezing his hand tightly, the guy began to shake with anger, and then asked empty-handedly that he had killed the Demon King. Suddenly he raised his head and shouted at the sky, asking what kind of bastard was hanging around using his name, and then he declared that he would definitely find him and kill him with his own hands. While the sun was already setting, lying in the cart on the hay, Spencer scratched his ear. Blowing dirt off his finger, he noticed that his ear was itching, and then he asked the cab driver how far they were from the fork. The old man replied that they still had a couple of hours to go, and therefore he could still rest. And at the same time the little boy was staring at Spencer. The guy lay down on the hay again and closed his eyes, thinking that he hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. Suddenly Hannah asked him if her master didn't need to go to Pexon, which made him open his eyes and think that he would return there as soon as he finished with this matter. Then the ghost asked if she could go with him, to which, closing his eyes and smiling, Spencer replied that of course she could. And then, while the cart slowly moved forward, he thought that they would return to Pexon together. Some time later, Spencer got off the cart and was walking through the tall grass. Then he noticed something. As it turned out, somewhere in the distance one of the mountains shone with blue light. Meanwhile, some Taoists were fighting with someone, and apparently it was not particularly successful. The wounded Taoist holding on to another said that even if things don't go according to plan, it will continue for a long time. And then he said that the forces of the Marfa could not be classified. While the spirit stood in front of them, his face was wrinkled, he was dressed in a dark robe, and a long seal hung around his neck, like a scarf. As it turned out, the same white soulless subordinates stood in front of this spirit, and the wounded Taoist said that he could not believe that the spirit's subordinates also had powers beyond classification. Spencer decided to check out that mountain anyway, and now he was watching the battle. Looking at this, he thought that these guys must be brave to do this right in front of the gate. But most likely the reason lies in their weakened influence due to the war with the demons. Looking at the clothes of the Taoists, and noticing what sign was depicted on them, the guy remembered that that pattern was a symbol of the Junmun Gate, and therefore these must be foot soldiers from the Junmun Gate. Appreciating this, Spencer thought that this was wonderful, because if he saved from and entered the gate, then it would be much easier for him in the future. Then the spirit of the Marthas asked how they, ignorant and stupid idiots, dared to go against him. And then, extending his finger, he ordered them to stop resisting and become his subordinates. And then the spirit's subordinates rushed into battle, whom he ordered to kill the Taoists and drag them out of here. The Taoist standing in front turned around and told the other one that he and the others should leave here while he tried to delay the enemies as long as possible. The Taoist supporting the wounded man asked what he was talking about. Preparing to go on the attack, the man shouted that the elder should deal with this, so the other one should quickly run away and inform the others about it. And now the spirit's subordinates practically reached the man with their long nails. But then something, breaking the ground, flew from above towards the subordinates. When the dust settled a little, a male silhouette with a sword became visible. As it turned out, it was Spencer, who destroyed several subordinate spirits with one attack. Turning to the spirit, He said that he was just an infantryman passing nearby. And then Spencer said that he could not pass by when he saw that the Taoists were faced with the Marth, and therefore he wanted to help them. The man asked again in surprise. The spirit said that another nasty bastard had arrived, who did not know his place, and then he asked how creatures like them dared to touch his subordinates. While an entire army of subordinates was approaching Spencer, their master said that he managed to destroy one by surprise. But now he could hardly cope with so many dead on his own. In response, Spencer, smiling, asked if the spirit really thought he was alone, and then he raised his sword a little higher, and dark shadows began to burst out of it, and then many dark entities appeared next to the guy. This sight amazed everyone who could see it. After this, Spencer again asked about whether he really believed that he was alone. In response, Marfa said that these ghosts would still be unable to do anything, and then ordered his army of subordinates to tear the guy into pieces. But the guy did not move, not trying to somehow prepare for this attack or avoid it, and his eyes only flashed a frightening red light. And then his horde of dark ghosts ran out in front of the guy, and these subordinates and ghosts came together in battle, and one enemy was still able to smash the ghost's hand into small pieces. But then the ghost's hand began to recover, and then this ghost grabbed the white subordinate by the head with his huge palm, and then he slammed it into the ground with all the silk, breaking it. Another one, subordinate to time, with the help of his long nails, flying up from above, destroyed the head of one of the ghosts. But this ghost also began to recover, wrapping its body around the fingers of a subordinate, and then it formed a huge mouth with sharp teeth. And then, closing its jaws, the ghost saw through the white subordinate. A little later, the army of subordinates of the spirit were already in the minority, and were losing to Spencer's ghosts. Noticing this, the spirit noted with regret that hundreds of years of work had been wasted. Spencer said irritably that he thought this would be a great opportunity to add to his collection of ghosts. But it seems that these are just soulless shells and nothing more. Saying that it looked like we would have to be content with just this, the guy ordered the ghosts to grab the spirit, and they obediently obeyed. But the spirit was not yet ready to despair and shouted loudly. And then something quickly burst out from the spirit's back as he screamed that the guy was underestimating him. And then Spencer's ghosts were cut into small pieces by something, saying that he was the real demon here for the ghosts, and that he would now show his true strength. The spirit took on its true form and had more arms and a larger body. Handling his many hands, the spirit quickly ran to the guy, saying that he would arrange a welcoming ceremony for him. But suddenly a huge red eye shone behind Spencer, and then a huge hand flew out from behind the guy's back, intending to grab the spirit. Since the spirit did not expect this at all, the hand was easily able to grab it and carry it back. Climbing up the huge hand, Spencer ordered her to stop, and then he said that these kids were very angry, and besides, if they were very hungry, they would go absolutely crazy and wouldn't even recognize him. Crouching down to be closer to the frightened spirit, Spencer said that his ability to restrain them also had a certain limit, so now they just needed to talk calmly. Hearing this, the spirit panicked and asked what he wanted to talk about. With his red eyes flashing menacingly, Spencer asked how to make his subordinate. Sometime later in Ilwanen, the man, walking along the corridor, asked his employee if that guy had really pacified the creature, whose brains had already rotted, and that it was an infantryman. The man then continued by saying that this is how the clan's shortcomings differ, because if you only train in a warm small room, then you will be too incompetent to practice. Looking back, the man told the servant to bring this foot soldier to Horongbong. Hearing this order, the servant asked that it seemed that the man in this case wanted to lure this infantryman to his side. Smiling with all his teeth, the man said that if a tasty fish got into the net, he couldn't let it go so easily, and then he told the servant to listen carefully to all the guy's wishes, so that he couldn't easily dismiss their demands. Sometime later, Spencer fell onto the bed, saying that he had not slept on such a soft bed for a long time. Hannah noted that everything was just beginning, to which the guy replied that this was so, and then wondered how he could get the release board without raising questions. Then someone called the guy from behind the door, and then apologized for disturbing him. Having opened the door, it turned out that a young guy was standing behind it. Bowing, the guy said that his name was Peter, and he came to express gratitude in place of his elder, to which Spencer replied that it was not worth it, because he, as a person who was on the same path as him, should of course help. Raising his head, Peter said that the elder had some urgent business to attend to, so he sent him, and then he went on to say that if the Spencer guy needed anything while he was here, he he should definitely tell him. Looking at the guy with his sharp eyes, a request had already arisen in the head of the former tiger. Scratching his cheek, he said that he had heard that there was a guardian protecting Mount Yangni, and then he asked if he could see him once. The servant, hearing about this, became suspicious and asked again. Scratching his head awkwardly, Spencer said that this was just a public rumor, and if it was impossible, then nothing could be done. But Peter just laughed loudly and said that there was nothing like that, and this beast is the pride of their clan, so of course he can show it to him. Walking to a ledge, Peter said that since there were so many people who wanted to see, there were circles for moving around, and one was right here. Hannah remarked that she didn't think it was possible to meet the guardian of the mountain so easily, to which Spencer replied that it was like he was in some kind of show for fools. And then the servant folded his hands and said that he would activate the circle, and then added that the guy might feel a little dizzy, and then everything around was illuminated with a bright light. A second later, the men found themselves in caves hidden by a curtain of dust, and, as expected, the golden beast was there. Pointing to the beast, Peter said that it was their guardian Glenn, protecting this place. Smiling, Glenn said that Spencer had finally arrived, and then he noticed that he had nevertheless risen to the level of Yangyal, to which the former tiger only sighed. And then Spencer said that he heard the whole story, and therefore the situation is a little. Looking at the guy, the beast asked him if he had really heard the story about him from this place. Spencer replied that it happened so, in response to which the beast showed its teeth. And then Glenn burst into tears, saying that now the former tiger should understand his feelings, because these scoundrels locked him in grief and turned him into a circus animal. While Peter was still telling something, the beast continued, saying that some people come to pet him and stretch out their hands to him, and after the flood, he sometimes thinks about killing all those who come to look at him, and then let these bastards kill you. And then he said that out of despair, he even asked such a low-level creature as Spencer for help, to which he only asked where he could find the liberation board. Without answering this yet, Glenn wiped his tears with his paw, and then, turning away from the guy, he said that he didn't know where to find the release board. Spencer was quite surprised by this, and then he asked if the beast was really inviting him to search the entire Illwomen clan, since he was already in pain at the thought that he might be discovered. Looking at the former tiger again, the beast, chuckling, told him not to exaggerate, because those who guard Illwomen are, at best, Wansungs. And then he added by saying that the spiritual power that he now feels in Spencer is not a bit inferior to them, and perhaps it is even greater than that of the Waysungs. And then Glenn said that he knew there might be a release board and would help the guy get to it. But then Spencer asked if the beast was demanding too much from him for some kind of occupation. Then the beast asked how about the fact that if he sets him free, he will receive the eternal protection of Saveron. This statement struck Spencer to the core. Spencer remembered that 4 noble families lived in groups in the southern lands, and 4 generations of these families hid in their domains, without interfering with each other. Each clan is a separate clan, each of which has its own characteristic features, and Salrang is the most unique among them. They are considered the noblest blood among wolves, and if at least one of the clan wears a silver circle, then the entire clan follows the owner of this silver circle, mistaking any of his opponents for their own enemy. However, in the opposite case, if you turn out to be the one who harmed your own clan, then the entire clan will become your enemy. Remembering this, Spencer guessed something, and Glenn confirmed his guess, saying that he was actually a member of Savorang, one of the 4 clans in the south, and the blood of noble wolves flows in his veins. Returning to his room, Spencer lamented that the beast said it would help him, but he could not even imagine such a thing. And then he explained that Glenn gave him only the poison of red wine, which is one of the 10 potent poisons. And then he thought about what would happen when he got hold of the liberation board using it. And then he remembered that the beast had told him that Spencer would have one more job to do. Glenn said that there was a special ban on his heart, and even if he broke free from the shackles of the liberation board, his heart would instantly break into pieces. Therefore, the guy needs to find an unblocking stone with which he can dispel this prohibition. Then Hannah said that it would not be easy to find this stone, since this stone destroys all prohibitions, to which Spencer replied that he agreed, because this stone is not some ordinary block. And although the matter is complicated, the guy said that it was still worth it, because if he rescued Glenn, he could receive a heavenly blessing. Having said this, Spencer thought about how, until now, he could only level up with the help of his internal energy and spiritual power, but starting from the next level, Young Mayan, the dimension is completely different. After all, this is like creating another life, and therefore only because of some minor mistake can he succumb to the inner demon and become a warring tree beast. And heavenly longevity is a special technique of the Salvarang clan that allows you to provide this. Occasionally you can see trees that look like animals, and these trees are the bodies of spirits who could not overcome the level of Yongmayan and turned into trees. Hannah said that she was surprised that such a technique existed that could level up by reconciling the vessel of the beast with the power of the prehistoric gods. Spencer announced that he would also receive the protection of Savarang. When the guy told Peter about his request for an unlock stone, he asked again in surprise. And then, with a grimace, the servant wondered if this guy really thought of the unlocking stone as some kind of trinket. And Spencer guessed the next thoughts. He realized that Peter thought that it was fashionable to give such a valuable thing to an infantryman, after absorbing which he wouldn't mind dying. In general, the servant looked at Spencer as if he were an ignorant idiot. Smiling, Peter said that, unfortunately, there were no unlocking stones left in their clan, and to tell the truth, this item was quite difficult to find. Sighing, the former tiger thought about what he asked just in case. But everything was exactly as he thought. But then Peter said that he still knew where to find this stone. The guy continued by saying that he couldn't say for sure that the other would be able to find him, but maybe Spencer would be lucky, and that's why Peter wanted to accompany him there. As the men walked across the bridge to the city where there was a high tower, the servant said that this was a place called Buchan, one of the cities of Wulchenseeing. And then he said that there is an auction house that secretly buys and sells only Taoist things. To which Spencer said that he had no idea that there was something like that here. In response, Peter said that that's why it's called Secret Market. And then the guy continued by saying that this building is a pavilion called Juriangwan, and it is run by a sect called Chongjaman. And inside this building they hold auctions where they sell rare items that are difficult to find. Entering the building, Peter explained to the former tiger that if there is a product that he likes, either there is an equal exchange, or it is bought for precious stones. Suddenly the guard blocked the men's path with his sword, and then he said that this is not a place where outsiders can go. But then Peter took out some kind of sign. Meanwhile, the bidding was in full swing. Still, the men were able to enter, and the servant explained to Spencer that this was Biryangwan, where only bison could get into. Suddenly, the person who was leading this bidding took out the Thunderland Dragon's internal energy chi core, which, if swallowed, could increase the level of spiritual power. The Taoists looked at this product with admiration, and then everyone decided that they should get it. And immediately shouts of bets echoed throughout the hall. Hearing the last bet, Spencer thought that giving 2,000 for some core of internal energy was a lot, and he only had 3,000 with him. The presenter loudly shouted that a truly great treasure would now be presented, namely an amulet that was used in ancient times, but is now considered lost. Hearing this, the Taoists were seriously alarmed, and then a small piece of the amulet appeared before their eyes, which the presenter called part of Chukchi's art. Seeing the product, the Taoists looked at it in bewilderment, because they expected something more. And then angry shouts from the crowd followed, causing the presenter to shrink cowardly. The presenter tried to add that there is also symbolism that this is a remnant of a skill that has now disappeared, and perhaps buyers can find the key to Chukchi's art here. Peter said that no one in their right mind would buy such a thing, but then Spencer said that he would buy it for 500 gems. The servant turned to the guy, dumbfounded, and then he held up the sign, making a bet. Peter stood embarrassed in the middle of the hall while the Taoists stared at him. The presenter was hooked on this offer, and immediately sold the product. The servant gave the goods to the man, thinking that he might be a fool, and then Peter handed this piece of the amulet into Spencer's hands. The guy looked at this scrap quite joyfully, and then the presenter continued the auction, presenting the next lot. But then some cracks appeared in the air, and suddenly a huge skull appeared above the leader's head. This skull landed heavily on the stage, causing the entire audience to tremble. The Taoists looked at this in bewilderment, and someone suggested that someone had decided to give them such an unexpected performance. Then a figure appeared in a cloud of red smoke. As it turned out, there was a woman sitting on this skull, who laughed quietly and said that it was good that they had all gathered in a bunch. And then she added that it would be easier to kill everyone this way. But the men did not take this threat seriously, and then they said that all her actions and words were pure deceit. Suddenly, someone noticed that a giant animal bone, demonic energy, and this woman appeared in front of them, and therefore he recognized who it was. And then this man said that this was the ghostly demoness Knuckle from the ghostly sect, to which surprised exclamations from other men rained down in response. Hearing this name, Spencer remembered that this particular demoness was called a rare bitch, But it was strange that she showed up when the time had not yet come for the general appearance of the demonic world. Sticking out her tongue and licking her lips, the demoness said that the Taoists received her so warmly that her body became hot, and therefore she must heat the atmosphere to the highest limit. And then she snapped her fingers, and suddenly the whole building shook. Meanwhile, the subordinate was reciting some kind of spell, holding some kind of staff with both hands. Meanwhile, other subordinates shouted, "Circle of sealing and destruction," and suddenly the first subordinate pierced himself with that staff, and then some strange red mist began to come out of that staff. Soon this fog filled the entire room, and someone noticed that it seemed to be a blocking curtain. The woman cried out for the Taoists to enjoy this bloody festival with her. Here the Taoists, one after another, began to either choke or simply fall to the ground in pain. But Spencer didn't care, and he just said that not only did he not see the unlocking stone he was looking for, but also, out of the blue, this problematic situation arose. Meanwhile, the Taoists felt even worse and blood flowed from all their orifices, and they themselves began to beg for help. One of the Taoists held on better than the others, but his bleeding did not stop. Yes, even Spencer, who seemed to care nothing about this veil, also shed a bloody tear. Having wiped away these tears, the former tiger thought that this was a demonic circle of destruction, which allows one to increase practical skills if Taoists are sacrificed, and then he noted that it was as if some intangible energy was pressing on him. However, after thinking that if this is just the effect of the blocking veil, then it can be dealt with, and after that the guy tried on the golden effect of the fallen spirit, causing a glowing circle to appear in his eye. This skill is a secret skill that is able to see through a blocking veil, which he received from the eyes of one of his former opponents. Spencer thought that all he had to do was find the core that was spreading the curtain, and then he was able to find this core, which was the same suicide who was guarded by two other men. Telling Peter to release his spiritual energy and envelop his body with it, Spencer headed forward. The servant wanted to call the guy, but he had already left, leaving behind only a bright flash. The men guarding the core laughed at the Taoists who were in agony, saying what inappropriate behavior this was. But then Spencer burst into them with swords in his hands. The guard quickly looked away, but the guy immediately said that they could go to rest. Meanwhile, some Taoist was indignant that these demons used such a cowardly method, and then he jumped up and rushed to attack the devil with a huge sword at the ready. The man shouted that if this scum died, then the blocking curtain would disappear. The woman, not at all frightened, spoke about how scared she was, and then the man struck the huge skull with his large sword. But as it turned out, the sword not only did not damage the skull, but also began to break. And then, in front of the surprised Taoist, the sword completely shattered into pieces. But the skull did not want to tolerate such an attitude, and therefore immediately opened its mouth, preparing to devour the man alive. While the man, half in the mouth of the skull, was making gurgling sounds, the demoness, holding out her hand to him, said that he jumped into the mouth alone. How could there be anything more romantic? And then, gently touching the man's face, she said, licking her lips, that, in this case, as a special bonus, she would eat him first. But then the woman turned around, noticing something. With surprise, the devil noted that the blocking curtain had already been destroyed. And then she took out some kind of scroll from her clothes, and then she unfolded it, and the patterns on it glowed with a bright light. And a second later, some small demons appeared in front of the scroll and exclaimed joyfully. Then she turned to the kids and told them to stop playing around and listen to her, and then she invited them to try a new game. And then she said that they had to find the driver who destroyed the blocking curtain, and if they succeeded, then she would give them a bunch of toys. Hearing the rules of the game, the demonic children immediately rushed to search. Looking after them, the woman said that she was sure that there was no one here with a level above the bison level. So where did the Taoist come from who was able to pass through the blocking curtain and break the core? Meanwhile, Spencer had already killed all the subordinates of the demoness Inception, who were guarding the core. And then the guy looked around and flashed his red eyes. Thinking about this man, blushing, the woman said that he was the one who gave her a new incentive. Meanwhile, other subordinates arrived to help their comrades, and now they asked in bewilderment who this enemy was. Continuing to kill men, Spencer moved forward, causing them to ask why he was acting as if nothing had happened in this demonic circle. When they noticed the enemy approaching, the men became alarmed and readied their weapons. But before they could get ready, Spencer ran forward, cutting them into small pieces. The already dead men fell to the ground, and Spencer said that there was still no doubt that the worlds of demons and gods were absolutely opposite to each other, and therefore he could not move, as if nothing had happened in the place where so much demonic energy had accumulated. And then he continued by saying that in his case, he had infused anti-demonic energy into his body. And then he remembered the ghost tree that he had obtained in Cheonggi-dong, and although he knew that they purified spiritual energy, he could not imagine that thanks to this tree, demonic energy would not affect him in any way. Therefore, it was the right decision when, just in case, he made a ghostly sword from this tree and implanted it into his body. Meanwhile, he glanced at the core of the blocking curtain, and then the guy hit him several times. Afterwards, Spencer noted that he had already destroyed 2 demonic circles, and therefore he needed to quickly deal with the rest and escape from here. While choosing his next target, he suddenly noticed a glowing ball lying on the ground. Coming closer and picking it up, the guy noted that it was the same core being sold at auction. But suddenly, the seemingly dead old man said that this was his core. Frightened, Spencer looked at him and thought that he was amazingly possessed, although the man may have lost his mind due to demonic energy. Pretending that he did not know who the owner of this core was, the guy moved further and further from the old man, hoping to find the owner, while he, being near death, shouted after him that this was his thing. Suddenly Spencer was engulfed by some kind of glow, and then he realized that he could not move. Suddenly, green sand burst out of the bottle on his belt and flew somewhere to the side, while the guy wondered why it began to envelop him. As it turned out, green sand protected its owner from an attack that he did not notice. As it turned out, someone threw bone arrows at the guy, which are now stuck in the sand. Looking in the direction where the arrows came from, Spencer noticed demonic children. While the green sand was returning to the bottle, Hannah said that these children were undead creatures called Samcheoquidin, and then she said that thousands of 99-day-old babies were collected and recreated in another body, namely the body of the undead, and since it contains thousands of lives, it is stronger than most other undead. In response, Spencer asked why babies were used, to which the ghost replied that the purer the vessel, the stronger and deeper the demonic energy can be contained. To which the guy noted with regret that only because of this, thousands of babies were turned into undead. In response, Hannah said that although they outwardly look like children, they are no longer people, and, having called upon their treasures, they threaten the guy. Even because he is now constrained in his movements, they also threaten him. Sighing, the guy said that using the martial art of sound, they shackled his body and shot arrows at him. And then he noticed that this was a treasure with good efficiency for hunting opponents, so it must have been difficult to deal with. But things take a completely different turn because Spencer has a phantom sword. And then in the next second, the shackles that bound the former tiger's entire body broke. One demon child looked at this in surprise, and then another child began to mock the other for this. Meanwhile, the third demon child began to beat the drum, and suddenly a huge lightning bolt burst out of this drum, from which unpleasant memories immediately arose in Spencer's head. But still this attack was not successful, because Spencer could cut it with his sword, and then, without thinking twice, he attacked his opponents. But they were able to dodge the man's attack by jumping high into the air. Hanging in the air, the kids laughed joyfully. In response, Spencer also laughed, looking up, and then he called tea, and from under the guy's clothes a centipede crawled out. And then Spencer ordered her not to pierce, but to grab these children, to which she squealed, obeying the owner. And then the centipede spat out many of its golden threads. And this attack was already a success, because now all 3 devils were tightly tied, and then they fell like stones to the floor. Having praised T, who was caressing him, the guy told the kids not to rock the boat, because this is a golden thread that no sword can cut. Hearing this, the demonic child screamed capriciously and pulled out his eyes glowing with anger. While stroking the centipede, Spencer noted that it was difficult to kill something that looked like a child, but at the same time, he couldn't fit them into the space bag. But then he remembered that he had a talisman lying around somewhere, which he had received the other day from Marfa, and then he took out a long talisman from his clothes. Tearing off a small piece for each, he accumulated it on the forehead of each of the demonic children. After that, literally a second later, they closed their eyes, as if they were falling asleep. Suddenly something red shone behind the guy. As it turned out, it was the demoness who came to him in person. Looking horribly intently at the guy, she said that she had found him. Looking at the woman, Spencer thought that she is the embodiment of evil, either dead nor alive. She is the one who stands at the opposite point of good, like a demonic creature. Suddenly the guy cursed to himself, and then, his red eyes flashing, he He thought that he just wanted to break the blocking curtain and get out of here. Looking at Spencer, the woman said that his outer skin was just an irregular shell, but she liked his appearance. And then she said that she was pleased to meet you, and then she introduced herself, saying that her name was Holly, and she was the ghostly demoness Knuckle. Then the guy thought that there was nothing good in needlessly exchanging pleasantries with her, because she was known as a crazy bitch whose train of thoughts could not be predicted. Holly said that, to be honest, she was very surprised by Spencer, because this border, where no one is able to even move, but he moves as if nothing had happened, was even able to find and destroy the eyes of the demonic circle, and therefore she became very curious what kind of person this was. And then she continued, saying that moreover, in such a short period of time he was able to subjugate her children, and therefore she was delighted because he turned out to be an even more outstanding warrior. After these words, Spencer, as if scalded, rushed away from the woman, and then he quickly ran away from her, thinking that this woman's obsession went beyond pathology. It was akin to a natural disaster. Therefore, it is impossible to guess what, where and when this woman will do. While the guy was thinking about the fact that he had the last eye left to destroy, a huge skull appeared in front of him, and this one knocked the guy into the wall. Holly said, "Doesn't a guy know it's not nice to ignore when a woman greets a guy?" And then she angrily said that he ignored her in such an ugly way. But then Spencer kicked the huge one through, and this one flew right behind the woman's back. Standing up and releasing his fiery wings, Spencer said that he didn't want to mess with her, but it looks like he has no choice. And then, with his eyes burning with anger, he said that, as the woman wanted, he would fight with her. These words sent a small tremor through the woman's entire body. But as it turned out, it was not out of fear, but out of anticipation. And then the woman laughed out loud, saying that she didn't expect Spencer to be such a hot man. With a slight movement of her hand, she called her huge skull towards her, saying that the guy should also be attentive to this girl. And then she cut off the ends of her red hair, and these strands fell straight into the mouth of a huge skull. And then organs and limbs began to appear on this skull. It began to be covered with meat and skin. And then a huge buffalo appeared behind the woman. Holding her head up, Holly said that now the two of them would have a hot game. Spencer accepted the challenge, and blue flashes began to appear around his hand. And then he rose into the air, engulfed in blue flames. But suddenly the guy said that they would fight, but not today. And suddenly, in the middle of the hall, something blue appeared in the air, and then it exploded. Turning to look at that object, Holly noticed that the last eye of the demonic circle had exploded. Meanwhile, the Taoists lay exhausted on the ground, but then the curtain began to dissipate. Sinking to the ground, Spencer said that since the woman wants to play so much, then why not play with those gathered people? And then the Taoists began, with difficulty, to rise from the floor. Meanwhile, Holly just started laughing about it, but suddenly she took on a serious look. Spencer, seeing this, became wary. But then the woman smiled tenderly and said that today she played well with one warrior, and therefore could she find out his name. Spencer didn't answer her, because he was thinking that he was really so crazy as to share his name with her. But suddenly someone called the guy by his fictitious name. As it turned out, it was Peter, who noticed that the guy had destroyed the demonic circle. And then the Taoists, who had already risen, shouted that they were ready to fight. Holly said Spencer's fictitious name slowly, as if savoring it. And then she said that there were too many obstacles that could interfere with their intimate conversation. And suddenly some cracks appeared behind her, saying that they would have to part like this. But everything was fine and they would meet again. The woman and her buffalo entered the portal. Turning around, Holly said that she remembered the guy's name well. And then, hiding in the portal, she said goodbye to the guy. Sometime later, the Taoists were arguing about that recent incident. Suddenly, the boy sitting in the lead said that it seemed like they had a good center of gravity, and this was the moment when everyone suffered from the wars with monsters. Suddenly he asked who was in charge of the Biryangwan, to which one of the Taoists bowed down in panic. And then this Taoist said that during the investigation it turned out that there was someone inside who conspired with the ghostly sect, and now they are looking for this traitor. But the boy interrupted the man, asking what they said, that the demoness was stopped by an infantryman, to which the man replied that everything was so, and even rumors began to circulate that a new water dragon had appeared in the world of immortal Taoism. Listening to all this, the boy leaned on his cheek, and then said that everyone was looking at that infantryman with great interest, and therefore everyone wants to get him. But everyone understands perfectly well that swallowing such a person can give you indigestion, and therefore you need to use him, which will cope with the resulting hype. Suddenly, the very unlocking stone he was looking for appeared in front of Spencer. The servant said that if the guy were not here, the Chongjaman sect would have suffered huge losses, so they prepared an unlock stone for him. Spencer said that this was such a thing, and then asked what its price was, to which the man said that they were giving this stone away for nothing. But afterwards the servant said that it would be enough if the guy fulfilled one of their requests. When Spencer asked what this request was, the servant asked him to become one of the invited elders from the sect. And then the servant explained that there was no need to look for any kind of transportation here. It's just that in such a difficult time of war with demons, criticism and doubts of other factions are unlikely to subside. But just one word spoken by a Taoist who prevented the worst with his own hands can put an end to all the gossip. Spencer thought that if he agreed to become a guest elder, he would not be burdened with any obligations. But if he needs something, they will give it to him. After thinking about it, the guy agreed, saying that since they say that this sect has nothing to do with the demonic sect. Meanwhile on Ilwenman, the Taoist asked the servant that the brat had become a visiting elder of the Chongjaman sect, to which Peter answered in the affirmative. And then the Taoist said that they made such an offer to someone who was a guest in their sect. And then, putting the brush on the stand, the man exclaimed about what a calculation this was, because in the blink of an eye they turned their gaze to that infantryman, because all the sects would rush to accept him into their ranks. And then the Taoist asked if that infantryman really repelled the devil's attack alone. In response, Peter said that everything was exactly like that. In a blocking curtain filled to the brim with demonic energy, he found and resolved all the cores. And if it weren't for that infantryman, then all the Taoists would have turned into a bloody mess. And then the servant said that not only he saw this, but also all the Taoists who were there. Approaching the window, the Taoist said that Spencer turned out to be not just a fish, but a real shark, and therefore their sect really needed him. And then the man continued, saying that since such a situation had arisen, they should act proactively. But then Peter doubtfully asked what would happen to the guy if he refused the very end. The Taoist asked the guy if he really had any pity for the guy, and then said that in the name of the sect, he must bring this brat to him at all costs. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. Spencer said the preparations were complete. Holding something in his hand, he said that others asked why he was buying some useless pieces of paper. But this did not apply to him, who had missing parts. Until today, they were only scraps of paper. But when combined into one, they will become a relic of ancient times. And then these pieces of paper swirled in the air around some shining ball. The guy thought that since this was the art of Chukji, it would require a huge amount of spiritual power, and if there was a shortage, it could be replenished with the help of the dragon core. Then the guy exerted all his strength, and it all started to light up. Bright light came through the windows of the room on all sides. But then the color of the light changed, and Spencer stood there, breathing heavily. But as it turned out, a talisman appeared in front of him, and the guy noticed that with its help he could use the art of Chukji. But suddenly Peter appeared outside the doors of his room. When the doors opened, the servant said that the Supreme Elder was making him see and he would be received as an honored guest. Peter walked down the corridor with mixed feelings, and behind him came Spencer. Soon Peter brought the guy to the right door and stepped aside. As Spencer was about to enter, the servant called out to him. But then Peter looked away awkwardly and said nothing. Spencer just looked at the servant and said nothing. And then the guy walked out the door while Peter stood in front of her with his shoulders low. The elder, smiling widely, said that they had finally met face to face. And then he said that his name was Michael, and he was the one who was responsible for this sect. Spencer then briefly introduced himself using a fictitious name. Afterwards, Michael, carrying a tray with 2 mugs, said that he had been incredibly busy lately, and therefore he had not been able to see the guy. And then he said that he had prepared special tea for his guest. Placing the cup on the table, the Taoist said that it was tea made from medicinal herbs. Spencer picked up his cup and took a sip of his tea, and then his body was enveloped in a light blue glow. While the Taoist looked closely at the guy, he said that this tea cleanses the soul and body, and even calms his gates. Smiling, Michael said that he was well aware that the infantrymen single-handedly opposed that witch, and therefore such Taoists inspire hope for a bright future. Looking down and smiling, Spencer asked why he was called here. Michael asked the guy to become a member of his Ilwanan sect. Hearing this, Spencer looked up at the man in surprise. And then the man continued, saying that if a guy needs something, he will be happy to give it to him. Spencer thought that this was an extraordinary proposal, but still he refused. In response, Michael just closed his eyes and asked again. And then, with a frightening look, He said that in this case nothing can be done. Suddenly the guy felt something, and suddenly his whole body turned green, and this made him bend over. Rising from the table, the man said that it would be better for the guy to listen to the old man's words. And then, coming closer, he said that the guy had probably heard about the smoky cloud, one of the 10 strongest poisons, and then announced that he was not going to kill the guy. How could he do such recklessness? Then the Taoist said that everyone is on edge because of the provocation of the ghostly sect, and therefore they must definitely pay in the same coin, which is why each faction gathers capable people. And then Michael said that they had been training to get together, but they didn't have enough experience. Therefore, they are not able to fight such an enemy, and therefore Spencer needs to take part in the war with the demonic sect. Smiling through the pain, Spencer said that because he was a traveling foot soldier, his death would have no consequences for the sect. Leaning closer to the guy, the man said that his position would change if he joined the sect. Looking menacingly at the man, the guy asked if it was really the vaunted sect that preached the selfish use of poison. Laughing, Michael said that everything looks different when you look down. While the guy was still writhing in pain, the man said that he would ask him one last time, and then he asked again if he would join Ilwinman, or he would still prefer to die. And then the man said that the guy still had a bison level, but he would feel only a little regret from his death. Suddenly Spencer laughed. The man looked at him in surprise while the guy laughed. After a pause, he asked what was wrong with him, and then suddenly Michael's blood started pouring down his throat, and suddenly he collapsed and a fountain of blood came out of his mouth. While the man sank to the ground, Spencer, on the contrary, stood up. Holding the bottle in his hands, the guy said that it was poison in poison, and then, looking menacingly at the man, he said that the poison of red wine is not fatal unless the sorcerer activates it. With teary eyes, Michael looked at the former tiger and asked where he got such poison from and whether he had forgotten that he himself was poisoned. But then the guy said that for him, who had achieved an invincible body, this meant nothing. And suddenly all the poison concentrated in his finger and flowed out as liquid. Under the surprised look of the Taoist, this drop fell to the floor. And then he said that this could not be, because he himself had not reached such a level. But in response, Spencer said that there is only one way for a man to survive. Suffering from pain, the man with difficulty asked what kind of method this was. In response, Spencer told him to give him the sign freeing Glenn, the guardian of Mount Yongni. The man was surprised to think that he was going to take the beast. Spencer continued by saying that if the guardian became his, he would destroy the poison of the red wine. Without listening to another option, the Taoist immediately agreed. The man, kneeling, said that they would still see who would laugh last. And then he took out some object from his clothes, and suddenly a passage opened in the floor. A huge staircase leading down opened before Spencer's eyes. The men began to climb down while the Taoist was still shaking. Suddenly Hannah said that this passage had been in front of him all this time, but he had no idea. With a sour face, Spencer said that who would have thought that the elder would be sitting over the vault. Hannah said that she could not even imagine that the owner would have to use the poison that Glenn gave them like this. To which the guy replied that the beast probably already understood the whole rotten nature of the elder. And then he thought that maybe he, like Glenn, was now walking into a trap, because people are still people. After some time, the men went down to the storage facility. Looking around, Spencer was surprised to notice how many artifacts there were. Suddenly Hannah drew her owner's attention to something, and the guy looked at some small tower. When asked by her owner whether this was a useful artifact, Hannah replied that it was the Tower of Six Spirits, one of the artifacts of the 10th generation. Spencer was very surprised when he heard this, but then Michael called out to him, saying that the agreement was only about the release board. Thinking about how annoying this was, Spencer followed the man further, and then they finally got to the liberation table. The Taoist placed his palm on the barrier in front of the tabla, and began to recite the spell, after which the barrier soon disappeared. Taking the scoreboard in his hands, Michael told the guy not to forget to remove the poison from his body when he received the scoreboard. Sighing, Spencer said that those with a bad conscience will always doubt others. And then he said that the moment the contact was broken, the spiritual power would be eliminated. The Taoist did not answer anything to this at first, but he still agreed with his mouth and sent the scoreboard to Spencer. The scoreboard slowly flew towards the guy, and a second later Spencer was already holding the scoreboard in his hands. And then the man told the infantryman to now remove the poison from his body. Holding the scoreboard in his hands, Spencer decided to ask again whether Glenn would now belong to him. When the man answered in the affirmative, Spencer ordered the poison of red wine to make Michael's body cry out. Hearing this, the man was taken aback, and pain pierced his body. Suddenly, bloody tears flowed from the Taoist's eyes, and then he said that, believe me, he would lose all his spiritual power and become a useless dummy. In response, Spencer raised his hand and said he felt good. And then, with sparkling eyes, the former tiger said that his goal was to take Glenn completely, and he knew that another ban had been placed on him. And then he said that if Glenn had believed it, he would have run away immediately, and immediately his heart would be torn apart by the ban, and his inner chi core would turn into a simple stone. And then, pointing his finger at the man, he said that he also knows that this ban is Michael. Still red-haired with bloody tears, the man said that he knew nothing. But Spencer, leaving, said that it didn't matter, it was already a foregone conclusion to take him into account, and the man was torn from the inside. Suddenly, as Spencer was leaving, he looked at the turret again, and then he smiled joyfully. Meanwhile, Glenn was in his cave. Suddenly he opened his eyes, noticing something. Suddenly Spencer appeared in front of the beast. In his hands the guy held the release board and the unlock stone. Seeing this, Glenn said that this was the damned release board. Suddenly, the liberation board and the unlock stone rose into the air and began to spin. And then there was a bright flash, and a second later the whole mountain shook. And then something from the depths tore it into pieces, completely destroying it. And suddenly a huge wolf flew out from under its ruins. Enveloped in an orange glow, the wolf took a deep breath. Looking up at the moon, Glenn said it had been 1,000 years. And then he said that this dead time spent here, a whole millennium, had finally ended. And then, sending light throughout the area, Glenn shouted that he was finally free. Sitting on the back of the beast and holding on to its fur, Spencer screamed, asking him what he was doing. Was it really not enough for him to sneak away? So now he decided to notify everyone about it. Glenn turned around and replied that it didn't matter, because the moment the liberation board was destroyed, they should have felt it. Meanwhile, something rose from the ground into the sky. As it turned out, these were 3 people who hovered in the air at some distance from the beast and the former tiger. One of them turned out to be the chief elder of Ilwenman, Marlin, who asked the beast how he was able to get out, because Michael was watching the release board. The second person turned out to be Magnus, the elder of Ilwenman, who said that Michael himself created the text limiting the Guardian and hid it in a place hidden from everyone. The third was another Ilwenman elder, Greg, who drew the men's attention to the back of the beast. Looking at the back of the beast, the men noticed a man on it, which is why one of them said that it was obvious that Glenn could not escape and break the ban on his own, and the reason for this incident was apparently connected with the guy sitting on his back. Magnus angrily said that this man was a traitor who took advantage of the commotion due to the Chongjamin incident. And then he shouted that if this leaked to the world, then how would others look at them? Greg said that they would again capture Glenn and kill the traitor, and force the students to remain silent. Hearing this, Magnus shouted to Greg that one of the peaks, the symbol of the lunar month, was broken, and therefore this was different from the last time when the keeper ate half of the peak. But then Marlin told the men to calm down, because first it was better to deal with the problem that was right before their eyes. Looking at the men, Spencer noted that they were all at Hwansun level, and then he asked the beast what they should do now. But Glenn didn't answer, he just frowned. And suddenly this whole body was illuminated with a bright light, and then the sacred beast rushed in the direction opposite to the men. The beast, like a falling star, flew across the sky. Still sitting on the beast's back, Spencer asked if he did this because he still had an ace up his sleeve. In response, Glenn said that there was nothing of the kind, he didn't even have any artifacts with him, and therefore he couldn't resist those men, because he was only thinking about how to get out of here as quickly as possible. But then those same Taoists caught up with them. Suddenly Greg raised his fan, from which flames appeared, and then this flame grew and flew straight towards the beast and the guy. Noticing this, Glenn said that this was the most common fire technique, but he would not be able to penetrate its lightning energy. And then lightning began to shine around the beast, driving away the fire. Magnus, noticing this, said that he would tear it apart with his rings, and then he threw his rings. But then a shield appeared in front of Spencer, which tried to reflect the rings. The rings spun wildly, emitting sparks, but suddenly they flew away. Looking to the side, the guy thought that even if he lived and blocked this attack with a powerful spell, it was dangerous. But the enemy continued to attack endlessly, as a result of which the flight slowed down and the consumption of spiritual power increased. Spencer thought that at this rate some kind of gap would appear, and just at that second it appeared. Suddenly a huge red sword entered this gap. The guy quickly reacted to this. Suddenly he pulled out a red ball from somewhere, and then he swung his red sword, and the blow of the enemy's red sword fell on Spencer's sword. The guy, crossing two swords, held back the enemy's attack. Suddenly he shouted loudly, and then he suddenly raised his hands, causing the huge sword to fly back. Marlon was surprised to note that the guy was able to repel his attack, and then he thought that the guy was just a bison, and therefore his pride was hurt. Spencer shouted to the beast that he would help him, but if things continued like this, his arms would soon fall off. In response, Glenn said that there was very little left to the southern land, and they needed to hold out until they crossed the border. Hearing this, Spencer remembered that Gosen was the core territory of the fourth noble family, and then he said that he would try to hold off the men as best he could, and Glenn should focus on escaping. Meanwhile, 3 Taoists were hanging in the air in front of Spencer, ready to attack. Soon all 3 began to mercilessly attack the beast and the former tiger. Marlon thought that he didn't like this, because for some reason they couldn't destroy some weakling of the bison level who didn't have any artifacts. Suddenly someone noticed that they were already outside Ilwinen territory, to which Magnus only made an irritated sound. Suddenly someone called him, and then he called Greg. As it turned out, it was Marlon who invited the men to open the wings of the divine dragon to the gift, which surprised them a lot. Opening his eyes slightly, Marlon said that Gosen was already nearby, and if they let the beast and the guy leave, then the prestige of their sect would fall to the very bottom, and therefore they needed to be killed to prevent the worst. Meanwhile, Spencer, breathing heavily, looked after the retreating Taoists, and he wondered why they suddenly stopped attacking. Suddenly a flash lit up in the sky, and then it flared up even brighter, and suddenly, out of this flash, a huge dragon emerged and headed straight for Spencer and Glenn. This sight surprised the guy so much that he opened his mouth wide. Meanwhile, the dragon opened its mouth, preparing to attack. Turning around, Glenn was surprised to notice that it was the divine dragon Daru. Hearing this, Spencer turned around, and immediately Hannah said that this is one of the best combining techniques. But reproducing the technique has many shortcomings, but even so it is dangerous. Meanwhile, the dragon, opening its mouth, flew towards the guy and the beast, hoping to devour them. And now the dragon almost overtook them. Spencer noted with surprise that he could feel this pressure of spiritual power, which was as great as the size of the dragon. And then he turned one of his swords back into a red ball, and then the second sword became a ball, and then they flew straight towards the dragon. But these balls did not injure the enemy in any way, but only bounced off him. This surprised the former tiger, but the dragon did not stop moving all this time, and now its jaws were right above them. But then Glenn's eyes began to emit sparks, and he decided to use the storm meteor technique. And then he growled, opening his mouth, and lightning began to swirl around him, and then a huge lightning struck the dragon. From this blow, the dragon began to fall heavily to the ground. Holding himself from falling to the ground by the beast's fur, Spencer said that it was able to dodge such an attack, and afterward he noted that it was an amazing technique. But then Glenn said that now he had somehow evaded, but next time it would be difficult to repeat, because his spiritual strength had almost dried up. And then, looking at how the dragon rose again, he said to the beast with regret that it seemed that he would die like this, when the Gosen lands were already right under his nose. But suddenly Spencer, who got to his feet, said that he would try to block the dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon did not think, but again flew towards his opponents. Meanwhile, Spencer squeezed something red in his hand, and suddenly a huge number of red balls appeared around him. Looking up, Glenn was surprised at so many artifacts. However, the Taoists sitting inside the dragon were also quite surprised when they noticed this. Meanwhile, Spencer's eyes turned red and he screamed from the tension, and suddenly the blue fire of a dark phoenix burst out of it. And suddenly, seeing this flame, Magnus said that this was the same flame that last time burned the top of the main mountain. Meanwhile, this fire swirled around the red balls, and suddenly they turned blue, and now there were many blue balls hanging in the air around the guy. Seeing this, Greg exclaimed in surprise how this guy, whose level is no higher than theirs, can control so many artifacts at the same time. And then Magnus noticed that Spencer didn't look like an ordinary person. But then Marlon shouted for the men to gather, and no matter what their opponent does, they must give him a worthy fight, because all tricks are useless in front of the divine dragon. And then he commanded the dragon to swallow Spencer and Glenn. Meanwhile, the guy commanded his balls to move forward, and suddenly there was a blue flash, and then the flash flared up even brighter, tearing apart the dragon, and Spencer hovered in its center. Magnus, who was swept away by the guy's energy, said that he was crazy, because all the artifacts would explode, and then added that this was incredible energy. To which Marlin replied that they should hold on. Meanwhile, Spencer exerted all his strength, commanding the fire to flare up even more, and tiger stripes appeared on his face. And the fire obediently obeyed and flared up even more, and now this flame could be seen for kilometers. The Taoists were blown away by such force, and then the fiery bird flew up, burning everything in its path. Spencer passed out from the tension and began to fall to the ground while Hannah desperately tried to call him, and then she said that if the guy continues to fall, then it will end badly for him, because she cannot materialize now. But suddenly a huge paw reached out to the guy, and now the paw almost reached the guy's body, but then this paw transformed into a human hand, and then this hand grabbed the guy's wrist. Picking the guy up in his arms, the man said that he was truly amazing. Looking at the unconscious guy, he said that he lost consciousness due to the exhaustion of all his spiritual powers, and then added that he worked hard, and then he called Spencer his benefactor. At the same time, someone was walking along the mountainside, and the wind was blowing at their back. As it turned out, it was Chelsea, her hair blowing in the wind. Suddenly she remembered Spencer's sword. She thought that she had once seen that sword, and then remembered the monster to whom this sword had previously belonged. And then she remembered the day when she met Spencer for the first time in a long time, thinking that he was so close then. That day he was so close, but she did not recognize him. But then she wondered why, that day, Spencer pretended not to know her. And then she sighed heavily and thought that after all, he had not changed at all, he remained the same as then. And then she said out loud that when she is attacked or humiliated, he blocks and fights back, and is ready to do anything for her. Meanwhile, Spencer saw in a dream how little he was, shaking, walking through the meadow, and many arrows were sticking out of his back. Suddenly a girl comes out from behind a tree. Noticing her, the little tiger begins to growl, but the girl stops and extends her hand to him. This makes the tiger cub a little scared and moves back. Suddenly Spencer opens his eyes. In front of him he sees someone's blurry face. As it turned out, it was Hannah, who noticed with a smile on her face that he had woken up. Lying on the ghost's lap, the guy asked where he was. Hannah replied that she was safe in the Ghosten lands, or, to be precise, in the territory of Solrang. Closing his eyes, Spencer replied that he understood, and then said that he recklessly thought that he had become stronger, but again made the same mistake. And then he said that, nevertheless, lying in Hannah's arms was not so bad. The woman just smiled when she heard this, and then she said that before, the former tiger also always ran into her arms first, and every time at such moments she stroked his head, and he began to purr and his mood improved. Hearing this, Spencer blushed. And the woman continued, saying that besides that, he always wanted to go with her even to the bathroom, which made the guy choke. And then he quickly jumped up with his face still red and said that he needed to go out to breathe, otherwise it was hot here. In response, Hannah just covered her mouth with her sleeve and laughed, and after some time they stood on the street, and in the distance there was some kind of city. In this city, people with ears on their heads happily went about their daily affairs. Little children played happily in the snow with wolf puppies. Seeing this, Spencer said that he had heard that they lived together without interacting with the outside world, but he could not imagine that the environment here was so peaceful, to which Hannah replied that it felt like they were in another world, which is radically different from human. But suddenly the ghost evaporated, leaving behind only purple smoke. The guy asked what was wrong with the woman, to which she replied that she was just a single spear, so there was no point in showing her her appearance. In response to this, the guy had even more questions. But then he was greeted by a small boy, also with cat ears on his head, and two large men standing behind him. And then he introduced himself, saying that he was Austin, Glenn's father. After Austin said this, Spencer realized that then it turns out that he is the head of the Savarang clan. And then, sitting at the table with a cup of alcohol in his hands in high spirits, Austin said that his son had already told him everything, and then said that even the thought of using such a skill in such a situation is shocking. How could someone crazy have so much artifacts as precious as life itself? And they also exploded at the same time, and therefore all the blocking circles were demolished at once. While Spencer also drank from his cup, the man continued that the guy was probably the first hermit to commit such a crazy act, in response to which the guy asked where Glenn was. Glenn's father replied that his son had started preparing for the next level because he didn't have time for that in Ilwinman. Wiping the alcohol from his lips with his sleeve, Spencer thought that, after all, even spirit beasts didn't live forever. Meanwhile, Austin thought that Spencer deserved praise, and then he thought about what he heard that the former tiger is now only 100 years old, but he does not see self-confidence or conceit about what he has achieved, and even more so, on the contrary, he is very collected and reasonable. Picking up a huge jug of wine and pouring it into a bowl, the man said he was told Spencer did nothing as thanks for saving his son, and then he offered him the best of the treasures that he had. As it turns out, Austin was offering him his daughter, causing Spencer to spit out the wine he had just drunk, and then, blushing, he waved his hands, saying that he really didn't need anything. Closing his eyes, Glenn's father thought that the guy was taking his words too seriously. But suddenly Spencer said that there was still something he wanted, and that was heavenly longevity. Hearing this, Austin fell silent, and then he said that he doesn't know where the guy could have heard about this. But entering the spiritual world means creating another life, and therefore if he cannot achieve awakening in a timely manner, then there is a high probability that he will be consumed by his inner demon, and will die. And then he added, saying that he heard that the guy is approaching the age of 100, and for his 100 years, his strength level is unsurpassed, so why is there such a rush? The guy replied that he was grateful for such words, but then said that, as the man can see, he is only at the Yanjiao level, and therefore, no matter how risky this idea is, he needs to try. Closing his eyes, Austin only sighed heavily in response, and then he said that, although this is a shameful moment in the history of his clan, there is no longer any point in hiding anything from the former tiger. In fact, to achieve heavenly longevity 2 things are needed, and their location is now unknown, and therefore he cannot fulfill the guy's request. This confession surprised Spencer, and he thought with regret about the artifacts he had blown up to achieve this. But then, opening his eyes slightly, Austin said that after all, one thing was located on Gosen territory, you just had to walk a little to it. In response to this, the guy asked, since he knows where it is, why doesn't he then take this thing? Austin explained, saying that the clans are so different from each other that they immediately engage in battle when confronted with each other, and for this reason, it is strictly forbidden to invade border areas with other clans, so they cannot go out on searches. The man continued by saying that just as the brush and black ink are a pair, the wolf star brush and blood water are also 2 halves of one whole. If you find one item, then the other will be found. In response, the guy said that then he would go on a search, because since he is not a member of one of the 4 clans, he is therefore exempt from the obligation to follow this agreement. In surprise, Austin said that it was so, but how could they dare to send him there? Rising from the table, Spencer asked his interlocutor to describe to him the appearance of the wolf star and bloody water brush, in response to which the man asked if he really wanted him to do this now. In response, with a smile on his face, the guy replied that there was no need to hesitate, because if the light of hope is visible at the end of the tunnel, then he must go. In response to such a statement, Austin had nothing to answer, and then, closing his eyes, he thought that this guy, without any hesitation, strives to become better, and then he agreed. Then he said that the guy could be easily recognized, because the bloody water looked like a small bottle with a bird in it, filled with blood, and then he added, saying that this blood will never dry up and will flow continuously. And the shape of the wolf star's hand is no different from the shape of an ordinary hand, but he will also be able to recognize it immediately, because he will immediately feel the red energy emanating from it. Suddenly hearing the description of the brush, Spencer remembered something, and suddenly he began to take a brush out of his necklace. Taking out this brush, he took it in his hands and asked the head of the clan if this was the same brush. Seeing this brush, Austin opened his eyes wide in surprise. As it turned out, it was the same wolf star brush. Some time later, Spencer was walking through the snow when suddenly he was twisted so that he leaned over, and then suddenly he vomited. Hannah asked if her owner was okay, to which, wiping his lips with his hand, he replied that now he felt a little better. And then the ghost said that she did not expect that the brush obtained in Cheonggi-dong would turn out to be the same wolf star brush. The guy agreed with her, and then said that although he had to suffer all day because of this brush, and then he remembered how, after his brush turned out to be the same one, Austin again began to get drunk on wine and began to get Spencer drunk, too, saying that no one could imagine that the hermit would have a relic, and therefore it was fate, going beyond all written and written laws, the most heavenly will. And then he shouted that everything was leading to the hermit, and his daughter linking their destinies. Thinking back on this, Spencer thought about how he hated having an extra headache, and then he told himself that it was time for him to get in shape, when suddenly steps were heard from behind. As it turned out, it was some kind of girl. She also had ears on her head. Turning around, Spencer was surprised to note that it was a woman, and then this woman greeted the guy and introduced herself, saying that she was Goldie, and then she said that she would accompany the guy this time. The guy did not chase her away, and now they walked through the snow at some distance from each other. Meanwhile, Spencer looked at her without turning his head, and then he remembered what Austin had told him, that since he was so stubborn in refusing an engagement to his daughter, nothing could be done about it. But since he had volunteered to go in search of blood water, he would send someone to him to help, and then he asked not to refuse at least this. Remembering this, Spencer thought angrily that this cunning old man had now decided to assign his daughter to him. Coughing awkwardly, Spencer asked Goldie if she also knew where exactly this relic was located. In response, the girl said that she was just following the orders of the head of the clan, and he should deal with the search himself. And then she turned away sharply, and the guy thought that these words seemed to chill him. And then Hannah said that this attitude was well deserved. Since he had stopped talking about marriage, she had no choice but to be cold. But then Spencer turned to the girl and said that, nevertheless, the answer that the relic was somewhere in Gosen was too spatial. In response to this, Goldie asked if he really thought they were irresponsible, and then she apologized for this, and then said that he considered them irresponsible, and therefore took the marriage proposal as a crude joke. And then she concluded that he refused the offer, which is why the guy recoiled from her. And then Goldie bombarded him with claims, saying that although he was a hermit of the Yangel level, she didn't think that he would refuse her. Or maybe he did this because he knew her level. And if so, then it's really not easy to accept a girl who is one level stronger than himself. And then she sighed, saying that such a beautiful wife was also somewhat burdensome, and therefore she should show understanding. Beaten by these statements, Spencer remained silent, and then he turned around angrily, thinking that at this rate she would suck all the blood out of him. And then he decidedly thought that if he firmly decided and searched all the lands of Gamen, then within one day the mountain would definitely be able to find the relic. As they walked, Goldie said one thing to note was that there was no mention of her intentions in the conversation, and he backed out before she knew it. Then the girl continued, saying that she, of course, was grateful for saving her brother, but marriage was a different matter, in response to which the guy stupidly agreed to everything. Suddenly Goldie asked if it could be that Spencer prefers men. Turning around, the guy replied that it was nothing like that, and then pointing to the village, he said that they should stop there first, and perhaps they could get at least some information about the bloody water. Meanwhile, the air above some city was completely filled with smoke. As it turned out, this city was burning, and several men in black robes came out of it. Suddenly, someone approached the passerby, who was guarded by two men. The man asked if Ms. Holly was still there. The men, in a panic, replied that the ceremony was over, but she had not yet come out, so they did not dare to approach her. The man replied that he understood, and then said that the men were free, and he moved on, and so he entered the dark room. A woman was sitting on a mountain of corpses, and a man called out to her, and then he said that those bastards would come soon, but Holly didn't seem to pay any attention to the man, and then she said that it was strange, because she had already eaten so much, but she still could not get rid of this thirst. Touching her chest, she said that she felt some irritation, and something inside was getting bigger and bigger, and then she cried out that she didn't know what she should do and it was driving her crazy. The man watched this silently. Suddenly she said that it all started then, and remembered Spencer, and began to repeat his fictitious name, and then she said that she should meet him. The man thought about who inspired these unnecessary emotions in her. Meanwhile, Goldie said that she is actually not a very talkative girl, and hopes that the guy will not ignore this point. Tired, Spencer told the girl to keep talking. While they were sitting opposite each other in the room, Goldie asked if this was all a trick, to which the guy asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. And then she said that she didn't know what the reasons were, but he had definitely heard that there was only one single room here. Spencer replied that Salvarang's subjects were originally supposed to deal with the housing issue, so this must be her trick. Blushing, the girl cried out that there is a clear distinction between a woman and a man, and therefore why should she do this? Sighing, the guy said that he could leave if she was uncomfortable, because he couldn't kick the girl out of the room. Suddenly Goldie asked what he meant, that since she was a girl, she felt uncomfortable being in the same room with him, and the guy tried to object. But then the girl stood up abruptly, and said that she did not say that she was uncomfortable, and did not demand that he leave. And then, turning around, she said that she couldn't afford to do that, and then, heading to the door, she said that then she would come out. But then her hand, holding the door handle, froze, and the girl looked at the perplexed guy, and then, blushing a little again, she proudly said that she thought it was impolite to behave like that, because the Taoist is the benefactor of their clan, so it would be more correct to serve without causing any inconvenience. And then she headed somewhere in the room, and then she took the bed linen and mattress, then she carefully settled him on the floor, and after that she said that she would go take a bath. If Spencer needed anything, he should call her. And then she left, slamming the doors. After that, Spencer exhaled, wondering how he could adjust to her mood. Suddenly Hannah called him, and then she materialized, looking annoyed, and then she said that she usually tries not to get physical in front of others, but she thought that this time she should make an exception. Falling to the floor, Spencer asked why the woman was behaving this way. She then said that at first it seemed to her that Goldie was simply heartbroken because he refused the marriage, but after all the observations she came to the conclusion that everything was wrong. In response, Spencer asked what she meant, and then the ghost, screaming, pointed to the blanket. Spencer asked again in confusion. In response, Hannah, shouting, said that Goldie said that she would serve the guy in this room. Stepping onto the bed, the ghost noted that the girl had prepared only one bed. And then, after she herself got into bed, she shouted that the girl wasn't going to serve him under the covers. Spencer watched this without understanding, wondering why she went to bed herself. And then Spencer, with a straight face, asked the woman if she really suggested that the three of them sleep in this bed. In response, Hannah shouted that she, as his servant, could not calmly look at the suspicious actions of some girl. But halfway through this tirade the guy was already walking out the door. After some time, Hannah and Spencer stood on some ledge, and the guy noticed that it was pretty quiet here. The ghost agreed with him, and then said that perhaps this village was such a quiet place initially, or something happened. The guy didn't answer anything to this, and then he noted that traces of the battle could be seen here and there, and the smell of blood was still there, and what a beautiful picture appeared before him after he entered the area where he lived. Suddenly some people ran up to them with questions about who the woman and the guy were, and hadn't they been warned that they shouldn't wander around so recklessly. But then one of the men noticed that there was a woman there whom he had not seen here before. Suddenly, behind the men, a huge, pumped-up old man with a long beard appeared, who said that he was just bored, and therefore owed to this unexpected meeting. But Spencer noted that this big guy didn't look human. Suddenly the old man looked at the men and asked why they were hanging around, and then said that they didn't need the boy. And the men, taking the hint, immediately rushed at the guy. But Spencer did not try to evade, but only stood motionless with a blank face. And suddenly the guy disappeared, and the weapons pierced only the air. While the men were looking for the enemy in bewilderment, he appeared behind them, right in front of the old man. This surprised the big man quite a bit. Taking a closer look at the old man, Spencer said that, as he thought, he was of mixed blood, and where could such a freak come from? But before the guy could finish speaking, the big man rushed at him with an attack. But the guy slowly just bent his middle finger, and then with that finger, telling them to use words instead of fists, he clicked the weapon, causing the old man to fly away. And the axe-shaped tip flew off and stuck into a tree. The men stood on the ground empty-handed. Suddenly he shouted that the guy was not so simple. But then the old man's body began to transform, and he said that the guy asked for it. Suddenly the big man grew huge teeth. Scales appeared on his body, horns appeared on his head, and now he began to look even more terrible. Spencer once again said that they needed to talk, not fight. But the big man did not listen to him, but only became even more angry and prepared to attack. But then the guy cut the air with his hand, pressing the old man's head to the ground, saying why he was getting into trouble. The men standing nearby watched the battle in shock. Meanwhile, the big man, already defeated, lay on the ground, not moving. The men exclaimed that their commander was defeated so easily, and they also asked about how the guy defeated him with one blow. But then Spencer, turning to the men, said that they had committed so many murders with this freak that now they smelled of blood. Hearing this, the men retreated in fear, and the guy said that if he killed them and sent their souls to the next world, it would be too great a luxury. And then a huge paw came out of the guy's sword while he was talking about how they would become ghosts and forever lose the ability to come back. In response to this, the men only cried out pitifully, and their eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Goldie was taking a bath, and then she called Rachel, and suddenly another girl appeared behind the girl, who helpfully sat down on one knee, and then the princess asked what she thought about her. Rachel replied that she was someone who had many qualities hidden within her. Goldie replied that that wasn't what she was asking and then asked what she thought about her appearance. Looking at the girl with a straight face, the other replied that she was beautiful. Hearing this, the princess turned to the girl and said that even she thought so, and then she sadly asked why then the hermit did not show any interest in her. Rachel replied that she had heard that he put a lot of effort into moral education, and if he was striving for perfection, then it was logical that he stayed away from women. Goldie replied that she knew, because he had already managed to achieve Yangyeol at the age of 100, but then she said that she was not at all happy with such a conclusion, because who would provide her with compensation for her broken heart? And then she abruptly jumped to her feet, shouting that she simply had no words, because she was so beautiful, absolutely perfect, and he dared to reject her, although he was stuck at the Yangyeol level. Turning back to the girl, she asked if she didn't also think it was absurd, to which Rachel replied that the girl was right, and the benefactor had made a huge mistake. Goldie responded by saying that she didn't think it was a mistake, more of a precaution, but suddenly she heard something. Suddenly she said that, judging by the energy, the hermit had returned, and ordered Rachel to hide. Grinning proudly, the princess said that it looked like the hermit was thinking about stopping by, to which Rachel hesitantly agreed. Listening to conversations outside the door and sitting in the bathroom, the girl thought that he would come in now. But 15 minutes passed and no one came in, and Goldie thought that he was a little late. Was he really preparing a bouquet for her? 30 minutes passed, but no one came in. An hour later, no one came in either, and then Rachel said that she said the guy wasn't going to come. In response to this, Goldie ordered the girl to shut up and splashed water to the side. Coming out of the bathroom, the girl thought that this simply couldn't happen. Suddenly clothes appeared on her, and she thought that she was offended that she had been ignored to such an extent. Suddenly tears appeared in her eyes, and she thought touchingly that how dare he do this to her. As she opened the door, she thought about how she would make him pay for her humiliation, and suddenly a huge, scary face appeared in front of her, causing the girl to scream. And then she asked what this abomination was doing here, to which, sitting next to the tied-up old man, Spencer noticed that the girl had finally come out. And then, standing up, the guy said that this is a ghostly goblin, and such exhibits are usually the work of a demonic sect, which either connects the criminal with a spirit animal, or infuses the blood of a spirit animal into the body. In response, Goldie remarked that this was surprising, but suddenly, looking at Hannah with pretension, she asked why the guy was carrying a ghost around with him. Hannah only bowed respectfully in response, and the guy replied that the ghost has been his guardian since ancient times. In response, the girl asked again contemptuously, and then said that she could not even imagine that he had such preferences. And then she said that the reason he rejected the marriage proposal is because you enjoy having fun with a ghost. Suddenly the guy became very angry, and many blue balls appeared around him. Goldie was silent in response to this, but Rachel suddenly appeared behind her. And then the princess asked the guy if he was sure that he could cope with her. While his eyes shone with anger, he replied that of course he was sure. But suddenly Hannah called him, and Goldie noted that the spiritual force pressing from all sides disappeared in an instant. The ghost told the guy that she was to blame. Looking at her, Spencer asked what she had done wrong. Hannah, lowering her head, said that the very existence of a soul bitten by a tiger was incomprehensible to look at, and therefore it was not surprising that the girl reacted in this way. Hearing this, Goldie thought that the hermit was actually a criminal. Spencer told Hannah that everything was not like that at all. The ghost tried to say something, when suddenly the princess asked if he had gotten too smart in front of her, and then she asked if he, who had only reached the level of Yangyeol, could really resist her. Flashing his red eyes, Spencer looked at the girl and told her that he would destroy at least one town, but this would not be enough to bury the good name of her clan forever. But then Hannah called his name again. The guy sighed, closing his eyes, and ordered the balls to come back, and they immediately gathered in his hand. And then he calmly said that he knew what kind of life the girl lived as the princess of Salvarang, and therefore he would tolerate rude treatment of himself. And then he angrily said that if she showed disrespect for his guardian, then she should prepare for the consequences. In response to this, Rachel screamed that this was such impudence. But the guy didn't say anything more, but moved on. Hannah bowed respectfully again, and then she quickly ran after him. Sighing, Rachel said that the guy could easily be called crazy, but this self-confidence is really impressive. Looking after the guy, the girl agreed with the other. Suddenly Rachel did not believe the mistress's words and asked again, saying that it was really so, since he had barely reached the level of Yangdial, although this spiritual power was amazing. Turning around, Goldie asked if the girl really didn't see his artifacts, to which she replied that she noticed that even the princess didn't have such artifacts. In response to this, the princess said that even she was not able to carry such a huge number of artifacts with her, and the artifacts that floated around him were not one whole, each of them was an original entity turned into a sphere. Suddenly Rachel shouted that this couldn't be happening, it was impossible to have such a huge number of artifacts. But then Goldie said that, to begin with, this hermit single-handedly freed her elder brother from the prison of those Taoists, which in itself is something unimaginable. And then she thought with a smile that whoever would become her partner should have at least this level. Some time later, Spencer was walking through the snow-capped mountains. He thought that the day Hannah became his tiger-bitten soul, he knew even then that something like this would happen one day. A ghost is a creature that denies death and lives in eternal torment. In addition, it attracts people and pulls them into the mouth of a tiger, and therefore a soul bitten by a tiger, even if it is a living being, will always be viewed only in a negative light. Suddenly Hannah asked the guy where he was going to go, but the guy didn't answer, but only turned to face her. The ghost said that she was not at all hurt by the princess's words. In response to this, the guy said that, on the contrary, he was angry, and then he said that he is a very calculating person, so he is trying to find a way to get rid of Savarang's persecution after he kills their princess with his own hands. And suddenly he, being at a loss, said that if he could have saved her 100 years ago. But the guy didn't finish, and Hannah only extended her hand to his, which was shaking. Taking his hand, the ghost said that in that case she would have died long ago, even if she were still alive. And then she asked if the guy was sorry. In response he asked what she was talking about, to which she responded by asking if he regretted making her his tiger-bitten soul. Spencer confidently replied that he had no regrets. And then Hannah, closing her eyes and smiling, replied that this is the only thing that matters to her. But then the guy asked if she was sorry. She clung to the guy's chest. The woman replied that she was grateful to him, and then she said that this way she could be close to him. Meanwhile, Chelsea walked through the snowy forest with a compass in her hands. Looking up, she asked where Spencer was going so quickly. Suddenly she sharply shifted her gaze. Shining with her blue eyes, the girl asked menacingly who it was here. In response, she heard someone say that there was no need to be so vigilant, because she was just passing by. Chelsea replied that the woman should go through. Coming out into the world, the woman asked whether all such meetings are not fateful, and therefore, instead of being rude, why don't they share a light conversation, because, as it seems to her, they are on the same path. In response, the girl asked why on earth she should do this. Holly asked if the ghosts and Taoists behaved like this, and then remarked with a chuckle that the girl was a terrible rude person. In response, Chelsea said that she was not a Taoist of Gosen, to which Holly asked why then she was heading towards Gosen. In response, the girl said that she did not have to be counted in her actions, to which the woman noticed that she was too harsh. Chelsea wondered who this strange woman was, and then thought that she needed to quickly catch up with her dear husband. But then Holly said that she was going to Gosen to find a man. Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes wide, and then the woman added that she would also look at her subordinates who lived there. After a short silence, Chelsea noticed that the woman seemed to be very homesick for that man. The woman asked again in surprise. In response, Chelsea said that when she talks about him, the feeling can be seen in her facial expression, in her eyes and in the way she speaks. And then she said that if she was wrong, she apologizes. Hearing this, Holly seemed to realize something. She realized that this feeling was longing for someone. Suddenly she asked if she could talk to the girl a little more. And then she added that the separation was unintentional, so she did not know what kind of emotion she was experiencing. Hearing this, Chelsea thought that it was the same with her. She realized her feelings only after she lost him. And then the girl agreed, and they moved on together. Meanwhile, Spencer abruptly tore the blanket off someone. Under this blanket, as it turned out, was that same goblin. Looking at him with his red eyes, the guy asked him if he had woken up, which made the goblin's eyes widen in fear. And then Spencer said that if he answered all his questions, then his death would be easy. In response, the monster began to mutter something uncertainly. Then, saying that then he could die, the guy squeezed the monster's neck. But then Hannah said that there was nothing good in him being angry for no reason, and then he released the goblin, and drew some kind of spell in the air. Suddenly, pictures appeared in his head, in one of which he saw a monk. Suddenly, someone in a black robe approached this monk, and then the guy saw a huge cauldron, from which something red was flowing out of a small hole, and in front of him stood some kind of monster, and part of it was the body of a woman. Suddenly Spencer's eyes widened. Standing in front of the monster, he wondered if what he just saw was really it, and then he looked behind him, noticing something. As it turned out, Rachel was hiding behind, who flinched when the guy called her, saying that he had a question for her. Coming out of her hiding place, the girl, coughing awkwardly, asked him what the question was, and he replied that there was a key to the location of the bloody water. Rachel suggested that the guy wake up Goldie and discuss this with her, but suddenly the entire room was again filled with suffocating spiritual force, causing the girl to scream. Suddenly she began to be pressed to the floor, and she was surprised to note that it was suppression, and therefore she wondered if they were on the same level. Then where did he get such strength from? Stretching out his hand, Spencer said that his words were not a request, and then ordered her to speak. And suddenly the girl's hands pressed against her body, and she said chokily that she didn't really know anything, but she had some suspicions, and then said that she thought Hansen was the most likely place. Spencer asked again, and Hannah said that this place is the center of Gosen. The ghost said that before this was an inviolable land, because it was the border between the 4 clans, but people penetrated this gap and a village appeared there, and now it is one of the few places where representatives of the clans and people naturally coexist. After that the guy lowered his hand, and the girl fell heavily to the ground. Sweating and breathing heavily, she said that she had heard that he wanted to gain heavenly longevity, and therefore he should not behave like that with the princess. Spencer, without showing any emotion, asked again, and then asked what about this then? And then he said that the princess of the Savaran clan, whom he was helping with the search for a family heirloom, insulted and humiliated his dear friend. And then he asked, I wonder what will happen if this reaches the ears of Austin, the head of the clan. Rachel tried to respond, but couldn't say anything meaningful. Suddenly Goldie herself appeared and said that she should apologize then. Suddenly Rachel opened her eyes wide, wondering if Goldie herself had said that she would ask for forgiveness, and then she thought that she would ask for forgiveness with her enormous pride. And then the princess said that she was rude to Salrang's benefactor and his friend, and ended up doing something that she shouldn't have done as the daughter of the clan head. And then she bowed and said that it might seem like a mere formality now, but if the guy so desired, she would be ready to make a formal apology when they returned, and therefore she asked him to change his anger at mercy. Listening to this, Rachel's mouth opened wide in surprise. Suddenly Spencer ordered Hannah to appear, and when she was behind him, he said that the girl should apologize not only to him. Bowing, Goldie said that she apologized again, to which Hannah also bowed and said that nothing bad had happened while Rachel was shaking in shock. And then the guy held up 2 fingers and said he wanted 2 of them, and then he explained that since the girl had insulted him and his friend, she would have to give them 2 of her treasures. Turning around at the guy, Rachel thought angrily that the guy was also a brazen robber, but Goldie agreed with this, and the guy just turned around in response. And then he smiled triumphantly, thinking that in such situations it is necessary to snatch a longer peace, because life is an eternal battle. Meanwhile, Chelsea and Holly began to say goodbye to each other, Chelsea saying that she hoped the other would find the right person, and then she went off into the distance. While the woman watched the girl leave, a man appeared from the forest and asked her if she was really not going to take her life. But in response, Holly asked why he didn't tell her anything, because he knew what kind of feelings she was experiencing. Did he really think that people like her, born just a vessel, could not necessarily understand emotions? The man replied that they were occultists striving to become demons, and on the way to their goals such feelings were only an obstacle. And then he said, calling her a princess, that he was only doing what would be good for her. Turning around, Holly said that they would leave it, and then she asked what he hoped for, and then she said that they would now go where they were heading. Meanwhile, Spencer and the girls were walking towards the cliff, and Rachel asked where the guy was going, since it didn't look like the road to Hansen, to which he replied that he needed to check something. Suddenly he stepped onto the edge of the cliff. Goldie noticed that behind this rock are the possessions of one of the 4 clans Gunbiho. In response to which Spencer asked about the relationship of this clan with Savorang, the girl replied that they could not be called bad. The guy, looking down, thought that it was this place that the memories of that freak pointed to, but he could not even imagine that he would be on the territory of the Gunbiho clan. And then he activated the golden effect of the fallen spirit, and suddenly something dark appeared in the fog. As it turned out, there was the same cauldron with a red liquid that flowed from the white cauldron, and several more cauldrons on the sides with green liquid. Goldie asked the guy if he saw something there. Turning around, he said that there were occultists down there, although their traces had been erased by the blocking curtain and other barriers. But there were 8 of them at the Bison level and 2 at the Wanseong level. And then he said that it would be better if the girl saw it with her own eyes. Hearing this, Rachel screamed that as soon as these bastards dared to launch their activities in Gosen's territory. Meanwhile, Goldie thought that Spencer had only reached the Yongjio level, but was able to peer through the veil set by the Wanseong level master. And then she said out loud that she did not know what the adherents of the demonic sect were planning, but the domain of the Gunbiho clan lay down there, and therefore they had no reason or excuse to interfere. But then Spencer said that there was bloody water in the hands of those bastards down there, and then, to the girl's surprise, he noted that with her help they were creating ghostly puppets that were wreaking havoc in Gosen. After that, the girl asked if the guy was sure about this. Smiling, he responded by asking if he didn't say he came here to check on something. And then, turning around, she said that since he was neither a friend nor an enemy of the Gunbiho clan, he would therefore go there alone. And then he jumped down. As he got closer to the edge, Rachel said he was just crazy, and then she shouted that no matter how strong he considered himself, there were 2 Wanseong level masters in that place, and if the hermit made any mistake, the problem would become global. Moving closer to the edge, Goldie agreed with the girl and then said that was why she was in a difficult position. And then, looking at the girl, he said that that was why she would follow him, and then she ordered her to watch the slightest movements around and kill anyone who tried to escape. And then she jumped down after the guy. Falling down, she thought about whether it was worth taking a look at the hermit's abilities once. Some time later, she almost caught up with the guy. Suddenly his body was engulfed by a blue glow, and a second later the guy disappeared from sight, leaving behind a barely noticeable blue glow. From this, the girl's eyes opened wide, and she noticed with surprise that it was the divine power of movement, and then she wondered where he got such power, which can only be acquired by reaching Yangap. And then she assumed that the guy was hiding his true level. Meanwhile, a bald man in a red cloak was pulling the hair of a girl whose body was inextricably linked with the body of the monster. Suddenly Spencer appeared in front of the man. The man was surprised to notice that it was a Taoist, and then he asked him how he ended up here. But suddenly the guy threw his sword to the man. Wondering what was happening, the man abruptly caught him. Suddenly, looking intently at the man, the guy said first, and suddenly something purple came out of the sword, which obscured the man's vision, and then something swallowed the man. Then a figure began to emerge from the fog and asked what the noise was here. As it turned out, it was a man with a long white beard, many horns on one side of his head, purple skin and in armor and a black cloak. She said that he said that you can't make noise here. Seeing the guy, he asked how he got here, because there were no problems with the barrier, and then he noticed the keeper next to him, and then said that he didn't know that the place had already been revealed. Meanwhile, dark ghosts emerged from the sword. Noticing this strange man, he noted that he was of Wanseong level. Suddenly he quietly said that nothing could be done, and then he abruptly took off and disappeared from sight. And then, screaming that Spencer had seen something he shouldn't have seen, the man attacked him from above. And then he struck, causing deep cracks in the ground. A second later, when the dust cleared, it turned out that there was no one else in that place except the man. He said that he should have thrown the guy to be devoured by their ghostly puppets, but all that came out was a bloody cake. But then Spencer plunged his knife into the man's back, causing him to ask how this was possible. Spencer replied that this was a stupid question, because everything turned out this way because he relied too much on his high level when entering the battle. While the ghost slowly approached the man, the guy continued, saying that when your life depends on the outcome of the battle, you should use artifacts from the very beginning, and this is just the result of his arrogance. And then he said second, and the ghosts began to tear the man to pieces. Suddenly a red ball flew in from this purple curtain. Seeing this, the guy remembered that if he reached the level of Yomian Wanseong, You can breathe new life into the core of internal energy. But this is the first time he sees this live. And then he called T, and the centipede crawled out of the ground. Then she chased the cannonball, and soon she successfully caught this cannonball with her thin mustache. Suddenly, some other personalities came out from behind the fog, asking questions about what had happened, whether some puppet had rebelled again. These people were surprised to see that a Taoist was standing in front of them. Spencer counted the people who had come to him, and noted that he would now have 9 ghosts in his collection. And then he went at these people with his ghosts behind him. And a second later he and his ghosts rushed at people. The men with impudent smiles noticed that this guy seemed to be madly wanting to die. But then the guy quickly broke through the crowd. And then he landed with his back to them. Noticing this, the men thought that there was a gap in his defense, and decided to attack. But then one of them was pierced by something thin and sharp. Still alive, he turned around in shock and saw one of Spencer's shadows there. Meanwhile, the guy's shadows tore the men apart one after another. Standing and looking at this, Spencer, throwing the sword over his shoulder, said that this sword is very insatiable. Suddenly something reached out to him from behind, but the guy managed to react and turn sharply, defending himself from the attack. And then he pulled back. Peeking out from behind the sword, he thought that it had finally appeared. A huge lion was walking next to someone in a dark cloak, and this someone asked how it happened that one guy defeated them all. Looking at the speaker, Spencer thought that he was a mid-level Wanseong, or perhaps he had already almost reached the peak. Lifting his cloak with one hand, the monster said that very soon the only copy of the Supreme Core would be completed. And then an incorrectly bent, insanely ugly hand appeared from the cloak. The blue-skinned monster raised this hand, which had some red blisters on it. Suddenly, Hannah was warned by the owner that this hand was an implanted shield. And then she said that once a body part is transplanted, it cannot remain in perfect shape forever, but the destructive power is retained by the artifact. And then the enemy called his lion, ordering him to tear apart the stupid invaders, and the lion obediently rushed at them. Swinging his paw, the lion easily cut through the bodies of the ghosts, and then he roared loudly, causing the ghosts to begin to be destroyed. The monster said that the claws and teeth of his lion would tear even steel, so that some insignificant ghost would definitely be torn to pieces. And then he himself rushed to the attack, shouting that he himself would throw him to feed, as the last victim, to the owner of the highest poison. Suddenly the guy said, "Chukchi." Meanwhile, the monster waved his ugly hand, but the blow did not reach anyone, because the guy instantly appeared behind the enemy. And then he struck his opponent's back with his sword. This blow cut the monster's cloak, and purple smoke came out of this wound. But suddenly the monster's spine came out, and he grinned. And then the monster delivered an unexpected blow with that spine. From this blow, the guy drove back again, breaking himself with his sword and cutting the ground. Suddenly the monster tore off his cloak and said that his attack could not penetrate his beautiful armor. And then he asked that the guy really thought that only one shield was implanted in his body. And then he noticed that the guy surprised him, using the technique of moving in space. And then he said that he thought Spencer had always been in an advantageous position thanks to this technique, but it only works on low-level opponents, and therefore he doesn't care about these tricks. Wiping his face with his hand, Spencer thought that he had carried out an overly arrogant attack, and said out loud that confidence was rushing from all the cracks of the enemy. Stretching his arms and bones to the side, the monster said that this protective plate imported into his body blocks everything, like an impenetrable fortress, and therefore his sword is just a toothpick for him. But in response, Spencer just grinned, and then he said that he had just come to check something, and then some huge structure appeared in the air. And then the guy said that he wanted to test the power of the Tower of Six Spirits, and the monster stared up in surprise. Dripping with sweat, he asked where he got such a thing, and then he called to his lion and ordered him to return back as quickly as possible. And then, grabbing the sword again, Spencer said that this would not work, and he was unable to use the sword properly because he was busy summoning the tower. And so the sword became completely furious, and suddenly a huge ghost appeared above the lion, and then he quickly bit into the lion. While running away, the monster shouted that the lion should quickly evade the attack. But then he noticed that even with his speed the lion could not do this, and then he wondered how the ghost managed to chase him. And then he cursed, screaming, and then he released more bones out and shouted that if it was impossible to avoid, then he would face the blow head-on. and then he shouted to the tower to come closer, and the tower obediently fell on the monster while he tried to hold it with his hands and bones. A short time later, the monster realized that he would be able to hold this tower. Meanwhile, the tower sank even lower, and then she completely flattened the monster, and then there was silence, and then the tower began to ripple, and then it moved into Spencer's hand, shrinking. Looking at the pool of blood, in which only the spine and arm now lay, the guy noted that he had turned into a flattened cake. And then he noticed that the arm and spine remained intact, and then he realized that his attack only affected the target, and nothing else. And then he looked away, and then, looking into the fog, he told someone to come out, since she had already seen everything. Coming out of the fog, Goldie noticed that she was watching, to which the guy replied that he could not know that. And then he said that she was hiding like some kind of rat, causing the girl to cough awkwardly, blushing. And then he told her that they needed to check what these freaks were doing here, since they were already here. Looking at the guy, Goldie thought that Spencer, as if nothing had happened, entered into a confrontation with those who had a higher level. And then she noted that, moreover, he used a relic of the 10th era. She, of course, suspected that the guy had some kind of trump card hidden, but she could not expect such a thing. And then she thought that this guy was becoming more and more interesting. The highest poison, the nature of which is a curse and evil witchcraft. All kinds of poisonous animals are placed in a closed space and forced to devour each other, and the last one who survives eats all types of poison and is born as a sorcerer with the most powerful poison. Meanwhile, Goldie and Spencer reached the same cauldron from which red liquid was flowing. Looking at what was happening in the cauldron, the guy thought that he did not think that the poison of madness was being created here, where people were the guinea pigs. And then he asked the girl about that flowing blood, that same blood from a bottle of bloody water. The girl replied that it was true, although it was just a fragment and not a real artifact. And then she said that she could not imagine that blood water would be used in such a way. And then she said that with the help of bloody water all this time ghostly puppets were created, as well as the poison of madness. And then she noted, looking at the girl in the cauldron, that she did not understand what the demonic sect was up to. Suddenly this girl noticed people standing above. Suddenly she quietly asked them to kill her, slowly moving her dry lips. This request made them shudder, and then they looked into her light violet eyes as she continued to ask. Looking at the girl who was constantly begging for death, the guy thought that usually in such situations, people go crazy, since the brain is destroyed under the influence of poison. Suddenly he turned to Goldie, asking if there was a way to help her if there was still a drop of humanity left in her. To which the girl replied that, unfortunately, she had never heard of such a case. Meanwhile, the girl in the cauldron said that her family and her friends died, or rather, she swallowed them. Because she had no choice, she could only watch as her hands tore them apart one by one. Crying tears of blood, she said that she no longer wanted to live as such a creature, and life had lost its meaning for her, and she only had to live because she did not have the opportunity to die. Only death could save her from this pain. Spencer listened to this, looking at her with an unblinking gaze, and then he fell silent for a moment, pressing his lips tightly together, and then his blue fire appeared on his hand, and he said that her request would be fulfilled, and then he sent this fire like a blue bird into the cauldron. A light lit up in the girl's eyes when she noticed her, and then she gratefully accepted this bird, hugging it, and then everything in the cauldron was engulfed in blue flames. Looking at this, Spencer thought angrily about the occultists and the ghost sect. Suddenly tigers with wings approached them, and on one of them stood a man who asked who allowed himself to disturb the peace in Gunbiho territory. Looking at the new arrivals, the guy noted the swift wings and strong bodies of the tigers, and then he thought that it was strange that they showed up only when everything was already over. Suddenly Goldie passed away, saying that she was the third child of Austin from Savarang, and then gave birth to a man, which is not to be understood incorrectly, because they were not trying to enter their territory. The man asked the girl who it was next to her, waving her hand towards Spencer. The girl replied that he was the benefactor of their clan, and then the man introduced himself, saying that his name was Fred from Gumbiho, and then he said that he would not ask any more questions about the penetration of their territory, but they should tell them from beginning to end what happened here. And then the tigers began to descend to the ground, and Fred said that the winged guards would take them to the heavenly abode. After some time, the tigers flew up to Mount Kumgang, the peak of Birabong, and then they lowered the guys to the ground, and the man, pointing to the arch, said that this was the entrance to the heavenly abode. And then he asked them to take out the spiritual board that they had received recently. And Spencer took out some kind of metal circle, and then Fred said that it was not only the key to enter the heavenly abode, but also protected from many prohibitions. And then he, telling the guys to follow him, walked through some kind of portal. This sight surprised the guy. Touching the engraving, he thought about how it created an individual space. Half thinking that this was different from changes in space with the help of an amulet, he ran his hand over the engraving, and from this movement light waves spread out, and the guy thought that he did not even think that he would have the chance to see this with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Goldie immediately entered the passage, asking the guy why he was so slow, whether this was the first time he had seen such a passage into another space, which made the guy blush. Walking into the aisle, Rachel called the guy a redneck with a grin, which made him blush even deeper, and then he himself passed, and suddenly everything around began to ripple, and then they found themselves in another dimension, and Goldie said that she was here for the first time too. There were noble beasts here that cannot be seen even in the famous Yongsan. It was possible to feel the energy of heaven and earth to the fullest. The man, leading the visitors to the gazebo, said that he would go to the elder, and then added that if they had questions, they could ask them to the guide. Suddenly the man released his white wings, and then he flew off somewhere, and Spencer looked at the little girl who stood in front of him. She looked at him with a smile. Suddenly the guy asked her if he really looked strange, which made the girl shudder, and then she looked away and, blushing, apologized for her tactlessness, and then said that guests very rarely come here. And then he asked if the guy was a tiger. This surprised the guy, and he asked the girl how she knew about it. The girl happily replied that she had a very good sense of smell, and then said that the guy smelled like a tiger. And then the girl asked why they paid them a visit, to which the guy replied that they were chasing a group of occultists, and in the end, ended up here, and then the girl continued asking questions. After a while, Goldie remarked, saying that she didn't know hermits were so talkative, and then she asked why the guy answered questions so obediently. The guy shuddered at this question, and then he stared angrily at the girl, and she just smiled brightly. Suddenly the guy released his powers, causing their clothes and hair to start flying. Suddenly he used his ability, but as it turned out, he could not see anything strange, even using the fallen spirit effect. Suddenly Rachel asked what this hermit was doing, but the guy did not answer her, but only ordered the girl to reveal her true nature. Looking at him with her big eyes, the girl asked in confusion what he meant. Since the girl did not confess, Spencer decided to use his third eye, namely the technique of breaking illusory witchcraft. And suddenly the world around them fell apart into fragments, and they found themselves hanging in space. Goldie asked in shock if it was an illusion as Rachel approached her, screaming in fear. Crossing her arms, the girl happily noted that this was amazing. And then, suddenly becoming serious, she said that Spencer, having only the level of Yahello, was able to destroy such an illusion, which means that his spiritual level is already far beyond Yongmayan. And then she clapped her hands, and suddenly they all found themselves in the middle of green mountains, and the girl said that it was rude to the guests, and then, changing her form, she apologized for the late greeting, and then, placing her hand on her chest, she introduced herself, saying that she was the commander of the heavenly monastery, and her name was Emily. Meanwhile in the city of Hansan, one of the men whispered to the other to look away. Suddenly the second man blushed deeply, and opened his mouth wide, and then he exclaimed, saying that that girl was a goddess, and meanwhile Chelsea was sitting at the table. Suddenly the man asked his friend that maybe he should start a conversation with her, to which his friend replied that he didn't see that she was a Taoist master, would she deign to give them her attention, and the girl, meanwhile, did not react to this in any way. Looking at the compass in her hand, she noticed that the needle on it had stopped, and then she hoped that it had not broken, and then she twirled something in it. After checking that her husband's fur was in place, she realized that then he was most likely in another space now. And then, closing her eyes, she told herself that everything was fine and there was no need to rush. Suddenly a guy approached her, saying that he didn't even hope to meet such a beauty, and then introduced himself, saying his name and what sect he was from. The girl glanced at the guy, and he noticed that she seemed to be on the path of ascetic training, and then he invited her to go in it, but then hurriedly said so that the girl would not misunderstand him, because in such a terrible time, when a demonic sect is rampaging everywhere, it is not bad to have someone who supports you. But Chelsea only, without answering him, continued to calmly drink tea. Noticing this, people behind the guy began to whisper, and someone laughed, saying that the guy was humiliated in front of everyone. Hearing these conversations, the guy tensed his chewing muscles, clenching his jaw tightly. Suddenly he smiled brightly again, and said something that the girl didn't seem to hear, and then he took out from under his cloak a hand on which iron bones were somehow put on, and made rough stripes in the table, and then said that if she ignores a person who politely started a conversation with her, then she thereby insults him. And then, looking at her threateningly, he said that he had no choice but to turn into a beast. Suddenly someone grabbed the guy by the collar, and suddenly he was pulled back, and then some Taoist in a white hat threw this guy right into the wall. And then he said that she, the white ghost, was still here. While the guy was still lying unconscious, the Taoist sat down at the table with the girl. Taking off his hat, he said that if she decided to visit Hansen, then she should go to a place under Pingun's control. And then he said with a smile that she stood out too much from the crowd, and that was why he had told her so many times to be careful. And then he said that maybe she didn't know, but he, her senior comrade, had not yet said anything to the mentor and students. And then, closing his eyes, he said that he secretly dealt with that gentleman's body and destroyed all traces of her. And then, looking at Chelsea, the guy said that she had finally taken revenge. And then he told her to stop and return to Pingun. But then, to the guy's surprise, the girl refused. And then she said she needed to check something else. The surprised guy asked what exactly she needed to check. The girl replied that this is something she must verify with her own eyes, and until she does this, she cannot return. Suddenly the guy realized that he had changed. Previously, she was just a white ghost who lived for revenge, and the guy wondered what caused such changes. In response, the guy just sighed. Putting on his hat, he said that his heart sank when he learned that she headed to Back Mountain after killing that gentleman, because her life was based only on revenge. And then he said that he did not know what the changes that had happened to her would lead to. But then, smiling, he said that everything was not so bad. And then leaving, he said that he was giving her only 4 days. The girl looked after him in surprise. Meanwhile, Emily was getting closer and closer to Spencer. The guy asked that, even though they are outsiders, is this how they greet guests in the Gumbihole clan? The woman replied that she only wanted to know what brought them there, and she knew that the demonic sect was planning something in their territory. But then she said that the 4 clans have no right to interfere in each other's affairs as long as they are able to sort things out themselves. Goldie greeted the woman and then said she was right, and then she said that for them the wishes of the benefactor come first. Emily replied that she expected something like that. And then, looking at the guy, she said that, having become a benefactor, he wanted to take possession of heavenly longevity. But in search of lost artifacts they came across occultists, and caused a commotion. Spencer noted that she had frightening powers of deduction, but later the woman said that Savarang only provides support, and their benefactor, not bound by an oath, wanders here and there in search of artifacts. And then she said that that baby was very lucky. Hearing this, the guy realized that she was talking about Austin, and then he wondered what her age was then. Smiling, Emily said that they would not impose any restrictions while they were looking for blood water. Goldie asked what she meant, to which the woman replied that they could move freely around Gumbiho territory. But Spencer found this suspicious, since she had only recently used hypnosis. Thinking that in order to find the blood water, they would definitely have to encounter the occultists, he wondered what benefit there would be for her in this. And then he laughed out loud, realizing something. Suddenly, looking at the girl, he said, "The 5th ghostly demon king of the depths." And then the guy with a smile on his face asked if this name was familiar to the woman, and then he again ordered her to drop her disguise using his third eye. Suddenly, the woman's body glowed menacingly, and her eyes shone with a bright light. And then this world split into small fragments and Emily rose to the top, enveloped in red light. Seeing this, Goldie exclaimed in shock, but suddenly some transparent walls appeared around her and Rachel, which seemed to protect them. The princess desperately knocked on these walls, shouting something. Meanwhile, the guy and woman rose higher, and he folded his hands, protecting himself from the impulses. While the woman's eyes glowed menacingly, she asked the guy how knowledgeable he was, calling him a brat. In response, the guy just smiled. In total, there are 5 main forces in Gosen, and the domains of the 4 noble families are located in the north, south, east and west, and there is a force that unites them. The owner of this power is a mask, since there is no specific name, but since the constant attribute is a mask carved from wood, The name was fixed naturally, and their leader, Lord of the Immortal Lands, has reached the highest level, Huangman. It is known that the four noble families swore an oath of peaceful coexistence, but in reality this is a humiliating pact, concluded unilaterally in front of the overwhelming power of the Huangman. Everyone immediately knelt before the mask, but everyone was looking for an opportunity to someday break this oath, and Gumbiho also sharpened his sword to develop a strength that could withstand the power of the Huangman, and the basis was precisely the ghostly king of the demons of the sea depths. Suddenly Emily again ordered the guide to say, "He is so aware of all this." In response, the boy hesitantly said that he knew everything, while threatening gusts of wind hit his face. But the woman didn't believe him, and angry she asked how she knew about all this and to whom she had already managed to blab about it, and then she said that it was better for the guy to answer without hesitation, because if he is replaced even for a second, then from there won't be a wet spot left. Suddenly he raised his hand, on which was a gold bracelet, and then he asked if she was really threatening him now. In response, the woman asked what this bracelet should mean to her now. The guy replied that killing him would be as easy as shelling pears, but in this case his comrade would definitely come to the mask and then tell him something. And then Spencer quoted the future words of his comrade, saying, "In order to break the old oath, Gumbiho has entered into an alliance with the demon king of the deep sea, and is going to use the witchcraft of the demonic sect." Hearing this, the woman, stunned, asked again, and then the girl said that he, of course, knows that they did not contact the demonic. But what will the mask think of them when she discovers that they did not pay any attention to the murder of countless human masters? Hearing this, Emily shouted angrily, asking the guy if he, the bastard, dared to threaten her, the commander of the Gumbiho Heavenly Monastery. In response, the guy, flashing his eye, replied that he was only starting to threaten now. This statement surprised the woman, and then the guy made a face and said that first the woman needs to dispel this damn illusion, because it seems to him that she will soon burst from her anger, and also he does not think that he can keep his mouth shut, because he is so shocked by the threatening actions commander in his direction. And then he said that if she wanted him to remain silent, she should provide him with some kind of treasure, and a very weighty one at that. And then he theatrically spread his hands and said that if she doesn't want to, then nothing can be done, and in the morning they will all go together to survey the expanses of the underworld. Suddenly the woman shook slightly and began to say something, completely confused. Clenching her fist, which was shaking, she thought that she had to endure this, she could do it. Biting her lip, she thought that her long-awaited cherished wish would soon come true, and then fell silent. And then tears flowed from her eyes, and she thought that for the first time in her 3,000 years of life she was faced with such humiliation. And then she said in a shaking voice that the barrier would be removed. After some time, the girl looked after Spencer, who was walking off into the distance. An old man appeared and asked her if she was all right. Emily replied that even if not, she couldn't help it. Now she needed to give the guy what he wanted. The old man asked how the guy even knew about this, because only a few people know about it, and what if he takes the treasure and gives them away? The woman said that if he had turned out to be such a person, their prestige would sooner or later collapse. They could no longer feel safe. And then she said that she could not allow their efforts to sink into oblivion, and then ordered the elders to be convened. Meanwhile, Spencer reached the guest house. Hannah pulled the guy's cheek. The guy asked what she was doing, to which the woman replied that her owner's cheeks were so lovely, and she wouldn't sleep if she didn't pinch them. And then she angrily, but smiling, asked if he knew that he had just escaped the fate of ending up in the underworld, and then she asked how he could remain so calm after such madness.